Good morning. The February 17, 2016 meeting of the Charter Authorizing Panel is called to order. I'd like to welcome everyone to the Arkansas Department of Education. I would ask that you please silence all electronic devices. The Charter Authorizing Panel oversees the authorization, renewal, revision, and revocation of charters. The Arkansas Quality Charter Schools Act of 2013 requires the Commissioner to appoint an ADE staff to this panel. Recently, Commissioner Key has made a few revisions to this Charter Authorizing Panel, and we'd like to welcome Ms. Stacy Smith, Interim Assistant Commissioner, and welcome Dr. Mark Gocher, our new Vice Chair. Congratulations to both of you. Let me introduce the entire panel. We have Ms. Jennifer Lewo, our PLSB attorney, Mr. Bobby Lester, Coordinator of Federal Programs, Mr. Greg Rogers, Assistant Commissioner, Dr. Eric Saunders, Assistant Commissioner, Ms. Annette Barnes, Assistant Commissioner, Ms. Ivy Pfeffer, Assistant Commissioner, Ms. Stacy Smith, Interim Assistant Commissioner, and Dr. Mark Gocher, our Deputy Commissioner and Vice Chair. And I'm Deborah Kaufman, Chief of Staff and Chair. As Chair, my goal is to facilitate a fair and reasonable hearing. I will request that each person speaking please state your name and title for the record each time. I will ask that you continue to speak clearly into the microphone for the benefit of the panel, the audience, and the viewing audience. The entire meeting today is being live streamed and recorded and will be posted on the Arkansas Department of Education website. Ms. Sharon Hill, our court reporter, will be providing a transcript of this meeting, and it will also be posted on the ADE website. And as we begin this morning, I believe in our audience is Senator Blake Johnson. Senator Johnson, if you'd like to address the panel. And I believe, Senator, you're also on our special ed task force. We appreciate your service.
Yes, ma'am. I appreciate the opportunity to speak. Hadn't got anything to say. My school that I will be representing is in Bowdoin, and I appreciate your service to the state of Arkansas, and thank you.
Thank you for coming today. I have no report today. Does any member of the committee have a report? All right, then we'll move to the consent agenda. Panel members, you've had an opportunity to review the January 20th minutes. Are there any corrections or questions? Then I'll accept a motion to approve the consent agenda. So moved. Ms. Barnes has moved.
Second.
And second by Dr. Gocher. Any questions? Discussion? All in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion has passed. All right, let's move on into the action agenda. Action item 1. Ms. Boyd, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Action item 1 is a request for a district conversion public charter school renewal. Cross County High School, a new tech high school. The State Board of Education approved the application for Cross County High School, a new tech school, on January 14, 2011. The charter is approved to serve students in grades 7 through 12 with a maximum enrollment of 500. Representatives of the Cross County High School are appearing before the Charter Authorizing Panel to request a 10-year renewal for the charter. Before we start, we're going to have Jennifer Davis, our attorney, come forth and tell you guys about the procedures that we'll follow for this hearing.
Good morning, Jennifer Davis, staff attorney for the department. I passed out a chart. I didn't know if you guys still had it, of the schools that we're going to be hearing from over the next couple days, and the hearing procedures are going to be slightly different. So they are included in your packet, but we're going to go over the ones that you'll be hearing for the first 2 schools today, and then when we change procedures, I'll go over them at that time instead of giving them to you all at once. But for the next 2 schools, your hearing procedures are going to be that everybody, with the exception of the attorneys, do need to get sworn in. The charter school is going to have 20 minutes to make their presentation to you. Any opposition is going to have 20 minutes to state their opposition. That's 20 minutes collectively, with 5 minutes time of rebuttal from the school. At that point, you can ask any questions that you may need. You can have any kind of discussion, and when you're done, you can take a vote. If you choose to not take a vote today and take it under advisement, you can take a vote next time and allow the school time to have technical assistance from the charter office. Also, just as a reminder, as with all your other hearings, a charter is a contract, so anything that differs from that is said today, that differs from your written materials, or anything that's verbally amended today, the charter will be held to that. So any vote that you make, that will become a part of their charter or their amendment documents. Do you have any questions?
Okay, to start their presentation, we have Superintendent Carolyn Wilson.
If all representatives from the Cross County High School and New Tech School will stand, raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes. Ms. Wilson, you're recognized.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Carolyn Wilson, Superintendent of Cross County High School, Cross County School District, I'm sorry. It's hard for me to believe that it's been 5 years since we received this original charter, but it's been a very eventful 5 years, and it's passed very quickly. We immediately became members of the New Tech Network and joined the Teacher Advancement Program called TAP, and we've been caught up in a whirlwind of activities ever since. We have received tons of PD from both programs, and that's been from top to bottom. No one was exempt. As a New Tech model school for the state, we received and hosted hundreds of visitors in this 5 years. And they have been school teams and dignitaries and people we have been excited to show what we are doing. You can come to Cross County every day, any day, and we like to show what we are doing. Governor Beebe's been to the school. Governor Hutchison's been to the school. Senator Bozeman and Representative Rick Crawford. Several Arkansas legislators. Numerous school teams and individuals ranging from administrators, teachers, board members, students, parents, and community members. They've spent days with us, they've spent hours with us, and they've called back lots of times. In this 5 years, we've formed several partnerships that have been very important to us. First of all, Our Care and Mid-South Health System, which are both instrumental in helping us implement our education of the whole child and a part of our school-based health center. We have with Higher Ed, we have a partnership with University of Arkansas and East Arkansas Community College. The faculty has written and received several grants to help fund the additional initiatives that we have going on. We've got the Cross County Economic Development grant, Entergy grant, and Our Care. And those are the funds that makes it possible for us to do some extra things. Several initiatives that we've implemented in this last 5 years have really impacted our students. The mobile apps classes have been very successful. We have a writing center and a math lab, which offers peer tutoring for our students. And our newest efforts is a college and career program that we're very proud about and want to tell you about. The great things that are happening at Cross County are made possible because of this grant. This charter allows us to put the right resources in the right places to drive us toward our mission and vision of educating the whole child. It has enabled us to give students the skills they need to be successful in the 21st century in our rapidly changing world. My peers and I could talk to you all day about the things that's going on at Cross County. But more importantly, I wanted to bring some students with you to tell you, with us to tell you what it's like firsthand to be a student at Cross County High School, a New Tech School, and how it impacts them. Before I introduce any of those, I'm going to turn it over to Matt Swinson, who's going to tell you a little bit about New Tech and the Career Center.
Good morning. My name is Matt Swenson. Bad hair day there, but my name is Matt Swenson, and I am the director of the College and Career Access Program, and I'm also a New Tech teacher and trainer at Cross County High School. In the next few minutes, I'm going to talk to you about the New Tech Network, some of our teacher supports, and then our College and Career Access Program. Cross County High School joined the New Tech Network in 2011, and the New Tech Network is a network of schools that wants to redesign what high school looks like with three main principles: technology that enables, curriculum that engages, and culture that empowers. Every school implements these principles differently. For us, though, technology that enables means a one-to-one rollout of MacBook Airs and their use in every classroom. Curriculum that engages means co-taught classes, facilitators instead of lecturers, and project-based, inquiry-based learning for all. And culture that empowers means more student choice and empowerment throughout the school. And we believe that these are game changers for our students, and it changes the way that they learn every day. Some of these pictures are ways that our students learn, which from Socratic seminars to computer repair, and some of you are very proud of our mobile apps course. But with change, we understand that we must bring a lot of teacher support, and Cross County does this as well. The first way that teachers are supported is through weekly PLCs, which we call cluster. This is a time for teachers to analyze both qualitatively and quantitatively data, discuss best teaching practices, and grow as professionals. You can see on the left, the picture on the left, our data wall. And this is what we use to take student work, look for trends, and build strategies to intervene. Teachers are also provided one-to-one support through our New Tech and TAP structures. I myself am a New Tech trainer, so I may work with teachers on project design, backward planning, or behavior management in the classroom. We realize that we need to have everyone in our building be empowered, and that includes our teachers and our faculty. So when we consider growth of the school, all voices are considered. And we use something called the cycle of inquiry, where we look at data and research, we analyze that data, and then we devise a plan together and execute. And this is how we came up with our College and Career Access Program. We realized from looking at the data that our students were enrolling in a post-secondary experience, and what I mean is 2-year college, 4-year college, technical school, and the military, at a rate far below the national and state averages. Thus, we started a program that was designed to mitigate these factors and help our students have access, preparedness, and eligibility. And later in this presentation, you're going to hear from students who are part of this program and have lived and breathed it. But before they come up, I do want to point out some of the successes we've had with the College and Career Access Program. As you can see from the data, from the class of 2013 to the class of 2015, we've had a steady increase in the percentage of students who are enrolling in post-secondary experiences. Additionally, we're excited about 100% of our seniors last year applying to at least 2 colleges, 100% of our seniors last year being accepted to a college, and 85% of our seniors indicating on an exit survey that they are ready for a 4-year institution. However, it's important to note that we're not satisfied, and we're going to continue to expand and grow. At Cross County, we want every student to have meaningful choices throughout their lives, and we're not going to rest until that's a reality. At this point, it's my pleasure to introduce 3 of our students, Truman Jones, Elizabeth Woolbright, and Austin Phelan. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Swenson. And thank you, Charter Authorizing Panel, for allowing us to be here today. I'm Austin Phelan, and behind me are Truman Jones and Elizabeth Woolbright. And we're going to tell you about what it's like to be a Cross County High School student.
Now, the first thing you really need to know about Cross County is our school-wide learning outcomes. These outcomes are how we are assessed. We have content, which is worth 30%. We have knowledge and thinking, which is how students critically and creatively problem solve. It is worth 10%. There's agency, which is the growth mindset of a student. It is worth 10%. There's written and oral communication. Both are worth 10%. And then collaboration, which is worth 10%. All of these we are given a rubric for at the beginning of the year, so we know what grade we'll get. And then finally, we have comprehensive exams, which is worth 20%. All of these outcomes help us prepare for the 21st century environment we live in today.
Cross County is a new tech school, meaning we use technology and projects to learn year-round. And here's a basic overview of a project. And as you can see, we go through multiple benchmarks, and then that leads us to our final presentation and our reflection of the project.
To kickstart these projects, we have entry documents or an entry event. They introduce us to what we're going to be learning or what we're going to be doing in the project. It gets us excited about the project, and it helps to engage our brains in what we will be doing. This particular entry document is a zombie apocalypse entry document. And it is written in the form of a poem because in the future we would have to write our own poems about zombie apocalypse later on.
After the entry event, we have something called the project calendar. Now, the project calendar is where you will find all the due dates and when everything is due. This is really important because it helps us learn how to be organized. Another thing that helps us be organized is the daily agenda. There you can find what we're doing day to day, each day. Next, we have the project briefcase, which has assignments and resources in it. But the most important part of the project briefcase is the driving question, which you can see highlighted above. The driving question is what we're trying to answer throughout the entirety of the project. It's the big picture question.
So after we've explored the project briefcase and the entry doc, we then make a list of no's and need-to-knows. And our need-to-knows aren't only answered by our teachers, but other teachers, our classmates, even our parents and community members.
Benchmarks help lead us to our culminating event. And as a student athlete, I can say that benchmarks are to a project as a quarter is to a basketball game. You can't have a final score without a first quarter, and you can't have a final product without the first benchmark.
During the benchmarks, we learn in a variety of different ways, from workshops, which are teacher-ran, to small groups that are student-based. We also learn in labs, real-time demonstrations, and unlike a lot of schools, we learn using co-teaching, which is where two teachers come together to teach two subjects in one classroom.
At the end of our project, we then present it to our class, sometimes community members and business leaders. And on average, we do 30 projects a year, but it often feels like more.
When it comes to assessment, every project starts with the state standards for the teacher to build on. The state standards that are on the board were for the zombie project. They outline our project and what we're going to be learning. We can be assessed through assignments online, to paper and pencil assignments, rubric-based grading, and even exams. Most of our products are assessed through rubrics. This is a zombie rubric. It showed us how to get an A, a B, a C, or a D on the project.
We have a really great college and career program where grades 7 through 11 are able to take college trips, and juniors are allowed 2 job shadowing opportunities. Through our college and career access program, we went on a college trip up north, which we call the Rockstar trip. This is where we saw different colleges, and I saw many that stuck out to me, like Washington University, Wisconsin-Madison, and Chicago University. And even though I may not go to these colleges, it was a really great experience, and it showed me what I want in a college.
Cross County really focuses on individual support with helping students apply and learn about colleges. One way they do this is with parent nights. And a parent night is where students and parents come to help fill out difficult things such as the FAFSA and other things they might need support with.
At Cross County High School, seniors are not the only ones that get college and career opportunities. In fact, every single 11th grader is required to take the College and Career Readiness course that focuses on college and career knowledge, ACT readiness, and academic vocabulary. As a student of this class, I can say that it has helped me in many of the areas, such as improving my ACT score by 3 points.
Another unique course we have at Cross County High School is the Capstone course. And the Capstone course has 4 main pillars to it. The first one is sustainability, which asks the question, how do we ensure our world is sustainable? The next is ethics, which asks the question, what is right? Then we have truth and patterns, which asks the question, how do we know what we know? The last one is civic life, and it asks the question, how do we become a good citizen? At the end of the year, we'll build a portfolio and present it to our teachers and community leaders. Cross County also provides support for all of its alumni because they want to not only ensure their students get into college, but also graduate. And in return, the alumni give support back to us. They do this by having one-to-one discussions with current students and even attending panels. Another way our alumni give back is with the alumni blog. This blog includes their success and failures with college, and even tips and tricks they may have picked up along the way to really help out the students now.
Cross County has shown me that just because I'm from a small school, that doesn't mean I can't go out and do things. It showed me what I want in a college experience, and I know that when I graduate that I will be prepared for college and there's no surprises.
Cross County has really pushed me to my limits and challenged me greatly. The alumni before me has taught me that it doesn't matter that I'm from a small town. I'm from a small town, and my opportunities coming from this small town are endless. I've learned to be a leader, and I hope to set a good example for the following classes.
Cross County has such a drive for making sure its students learn and retain the most knowledge they can that it's really inspired me to become a teacher when I'm older. I hope to one day teach history and philosophy. It has been my honor to present to you all, and at this time I would like to introduce Mr. Stephen Prince, the principal of Cross County High School.
Good morning, members of the panel. It's going to be really hard to follow those great student presentations. They clearly represent our students' mission. I would be comfortable asking any of our students at Cross County High School to come present to you today. When I think back myself as a student, I wouldn't be as comfortable coming in and doing something like this today, but our students are willing and excited to do so. With that said, we have made great strides in building and fostering 21st century skills in our students and preparing them to compete globally. We realize that our test data doesn't always point to that conclusion, and our standardized test scores are not always reflective of our students' abilities, and we understand that that is something we need to continue to grow on. As we continue to innovate and research ideas that will help us better prepare our students to be successful on standardized tests, we think our accomplishments prove that we are driving towards our mission and vision. With our school model, we use projects and problems to drive student learning, and at times this does not perfectly align with standardized testing. Yet we believe that the value our students gain from diving deep into content to understanding it at a level beyond just repeating it is providing them with the opportunities and experiences necessary to live a passion-driven life. Our charter has allowed us the flexibility to provide our students with the best teachers in every classroom. We know it's necessary to ensure that all our students leave us as great readers, writers, thinkers, citizens, and leaders. We acknowledge that we still need to improve and grow, but we are confident that we are doing what is best for kids. After telling you all of this, we feel it's better summed up by our alumni. So here's a short video with their comments.
Hi, my name is Kara. I am currently at Hendrix College in Conway, Arkansas.
My name is Kalina Smith, and I'm currently attending East Arkansas Community College in Forest City, Arkansas.
I am Philip Billings, and I'm currently attending the University of West Florida in Pensacola.
My name is Elaine Cole. I graduated from Cross County High School last year. A lot of you that might know me might not.
How you doing? My name is Riley Stevens. I'm a graduate of Cross County High School 2015.
Hey guys, it's Mallory Johnson and I'm currently attending Evangel University in Springfield, Missouri. But I might not be here without the College Access Program. The program allowed me to broaden my college horizons and explore all the new possibilities. I feel completely prepared to take on this new adventure.
I go to ASU-BB right now. I'm in a John Deere Tech program, and I live on campus. Come home on Thursdays. Gotta work.
I feel good about it. I'm prepared, but I know that everything's going to get a little harder. Hopefully a little harder. And I'm loving it.
I wasn't so sure until I came and I was on campus. And thanks to the school, I was so used to communicating with people that it was so easy to make friends and really transition from being in a place where I knew everyone to where I knew nobody.
We do want to thank you for your time and consideration with our charter renewal. And I guess that's our presentation.
Thank you. Is there anyone that will speak in opposition of this charter? Then we have 5 additional minutes.
Dr. McClure has prepared a short video as part of our closing.
Good morning. I'm Matt McClure, Chief Learning and Financial Officer and former Superintendent of the Cross County School District. I apologize for not being there in person. I'm currently in D.C. as President of ASCD, and we are holding the summit for the CEOs of the largest educational organizations and companies, and this has been planned for almost a year. Now, when we first applied for a charter for the high school, we were the catalyst for starting former Governor Beebe's STEMWorks initiatives. STEMWorks served as a vehicle for multiple schools across the state to move toward a curriculum that teaches students to think and prepare themselves to be successful, whether they are preparing for college or career. We also piloted for the career and technical education a course of study for mobile app development that is thriving in our school and has expanded across the state. Now, our charter focuses on 5 primary goals for our students, in addition to the prerequisite academic skills of math and literacy. These goals are to teach our students to be able to problem solve real-world problems, to think analytically, to break things down into steps from beginning to the end, to collaborate with others to solve those problems, to be able to communicate both written and verbally what it is that they've learned, and last but not least, to be able to use the most effective and efficient technology to solve the problem at hand. Now, as a member of the New Tech Network, the delivery mechanism is project process-based learning. And over the last 4 years, we've had many successes as well as many learning opportunities. One of the learning opportunities we have had is the implementation of many programs simultaneously. At the same time we implemented New Tech, we also implemented the Teacher Advancement Program, also known as TAP. And it has embedded professional development, staff evaluation, and field testing strategies that are then rolled out to school-wide. It was a massive undertaking to implement both of these initiatives at the same time, and I believe it caused one of our implementation dips at the beginning. Another of the major hurdles we discovered is that for teachers to become facilitators and students to own their own learning, there is an implementation gap that must be overcome. We have begun over the last few years gradually reducing the impact at the 7th and 8th grade levels to condition our students to have the maturity to own their learning and work collaboratively with others. Staff turnover has been another obstacle that we have had to overcome. We've had some teachers elect to retire or relocate rather than be retrained. The second obstacle has been the utilization of Teach for America teachers. That is essentially built into the system that there will be staff turnover, even though we've had multiple teachers, TFA teachers, that have stayed 3 to 4 years. Now, when we look at multiple measures of student data, we are seeing some areas that are showing positive growth. including but not limited to ACT scores, college going rate, and students' ability to talk about in depth what they have learned and how it's applicable to the real world. Now, we've also seen areas where we must improve, including overall student test scores. And to accomplish this, we have begun really focusing on not only going deep in the learning, but providing additional resources for those students not possessing the appropriate academic skills for their grade level. This is being accomplished through tutoring, RTI, and workshops in the classroom. We also understand that multiple test changes may have impacted our students and their test scores in some of these areas. Another area that we're diligently working on improving is our graduation rate. We knew that the increase in rigor in the classroom would affect some of our students' abilities to be successful initially. To address this, we've implemented online credit recovery, as well as the things I mentioned previously. This past year has shown positive growth in graduation rate. So when you look at our successes and areas for improvement under the multiple measures of student success, it's a mixed bag. But when you walk into our classrooms and you have conversations with our students about what they're learning, their ability to articulate what they're learning, there's no question that we're succeeding in what our charter was intended to do. Our school is not an open enrollment charter. We take all students and have had many school choice into our district. For 9 of the past 10 years, we've had an increase in enrollment, while most schools in the Delta have declined. The ability to overcome the obstacles that we must address and continue to find ways to address these obstacles is paramount to our success. But if you asked our students, parents, community leaders, and staff if our students are more prepared for college and career than before we received our original charter, the answer would be absolutely yes. I would implore you to vote to renew our charter for the successes we've had and the commitment that we have to overcome the obstacles that are keeping us from becoming the school we want to be and our students deserve as well, as continuing to be a model to be looked at statewide for its innovation and commitment to excellence. Thank you.
And I believe Dr. McClure is online.
Correct.
If we have questions, okay. Panel members, are there any questions? Dr. Saunders?
Good morning. I wanted to get some clarification on some of the things in the application. In particular, looking at, let me find it here. It's on page, it's labeled as page 161, and it's the comparison from the charter school to surrounding school district enrollments. It's got 4 tables on it. It talks about the demographics of your students at your school and in your district.
Is that in the original application? I mean, the renewal application, is that the page number you're talking about?
Yes. Let me see if it has another page number on it here. So I don't see another page number. I actually have it as the last page. Maybe the very last page on there.
Is it packet 1 or packet 2?
It's A1 161.
That's on the PDF document. They may not have that in the same order.
It's in this category, the districts with similar demographic data.
Yes.
And it's the second page.
Correct.
It's in this section with districts with similar demographic data.
Got it?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. What I was looking at in particular was the 14-15 student status on the bottom left, and it has a reported free and reduced population of 43.86%. Is that for the high school?
It's showing 71.93 on this chart. Oh. Yeah, that is incorrect number.
That should have probably been 73. I thought typically that we range from 70 to 75 every year. Now, I don't know whether that was a typo and none of us caught it when we were looking back through this, but we have ranged from 70 to 75 every year for the last 6 or 8, maybe even 10 years.
I thought that, yeah, that really jumped out at me, and that's one thing I wanted to clarify.
You know, we look at this stuff so much that we see what we want to see or what we intend to see.
Okay, also on the, in a similar section, I think one page before then, the comparison to the other schools with similar demographics, and it looks like in the schools in particular, for comparison, you did with percent free and reduced. Approximately a dozen schools right there, with yours being right in the middle. And of concern that I noticed in many reports was the math performance. And here had the math performance as 8.24%, one of the lowest on the chart. Is that correct?
That is accurate, yes.
And I think, and I'll give you a chance to address that if I can, just to tie it all in at once. Also, on the grade letter assignment, it was a D for last year. So I'll just turn it over to you, let you address that.
Okay. So to address the D rating that we got, we received that D rating mainly because of our graduation rate that particular year, which was significantly lower than any other years we've seen in the past, and it was an anomaly year. I believe we ended up having 16 or so students who did not graduate for one reason or another, despite our best efforts to try to get them to do so. So that really made a big negative impact on that for that particular school year. And in terms of our math scores, we realized that our math scores are not good, and we are trying several different things to try and remedy that and change that. And some things that we're looking at doing on the math, obviously the problem inquiry-based learning and the problem-based learning in math to try to make the lessons and things more engaging to the students and more real-world applicable when it comes to math concepts, but also making sure that we are teaching those math concepts, because math is a conceptual content area. So making sure that they can take both, learning the concepts, and apply them in a real-world scenario to see how that concept works for that math. And I do have a couple of example problems, if y'all would like to hear, that we've done recently that kind of helps hopefully get us moving in the right direction.
Before you address that, one thing that happened to us on the implementation of New Tech is when we were trained originally, it was all project-based learning, and we quickly learned that that wasn't a success in math. And so we started delving back into it. We started talking to other schools. We started looking at New Tech schools that were having success, and they were using what they called problem-based. So it wasn't like in Biocom that they talked about the project that might have lasted 3 weeks. It was daily problem solving. And so we had a period of the first 2 years that we didn't know whether we were doing it wrong or what's happening here. But then when we figured it out, we've changed that, and I think we'll start doing better on that. We have had one teacher that caused a huge gap 1 year. This teacher's no longer with us.
So how long ago were those changes made so we'd be able to see the results?
Well, actually 2 years. This is our second year to have those changes back in place that should start impacting it. But teacher turnover has forced changes in 7th and 8th grade for 3 times in this 5-year period. And we combat teacher turnover. And I feel like every year, and I say it, we've got the best teachers ever. But still yet, when scores come out, we can tell that things aren't going exactly the way we thought they were going. So.
And if I might add a little bit to what we're doing with math, and then I will redirect back to your question about graduation rates also, in accordance to the D rating and everything. When we think about the math, when we found out that we were moving toward the ACT Aspire, that really excited us about being, us as a staff, being really ready to better prepare our students, because that is a test that the students see as meaningful. So we also think that that's going to also help, because the testing itself is going to seem more meaningful to the students, because it's going to lead to that real test, that real world test that they need to be able to, you know, apply to colleges, apply for scholarships, apply for, you know, just different things, tech schools and all that. And we are providing PD to our math teachers in certain ways, such as sending them to shadow other exemplar problem-based math classrooms in the area. We've already reached out to 2 schools to get that set up. We also really utilize our TAP system, and we utilize our embedded professional development, which is our cluster meetings, where we as a leadership team look at data, develop focus areas, or determine focus areas, and take that and develop research-based strategies. And this year, we are focusing on starting with a content vocabulary strategy that reaches everyone, and also, which will also narrow down soon into a focus strategy for fractions, which that's applicable across the board in math, with fractions and decimals and percentages. So we're hoping those things are going to tighten up some of the math deficits that we are seeing. We are using Marilyn Burns' research to help us drive that math strategy, and Marzano's vocabulary research to help drive our vocabulary strategy development, which that's already been rolled out. To name a few things that we're doing. To go back to the graduation rate, some of the things, of course, with the new added college and career readiness program, with the mentoring that Mr. Swinson does with our students, the meetings and the conferences that I have with students and that the school counselor has with the students, we really are staying on top of those students to make sure they see the need in graduation, and whatever we can do to help, if that means some credit recovery, which that has already started to be something that we've had to offer some students to work on. So there's been several things that we're doing to help improve that graduation rate. And I will say that our graduation rates should improve based even on last year's graduates.
Can I just one follow-up?
Mr. France.
Dr. McClure.
Yes. Dr. Sanders, can I answer that question a little bit too on the math piece? Every bit of research that we know indicates that the number one indicator of student success is the teacher in the classroom. And over the course of our charter, just to be completely frank, we have removed 2 of the teachers from the district because of deficiencies, I guess would be the easiest way to say it, that they weren't being successful, that we had done embedded professional development, we had done coaching with them, we had tried to retrain them, and it just didn't work out. They weren't right. They were not a right fit. And so I think that's one of the constant struggles that we've had in the past, and hopefully we will not continue to have. But I think a key is also recognizing when someone is not effective in the classroom, working with them to improve, and if they're not able to improve, making sure that you make a change in that situation. And I think that we've demonstrated that over the course of our charter.
All right, thank you. One follow-up question that I had: what type of proactive, formative assessments that you have so that the students are successful to make adjustments on the front end?
We utilize the Learning Institute. So we do utilize their interim assessments. We've also developed interim assessments from the Noble Networks, which is for 9th and 10th graders predominantly to. It's an interim assessment, but it's the Noble networks of schools that have developed those. So we use those 2 indicators, and we also use our data walls to help track that from our TLI data, those ACT pre and post tests that we've developed, and set those baselines to track that data, and also our field testing, the school-wide strategy data that we meet on every week, and we look at that data, the qualitative pieces and the quantitative pieces, to give teachers direction on how to change instruction in their classroom.
Thank you.
And can I add one thing about our AC or our graduation rates? I'd like to point out that, that off year where we received that D, we were at a 72.2% graduation rate. But at the 2013-14 school year, when we, I believe that's the year that we had a new leader in that building, that graduation rate went up to 89.1%.
Thank you.
Ms. Pepper?
And that leader is here today, by the way.
Good morning. I just wanted to first commend the students who are here, and I don't think I got your last names correct, so I just want to, it's Elizabeth, Austin, and Truman, right? If you stand up for just a second, because I really want to commend you. I get so nervous every time I stand up there to speak to a group, and I just want you to know I'm so impressed with your presentation and with your willingness to be here, so thank you. And you all did a good job helping me understand what your everyday school looks like, and I appreciate that as well. So, Ms. Wilson, that was a very good strategy, bringing them here today.
Students every time I go into that building. If I do a walkthrough that's supposed to be 2 minutes, I end up staying there for 30 minutes. Because our students are very articulate and never get nervous. As you saw in the video, they spoke to Governor Hutchinson just like he was the neighbor next door.
Well, and thank you again. I have just a couple of questions. I think it would be for Mr. Swinson about your college and career access program.
Absolutely.
And when did you all start this initiative?
So there was pieces of it that started in the 2013-2014 school year, but we did full implementation last year, 2014-2015.
Okay, and so the data there, that's pretty significant data in looking at the increase in the percentage of students who are enrolling in, am I correct? You all had a slide up there about the enrollment numbers.
So we went from, I'm sorry to interrupt.
No, you go ahead, and I can't find it on my page.
We went from, and I have it on a card here, just give me 1 sec. We went from having around, I think it's mid-40s. It's 45% of our students doing 2 and 4 year, and we track it through a program called Naviance in the Clearinghouse. And we actually saw 73% of our students go to post-secondary experiences.
Okay.
And what we count, and it's the same thing with the network counts, and that's 2-year, 4-year technical school and the military.
Okay.
So we're really happy about that, but we want it to be higher.
But just the implementation of that program and the gains that you've made, I was very impressed with that. And I really appreciate the Dr. McClure's explanation on looking at the multiple measures of student success, because as we review these charter applications, we do that because, one piece of data doesn't always tell us everything we need to know. So, just in looking at that, and I think, though, that Mr. Prince addressed it a minute ago, when I looked at the graduation rate, and it, kind of had been in the 80%, dropped down to 70, back up in the 80s, that is some fluctuation there that I'm optimistic that with your continued college access, that should increase. As you said, if those numbers of those going to school increase, hopefully your graduation rate will increase as well, because that would be the signal that all of your students are getting the preparation they need to move on. The other thing, though, that I was looking at were the AP scores, which would also be, to me, indicative of preparation for college success. And I was wondering, are your students accessing that level of college rigor with AP classes only? Are they getting opportunities for concurrent credit? So because those things can make a big difference as well.
Absolutely. I'm going to have Mr. Prince speak to, or Mr. Prince is going to speak to the AP scores and the dual enrollment. I do want to say one thing to your point about graduation rates and how that's connected to the College and Career Access program. So I wasn't a very good high school student. I was a great college student. And I think what we need our students to have is they need to understand what's possible after high school, because sometimes otherwise it can just seem like it's in a void. And that's what we're trying to avoid. And I do think there will be higher graduation rates because our students will have a purpose to their work, and we're already seeing some of that. So, and so I just want to point that out, and then Mr. Prince is going to talk about AP scores.
So obviously you see the charts with our AP scores, and they don't look good. So some things that we put in place to try to remedy that. Currently, we've had several students more interested in concurrent college credit than AP classes. So we started there and wrapped our minds around what can we do to change that mindset. So starting this year, we began offering concurrent credit on campus with a dually certified teacher. So our biology teacher is teaching AP biology, but she is also teaching in the second semester. She will be teaching concurrently college level biology. So our hopes are that adding that rigor with both those courses and adding those learning styles with both of those courses and those instructional methodologies, that we're going to see not only are the students continually getting their credits for college and leaving us with more credits to enter college, but also doing better on those AP exams. And I hope I answered that well enough for you.
You did, because that was my interest was, really thinking about, are they getting that level of college rigor while they're in high school? So do you have plans to try to expand your
Yes, next year we have already met with East Arkansas Community College, and we've already identified our environmental science teacher on campus, and she will be doing the same thing with offering AP Environmental and teaching a concurrent credit class that will meet the same criteria. So we're hoping with new text rigor, with the rigor of AP classes and the rigor with the college class, we're going to start seeing some gains in several different areas in terms of AP status. I would like to point out that our first semester we had 28 students enrolled in taking a concurrent credit class. This semester we have 18. Last semester we had 2 students that did not pass their concurrent credit, but one of those students is retaking the same class and is doing very well in the class.
Okay. And if I could ask one more question, and so this relates to the teachers, because your teacher retention almost kind of mirrored what we were seeing with the graduation rate. And I don't know if the years exactly match, but it's you had that one year where it seemed that you had quite a bit of turnover. You've mentioned using the TAP model as part of a tool to ensure high quality teachers and to retain them. Do you have, or are you putting in place any other formalized ways to retain some really good teachers? Because I know with those who are qualified to teach concurrent credit, those aren't easy to come by, and the AP training and those that are really able to provide that instruction to get those students to those high levels of performance are not easy to come by. So can you talk a little bit about maybe some formalized things you're going to be doing?
Absolutely. So I'll start with the TAP model. The TAP model, one of the tenets in TAP is the multiple career paths, which what that means is a part of that is a leadership team, and that leadership team is made up of the principal, master and mentor teachers, and our new tech trainers. So we have a variety of people on that team, and those people have been able to move up from just a career classroom teacher into those leadership roles. So really looking at distributed leadership in our building, providing those leadership opportunities is one way we're trying to retain teachers so they can grow within the system. And we're also working with TFA this year to work on what we call irreplaceables. So we've gone through a process with them and gotten strategies from them to sit down and work with some of those teachers we've identified as those irreplaceables and those ones that we really need to stay, to get them to stay. And sometimes, in my experience already this year with speaking with some of them, it's just been the simplest things that we can fix within the system that's going to change their mind about even considering leaving. So that's been a real positive for us this year in terms of those highly effective teachers. Some of the research that we learned through working with TFA and retaining highly qualified or high quality teachers is that it on average takes 11 hires to replace that highly effective teacher that you lose. And so those are just a couple of the big things that we're doing to try and to keep those teachers there. And also with the new tech model, fostering that idea of a positive culture in the building, and just having a positive culture, not necessarily with the new tech model, but fostering that positive culture in the building where teachers feel safe speaking with the leaders in the building and feel like they have a voice and a choice in different things. And we do that through our Wednesday morning meetings and through our distributive leadership paths.
Thank you. Dr. Gutcher?
Yes. Folks, it was a privilege a few months ago to be a guest at the New Tech High School. It was an honor to be there. And one of the things that struck me, Mr. Prince, was the student leaders. And I think that is a powerful component. And when you look at, as Ms. Pfeffer said, the multiple measures when you're evaluating a school, seeing the student leaders was a powerful piece for me, and I want to commend you folks for that. I actually had some notes regarding the TAP model. I think you've addressed most of them, but knowing that it's required to have a school leadership team and a cluster, tell me in your observation how you've seen those leadership teams change. When you address math scores or any other issue, what does an agenda look like, and how have you seen those changed, and are you encouraged by what you're seeing?
Yeah, so the leadership team over the last few years with the teacher turnover, because there have been some leadership team member turnover with some of those teachers that have left. But currently, the leadership team we have in place now looks to be in it for the long haul with us. And we meet weekly on Wednesdays after school. I devise an agenda that includes what we call DICE, which includes data points, IGP, we review teacher IGPs, cluster, we talk about what's going on in cluster with field testing, how our strategy come along, what's that data looking like, are we looking good, do we need to go back to the drawing board on some things, and looking at also evaluation data on our teachers. Our teachers are evaluated and observed 4 times a year using our TAP rubric, which was developed by Charlotte Danielson. And it includes everything from instruction in the classroom to managing classroom to the culture in the classroom and even managing behaviors in the classroom. So it covers the whole gamut when we go in and do an observation. And those observations are not only done by me, but also members of the leadership team. So the master and mentor teachers, those peers that they work closer with, actually evaluate them and provide them with feedback as well. And we provide them with the one reinforcement. We always start with what was good, and then one refinement. We don't bombard them with tons of things they didn't do well. We pick one and one, and we dig in and we provide them research to improve that, and research that attests to what they've done that was well. And we try to promote them to continue that reinforcement area and continue to do those things that we saw in the classroom and give them ways to improve, give them solid ways and guidance during the post-conference to sit down with them and say, okay, if you try this, I think these things will change. So we actually give them actual strategies to take back from that post-conference. And then we build their next IGP goal based on that, and they work on that throughout until their next observation.
Good, very impressive model. Thank you.
Ms. Smith?
Yes, sir.
Dr. Gotcher, can I address one other thing? Also, in those cluster meetings, they're bringing in student work at both high, medium, and low levels, and so it's developing a common terminology so all teachers know, okay, what does high student work look like? What does medium student work look like? So then they're actually talking about what the strategies are to move low to medium and medium to high. And I think it's very important to be cognizant of, if your teachers don't understand what high work looks like, what that student work, it's going to be hard to achieve that.
And
Very good. Thank you, Dr. McClure.
may I add how we support our teachers through the TAP model, because I think that's important, because it's not just evaluations and the way we support them. Throughout the TAP model, that provides opportunities for our master and mentor teachers to identify those areas during cluster, to work with them during cluster, to set appointments with those teachers, myself included, to set appointments with those teachers, and identify when we're, what it is that they still need a little work on, even if that means the way they implement the strategy. So we will go in the classrooms, we will co-teach with them, we will model for them what effective instruction should look like. We will do some extra observations for them. We'll pinpoint an area and we'll say, okay, so I'll come in and I'll just look at this chunk of your lesson and give you some solid, extensive feedback on that. So, and then New Tech does the exact same thing in terms of getting in there, making appointments, helping teachers plan lessons, helping teachers assess students, just going through all those pieces. So it's really a high level of support with our TAP and our New Tech systems. And I just wanted to make sure you understood how we do support our teachers. It's not just about the evaluations. It's everything. We try to include everything under that umbrella of support.
Thank you. Ms. Smith?
Okay, I kind of had the same comments with your AP scores and your math scores, and just really having a strategic plan for professional development with your teachers. Even with your AP courses, your enrollment numbers in those areas have also dropped, not just the scores. So as you're supporting your teachers, is there a strategic plan and benchmarks that you're looking for in improvement in those areas? Because I guess earlier when you were talking about your math, I didn't hear any specifics as far as strategic PD for math.
Yeah. So some things that we've already done, we've had Think Forward. We've had Think Forward come in to provide some structured problem-based learning. That was a 3-day training over this past summer. Like I said, we're going to send on some shadowing to get some firsthand knowledge of what that looks like in action. I got this listed. Hang on.
You're good.
So I don't want to forget anything. All right. So we also do a new teacher induction training for those new teachers that come on board, and we really walk them through different avenues, what our data looks like, what data do we use, what's our instruction methodology. This year, Mr. Swinson and our other new tech trainer has already had a couple of sessions with new teachers and any other teachers we deemed that they need the training, that they go in and they are learning, they're teaching them how to build a project, how to do those benchmarks, what math instruction should look like under this umbrella, what this type of instruction should look like under this umbrella. So we are planning, and we already have put together a solid plan and what certain things and for certain teachers need to happen.
Okay.
And we also strive to make sure that all of our AP teachers get through that AP certification.
Okay. Data literacy is probably the hardest thing to overcome and get people to that point. And it sounds like you have all the right things in place. It's just getting that laser-like focus to move the needle. One other comment I wanted to make was, and you guys actually cited it in your paper, but it had to do with your discipline regarding tardies. The in-school suspension for tardies and an excessive amount of tardies is really a traditional way of thinking. And so when you're thinking about being an innovative school, I would challenge you also to look at innovative ways instead of removing a student from a classroom for that.
Absolutely. And we actually, when that was brought to our attention, when we got our renewal data, we thought, oh my goodness,
right.
I can't believe that. It doesn't seem like there was that much. So we met as a staff in one of our Wednesday morning meetings, another one of those things we want to give our staff some voice and choice in, to come up with plans and ideas on how we can keep our kids in the classroom. And we've come up with one way is a lunch detention, and that's been very effective this year. We do not have teachers do lunch detention, the leadership team members. We go and we deal with those kids during lunch detention. We don't have many repeat offenders, so we're hoping that's going to curb some of that. And so that's just one way, and we just wanted the staff to have a little bit of voice in that because they have a lot of good ideas, and we really needed their help in that. But it was an eye-opener when we looked at that data, because that's something that we don't look at as closely when you think about it, is that discipline data. Unless it's on a certain student, that you're pinpointed on for some reason. And we also are encouraging, and we've actually required some teachers to go to some classroom management training. And we do some of that stuff during our new teacher induction for some of those fresh new teachers. But Harry Wong, we've sent some folks to Harry Wong. We do use Fred Jones and Harry Wong's work when we're training new teachers. I sit down, and Mr. Swinson has sat down this year with some individual teachers to work with on some classroom management planning to help some of those things also in terms of discipline and keeping them in the classroom.
Thank you.
Ms. Barnes?
Good morning. Thank you all for being here, and especially to the students. We appreciate the presentation. It's always good to see what the students feel about the learning environment. Most of my concerns have already been addressed.
and various conversations have touched on some of the things that I did want to ask about. So I'd like to go back, I suppose, initially to the letter grade. You spoke at length about the graduation rate, but not necessarily about the achievement gap. You lost 3 points because of the large gap. And so looking at that and looking at the math performance, and you've spoken about some of the things that you are going to be doing and have already put in place. I'm just, I guess, more interested in what you're doing to specifically target your tag and how you're, I mean, you have talked about, and I read about, you have Ruby Payne, you've also talked about Harry Wong for discipline, because that was one of my major concerns.
Yes,
I know that I'm saying several things, so I'll just let me go ahead and talk about it a little bit, and then you can address any, or anyone can address the concerns that I'm talking about. So, you know, as far as your minority population, I am going to ask about how many minorities you actually have, because in the discipline data, I was very concerned when I noted that it's basically 2 to 1 with respect to discipline infractions or sanctions for African American students compared to the Caucasian population. And so I was wondering if there's diversity training, cultural sensitivity with respect to teacher preparation training. I know that you also talked about your new teachers coming in, but I was wondering how often do the returning teachers have exposure to, you know, a refresher training. And so I guess more than anything, my concerns have to do with, you've spoken of the quality of teachers and having done some sincere review of whether or not teachers needed additional assistance, or if they just needed to find somewhere else to find a vocation because of the impact on the learning environment. I looked at your 2014 ESEA status reports, and I looked at your 2015, and I do see where you are making some progress there. But again, I'm looking also at the struggle. And so, I mean, you know, you can talk to me a little bit about
Sure.
what you're doing with respect to trying to close the achievement gap, how you're addressing meeting individual needs of students, and making sure that teachers are comfortable working with minority children, as well as those who may have a lot of other concerns more than academic, the whole child. And I did read a lot about what you're doing. So again, I'm not, I hope I don't sound dismal, because I appreciate all of the work, and I'm very familiar with the district and the work that you're doing, but I am concerned when I see a pattern in
Absolutely.
it. So can you help me with a
Yes,
little bit
ma'am,
of that?
yes. I'll start with the diversity concern that you have. Absolutely, you're right. I will say this, our staff, our current staff does mirror our school levels. We are about 10-11% African American, and then 80-something% white. And then, so our staff does mirror that, so that does help with some of that. But when we got the data and we got the rebuttal questions back, I'm like, really? We started doing, yeah, it really does. It really does. And so that really made us be more thoughtful in terms of when we started analyzing that data and some things, what do we need to do? One thing we're going to consider looking at is a diversity audit. just to kind of help us dig better and analyze more of our data and what is it that we can do in terms of strategies to help reach all of our students better, and making sure that we're paying attention to all of our students too. Obviously, our school-based health center has been a big help to help us with some of those other issues that you were referring to, especially with our mental health. We have a very good partnership with our mental health provider, and she does an excellent job helping our students with strategies and different things in terms of therapy. So that has been a really good help. We do offer, of course, some different things in terms of response to intervention that we have on site to help any kind of way to help with our achievement gaps. And we offer a math lab, which is math tutoring during the day. We offer a writing center, which is writing and English tutoring during the day, after school tutoring. We also use Apex, which is our credit recovery tool. We have alternative learning environment for those students who need that extra support, and we do have a few students that are getting that extra support through their action plans and their alternative ed education. We do use behavior plans when needed for students and to help support them and to help give them strategies to better to feel more successful. We do use Reading Plus as an intervention strategy to help with that achievement gap also. But to go back to the diversity, we just really wanted to be more thoughtful after we saw the data to find ways that we are addressing that problem, that perceived problem, to make sure that we are educating every child and educating the whole child.
And thank you.
And there is some upcoming summer PD at our local co-op that should also address some of those concerns that we've already looked into.
I appreciate that. And again, when I speak of minorities, I'm not just speaking of African American. And I know that you have small numbers of other ethnicities.
Right.
But I'm also, primarily I am concerned about your tag, which would be your economically disadvantaged, your students with disabilities, and English learners.
Right.
So
can I say something about the students with disabilities? And
yes.
We ran, and I may have to ask for a little help on here, but we did run an open response strategy, and we got the data back on that from those test scores. We saw a nice improvement among our special ed population on open responses, and that data is in your packet.
Okay.
And I also want to talk a little bit about how we measure growth for our students, because obviously ESEA measures did they pass or not.
Yeah.
So with our TAP system, we use value add. And value add is a mechanism that doesn't look at can they pass the test. It looks at what kind of growth are these students, what kind of growth is happening with these students for that course of a year. And that is on a scale of a 1 through a 5, with a 3 being those students are demonstrating 1 year of growth in 1 school year. And so I would like to proudly say that over the last 5 years of using TAP, the school-wide value add scores for our students has been a 3, with the exceptions of 1 year. It's been a 2. So our students are demonstrating 1 year of growth in 1 year of time, but it just may not always translate to them passing the test.
Right.
But we are seeing growth through that value-added model, and obviously through the use of our strategies. We just may not always see it translate to the test scores.
Exactly, and I do understand that. That's why I was glad to hear that you are looking at multiple measures.
Yes, ma'am.
I also am, excited, I guess, about our board, our state board, understanding that we are all concerned about growth as well as performance. And so I think even based on what you just said, hopefully the upcoming results will mirror the
We would love to be a 4 or 5. We might have a big party if we got a 5.
Well, if you get a 5, I got to tell you, I would hope that other people would communicate with you and find out what you're doing to have those successes. So I appreciate that.
Thank you.
I did have a question about waivers, but I can wait on that. Go ahead. Okay. Dr. Saunders, this is usually your your role, but I did notice you asked for a waiver for teaching 1 unit of PE, and I think what I read was that it will that you will teach a maximum of 0.5 allow for a maximum of 0.5 credit with athletics. And since, I guess my question is about this particular waiver, since athletics can already count through approval toward meeting the 0.5 graduation requirement, but the district is required to teach 1 unit of PE. With the waiver, does that mean that you're asking not to have to teach 1 unit of PE? And what happens for those students who are not in athletics with respect to physical education, and why would it be necessary?
Right. So I think our description may be a little bit foggy there, so let me help clarify. We would like the waiver, and you can get the waiver. Obviously, we can do that with I think a course approval.
Yes, sir. Yes,
but we wanted to go ahead and just ask for the waiver for the same thing. But our goal is for those students who are in athletics, for that to count as half of their credit of PE. And of course, any students who are not in athletics, they're still going to be offered, and they'll still have their PE, and they'll still run through all that. But we wanted to make sure those athletes who have that athletic period have a little flexibility in their schedules in terms of taking some more electives. Because if they are an athlete throughout high school, that they have that athletic period, and so that kind of cuts out an elective for them. So having that PE, which is a requirement for those students, helps. But it also hopefully is going to open up some ability for them to take some other other electives.
And I get that for athletes, and like I said, I
and we do have other PE courses.
I see that also.
Yeah.
So when you say a waiver, because you asked for a waiver of the rule for the 1.5 units of health and PE, except I'm assuming you didn't want to waive the health, but
No.
you're asking to waive the full unit of PE, and this is a requirement for teaching. So the district is required to teach 1 unit. Students can get up to 1 unit to graduate, but they only need a half unit. And that's why I was trying to determine why you needed a waiver for the whole 1 unit of PE to be taught if you were just talking about the athletes to count their physical education.
Yeah, I think it was just maybe a miswording, but really our goal was there to be able to use it for athletics for those students. But obviously we'll still have our typical PE offerings and all that.
So is there a reason to waive that? I mean, I don't hear it.
Right, well,
I'm concerned. I guess my concern would be if you waive the full unit of physical education that's required to be taught, even though you may be teaching some PE, at some point it may be that you don't teach a full unit. There may be a student who would like a full unit towards their graduation. The athletes would already get through approval the 0.5 that's required for graduation, but what would the others get if over time it just fell off because you don't have to teach it?
No, they still have to teach it.
But that's why I'm asking about that waiver.
Okay, I think I'm confused.
I know. I believe Mr. Walter would like to.
May I address the panel?
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Trip Walter, Staff Attorney, Arkansas Public School Resource Center. And Mr. Prince can help me out here. My understanding is that apparently that the district has asked for this waiver really out of abundance of caution to make sure that what they were planning to do was acceptable, and any approval they needed from the ADE to do so, they would get through this process. Understand there's a separate process for course approval in the standards, but I think that was kind of the genesis of the idea. My understanding is this is in no way an attempt to back off of either the 1 unit requirements for PE in total, nor the half unit of health and safety.
Okay, and I did note that it specifically said physical education. I'm just uncomfortable with a waiver of the 1 unit when there's already a mechanism to do what is specifically asked for in here.
Right. Well, again, I'd reiterate it's definitely not an attempt to retreat from the 1 unit.
I understand that. Sometimes over time things get you may not be there. You may not remember. The superintendent may not be there, and that happens. Get a new principal sometimes, and well, we don't have to do this, so it gets pulled out of the schedule. So, I mean, that's my concern on that.
Ms. Pfeffer?
So, and I had a question when I read that as well. So, I think what I was thinking maybe the intent is that if athletes who would be enrolled in basically an athletic period every year for their entire high school career, the person in athletics, the coach that's in the athletics, may not be a certified PE teacher, and therefore, if they're enrolled in the athletics for that full time and they're only getting the athletic credit, that's a non-PE counting for. Was that at all part of it? Because that's what I was wondering, whether or not you wanted to basically substitute that for a PE credit. That's what I wondered when I read the waiver. So is that the intent or
I'm
not?
looking to substitute the athletics for the PE, yes.
And you
Okay,
can,
so is that different from what Annette was thinking?
no, I mean, what you said is different from what is here. I guess what I'm saying is, I know that you're asking to substitute athletics. I thought that's what I was reading. And that can be done. Happens all the time. Coaches, if they are teaching or coaching football, basketball, any of the major ones, they would already have basically the required licensure to teach a PE class. So the certification didn't enter into it for me. Licensure didn't enter into it. What entered into it for me was it removes the requirement to teach the unit of physical education. And
That's not our intention.
I know that's not your, I didn't think that was your intent. That's why I was asking, is the waiver absolutely necessary?
We were strictly looking at the fact that those athletes have 5
Yes, ma'am.
periods, 5 units of athletics.
Right.
Over, or 6 units, whatever, but over, I guess over 9 through 12 is 4. But those are the same students that would take it 3 times a day.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I understand. I understand.
So I guess we were kind of looking at it as, no, you've already got your PE class. And we were strictly looking at it for the athletes, not for
Right.
the rest of the student body.
And I don't know that, someone would have to help me. I don't know that it could just be waived for athletes. That's my thing. It would be waived, period. That's what was
Well,
concerning
the
me.
course approval, and is that what you were saying? The course approval will actually give us that same
It will
ability.
give you the same ability to give them a half
Without-
unit of PE
Without,
toward
and so
graduation.
I think really and truly we were thinking, if we do this,
Yes,
they
ma'am.
need to know that.
I understand. I think that's part of why they have me up here. To talk about those things that give me pause.
Yeah.
It's already waived.
Explain that, Dr. Saunders.
Your question was concerning certification, correct?
That was,
Ms. Pfeffer's question.
Okay, I thought that's what I heard you say.
I was just clarifying the way what I thought that they were asking for is what I was doing. I wasn't trying to put words in their mouth. So I just wanted to make sure, because I got confused after Annette asked her question.
And just to clarify on that, you do have waiver from teacher certification and qualified teachers in the classroom existing already. So that is totally separate and already in place.
Ms. Smith?
So I would encourage you to submit a course approval to my unit for PE with the PE certification, and we'll be happy to assist you.
Yeah, we'll do that.
I appreciate that. It just makes me feel a little bit
We
better.
will definitely do that, yes, ma'am.
So I appreciate your indulgence and patience with me.
No problem.
Dr. Saunders?
Yes, I want to first start off by telling you that I honor what y'all have done, because I think y'all started early on innovation and tried some things no one had tried before, and I think that's courageous. And I think you've really disrupted the classroom in a positive, in a respectful way when I say that. I think that as we look at doing things different, we have to be careful and look at what are the results. And I know that y'all have made a lot of changes that really changed a lot of things within the environment. And I think when you have major changes like you have done, I think the implementation dip, the time of the implementation dip can be longer than it can be for other things. And so I respect that, and I honor that. And I think that many people have learned from what other people do first. And I hope we continue to do so. So as we're at this point in the process, I'm really concerned about, in particular, the math scores. And is this a result of the implementation dip? How long will it continue? Or are the waivers that are given, are those a result that without those waivers, would the math scores be higher? These are things I'm weighing in my mind, and trying to balance, because ultimately how the students perform academically is our goal, what we're trying to do and how we're trying to prepare them for life. So that's really weighing on me heavily, and I just want to turn it over to you.
I don't think the waivers are having a negative impact on that. I think that, we talked previously about some different things, the teacher turnover, the implementation of all the different things at once. I would like to go back to some of the training that we talked about. I think that's going to help with the math. We don't teach math in a combined class. Math is a standalone course. So that's another thing that we're going to make sure stays that way. We're not going to combine it or do an integrated course with a math and something else. It'll stay a math standalone. I think we're going to see an increase in scores, especially with the changeover to ACT Aspire. And hopefully we'll keep ACT Aspire. That way we can have longevity in data and longevity in planning things from that data to help improve that. I hope that answered your question.
It does, and just, one thing on a side note, as I look at the waivers and look at some of the plans that you're going, just, you have the freedom to do lots of things that you want to do. And I know that you have integrated fine arts into courses. Yeah, looking at some of the athletics or the PE things, and I want to, I guess, encourage you to be careful. It's been proven time and again how many times those subjects, while they are not the individual assessment subjects, those improve those areas as well. And so that those are not looked over and those are enhanced and help on the math and literacy side as well.
Well, with the fine arts, we obviously still have all our art class offerings and everything. I think that waiver may have been part of the integrated classes because we do have English and one fine arts class taught together to help merge some of those because it's a natural fit.
And we did, for lack of a better word, we did play around with combining classes on the video. We had an algebra physics class. Figured out that was a disaster. But we went through some things that hurt our kids. We really did. And now we're repairing those things that we did. But we found out real quickly, we're not going to put our math classes with anything else. They've got to get those skills, and it can only be in that class. And we figured out that big projects, like I said before, we figured out a lot of mistakes. I mean, we know where we've made our mistakes. Now we got to get on track with what we're trying to get done right.
Well, I honor you for being willing to make those mistakes because I think that's how we grow and learn.
Yeah, they really hurt though. So.
Any other questions? I would just take a moment to say I certainly appreciated my recent visit to your school. Had a great time conversing with the students and was just certainly impressed. One of the points that I would like to make public today, Mr. Prince, is our conversation about your really deep dive into your data and recognizing the areas that you need to improve on. And we walked through your PLC or cluster room, and I saw those charts where your teachers were really analyzing to see what they needed to work on to help students grow. our conversation too was about sharing those lessons learned with K-6, because many times the foundational skills are built in the primary grades that may not show up on your assessments at that time, but they'll show up in middle school, high school. So it takes some really good digging to find out where the foundations need to be repaired. And so would you talk just briefly about how you're collaborating with the K-6 and how this work is being handled district-wide?
Yeah. TAP is our main avenue to do that. I was the K-6 principal for 6 years, and we saw some great gains with our strategies and different things, and one of our master teachers has now moved up into the principal position, and we actually spoke just recently about the word study research and about how that 6 through 8 is a very pivotal year in actually getting some real foundations in that word study that goes far beyond, the phonetic connections and those different things. And she was very on board with starting that process. We have a lot of good things at the elementary school in terms of building those reading and literacy foundations and even math foundational skills. So we work really close together on that, and I think we're going to see great things with that partnership with us, with me and her.
I think that's very admirable. I would really encourage you to, as you're digging through your math data, you have to go beyond the data sometimes. And I'll give you just a personal experience really quickly. I worked in a school, and we kept seeing a problem show up on our math scores in 5th and 6th grade. And we dug through it and realized that's not where the problem was occurring. Even though the 3rd grade test scores were awesome, there were some instruction that was going on in 3rd grade that was undermining what started to happen in 5th and 6th grade when the math got more challenging. And so once we were able to repair that, we saw the change in math scores at 5th and 6th grade. So it can be very subtle, just have one little weak link in the instruction that is causing problems further down the road when math gets more challenging.
We've actually seen that. So I definitely see that for sure, what you're saying.
That's great.
Yep.
Keep up the great work.
Thank you.
Any other, Ms. Pfeffer, you have another comment?
Or just a question in this, Ms. Boyd or one of the attorneys may be better able to answer this. The renewal application is asking for a 10-year renewal. What do we, just, I guess, a historical perspective, in terms of renewal, is 10 years typical, or is 5, 10 more? How many do we have?
Actually, for a district conversion, you can only grant it for up to 5 years. So you can do it for 1 or to anywhere up to 5.
Okay.
So
That answers my question.
Any other questions or comments? Ms. Davis, are there any remaining issues regarding the request?
the only remaining one is, can we just get the applicant to confirm that you are going to withdraw your waiver request? Yes. In lieu of the course approval process? Okay. No, that was it.
Then I'll accept a motion.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the renewal for 3 years.
Is there a second? Motion dies for lack of a second. Is there an alternative motion?
Can we have discussion for a moment?
Sure.
Okay. I guess and I
We're
probably
here for
should
you.
I should have asked before the motion died. The 3 years. Can you elaborate a little bit on why you would do the 3 years instead of 5? And I'm assuming 5 then is anywhere from 1 to 5. Okay.
Yes, my thoughts on, as opposed to the 5, was looking at the math scores in particular and the literacy scores, and trying to evaluate those before it's too late. And with the changes, making sure that the changes are positive and that we see a positive effect of that. I don't want to wait 5 years before we have a chance to evaluate that again. And so that was my thought process.
I'll accept a motion.
I guess just, okay, continuing my thought process here. I guess part of mine was looking at, initially, I thought the request was for 10 years because that was what was in their application. So my thought had been, I thought 10 years was too much time because of the current outcome data that we have. The things that I see in the application that are very strong is the improvement in the percent of students who are enrolling in 2- and 4-year institutions. I think it'll be interesting to follow up how many are successfully completing a 2- or 4-year degree, and how many continue to enroll is based on their college and career access. I also think that the leadership here today, I feel like they do have some solid plans in place, and so I do agree that I did have concerns in how everything matched up. When we look at these multiple measures, while there seems to be some really positive trends, and based on their honest assessment of where they are and where they need to improve, I would feel comfortable with the 5 years, knowing though that we've got a lot of transitions and moving forward, and we're going to have to be looking at a lot of data over the next 5 years. But that's just some discussion out there.
Dr. Gotcher?
Yes, if I could add a comment. Dr. Saunders, I certainly was concerned as well, and I saw the 10-year, and I was actually going to discuss the 10-year as well. But based upon the leadership model that I'm seeing, and based upon some of the things that Mr. Prince has said regarding the school leadership team and the cluster teams, I'm confident that a 5-year renewal would be appropriate for this institution. And so, if I may, I'd like to make a motion that we consider the renewal for a 5-year term period. Is that possible?
I have a motion from Dr. Gotcher for 5-year.
I second it.
Second from Stacy Smith. Any discussion? All those, oh, I have to do a roll call. I'll make a roll call. Ms. Lewo?
I'm for it, yes.
Don't we write in here and then?
Pardon me?
Don't we write?
No. We vote first. Mr. Lester?
For.
Mr. Rogers? Dr. Saunders?
4.
Ms. Barnes?
4.
Ms. Pfeffer?
4.
Ms. Smith?
4.
Dr. Gotcher?
4.
It is unanimous for a 5-year renewal. If you will wait just a moment, our panel members will write out an explanation, and then we will go around and hear that explanation, that written explanation.
Hey, can we take a break after this one?
May I have your attention? I'll ask each panel member to read their written response, and just for the public to know, all panel members include a written response that goes to our state board for consideration. Ms. Barnes?
I voted for the renewal because I believe the school is implementing sound instructional practices. And if the current measures in place to address the deficits are put forth with integrity, positive results will occur.
Dr. Gocher?
I voted for. I believe the school leadership teams are solid, and further, along with the capacity for sustainable student leadership, found that most impressive. I feel strongly that a legacy model of education is being formed with continued support and accountability.
Mr. Lester?
I voted for. Going forward, I believe the charter has a plan in place to improve on the concerns that the panel has presented today.
Ms. Leewu?
I voted for. CCHS has recognized that they have problems, but they've done their research. They've brought forth plans that they think will make their situation turn around, and I think 5 years is sufficient time for us to determine whether whether they'll be successful or not.
Ms. Pfeffer?
I voted in favor of the motion. The district is demonstrating plans for moving forward and does have evidence of progress towards meeting goals to prepare students in terms of college readiness. The district will need to continue to monitor outcome data on student performance for multiple measures to make sure that they all align, particularly focusing on the graduation rate and math and literacy scores.
Mr. Rogers?
I voted for, along the same lines as everybody else on the panel, and I think that the 5-year renewal will allow the leadership to have time to show evidence of success or not.
Dr. Saunders?
I voted for. I think this will give time for the new changes to show improvement, and I do have concerns over the math and literacy scores.
Ms. Smith?
I know I voted in favor. So the questions regarding concerns with math and AP were answered. I also felt like the students could articulate the actions of the school within their presentation.
Congratulations to the Cross County School District, New Tech High. You have a 5-year renewal. Thank you. You're welcome. Great job.
I think the students did it for them, so they need to thank the students. Yes.
Coming down, one of the students says, if we get this, can we have dessert when we have lunch?
They deserve dessert. Absolutely.
And yes, I will let them have dessert today.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I
Great
would
job.
charge it to Dr. McClure's credit card if you could.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Thank you, Ms. Wilson. I see that Representative Gossage has entered the room. Would you like to speak to the panel? Well, welcome. We're always happy to see you. We'll take a 10-minute break and come back for action item 2.
texted me a picture this weekend of gloves she was gonna buy for next time we have state board meeting. She said, here's my glove.
That'd be funny.
You understand what we're saying? 18, 19, we're not to come with something.
They said earlier about putting it in, but I didn't know that.
That's why I didn't want to throw you in on it. The figures. They did not know about I feel a lot better. Yesterday.
Half of the 88.
That's right. I'm at 18.
Everything we had, 15 cents, everything.
Duncan back there. I don't know what her last name is now.
$125 million.
I saw her earlier. How are you? Honey, you got two. You better get the, don't talk to me. I know it's right. Right, make a sign. But, yeah, I was thinking about you. I was like, you're going to have to put, like a 10-man, you're going to have to.
You asked the ballpark how much you think you'd have to unite for it.
Oh, I thought I sent that on there.
Let's try to see how many tie votes would you have to make her vote.
If we're ready to resume, action item 2, Ms. Boyd, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Request for open enrollment public charter school renewal in Bowdoin Area Charter School. The State Board of Education approved the application for Bowdoin Area Charter School on March 11, 2002. The charter is approved to serve students grades K through 8 with a maximum enrollment of 150. Representatives of the Bowdoin Area Charter School are appearing before the Charter Authorizing Panel to request a 10-year renewal of the charter. From the charter, we have Judy Warren. The director will be the first person to speak to you.
All right. If all representatives from the Bowdoin Area Charter School and anyone speaking in opposition would please stand, raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Ms. Warren, you're recognized.
Good morning, members of the panel. I'm Judy Warren. I'm the director of the Bowdoin Area Charter School. Do we have our presentation? Oh, okay. Sorry. I'm sorry.
Ms. Warren, if you'll get very close to the microphone.
Okay. All right. IACS has the distinction of being one of the oldest charter schools in Arkansas at 14 years. We are the smallest school in Arkansas with a population that ranges from 50 to 75 students each year. And our demographics are significantly different from any other school in Arkansas. Bowdoin Area Charter School is denoted by the heart on the map, and it lies along Highway 63 at the center of Bowdoin, which is a rural community in northeast Arkansas, about 45 miles northwest of Jonesboro. The blue pentagon-shaped outline on the map represents the large surrounding area from which IACS has historically drawn its students. The farthest points on the map being Warm Springs to the north, Swifton and Bono to the south, Paragould to the east, and Hardy and Cave City to the west. The black line on the map represents our bus route that runs through 10 different communities. With the majority of our students being disadvantaged, transportation is a necessity for them. We run about a 50-mile loop and transport approximately 90% of our students each year. We own 2 buses to guarantee that our bus service will not be disrupted, and also we use them for extended day field trips. ICS's focus is to provide a high-quality education that is tailored to the individual needs of the students. 100% of our teaching staff is fully certified and highly qualified with experience. We serve USDA reimbursable state-approved breakfast and lunch with fresh fruit and vegetables daily. We had our child nutrition review last year and had no violations. This year we have begun an after-school extended learning program for students who are below level in reading and math, and teachers have seen a significant improvement in student achievement. And our small and inviting atmosphere encourages our parents to be active in the learning of their children. Our facility is leased through a private individual from the Bowdoin community, and it's approximately 3,200 square feet and houses our 4 large multi-age classrooms
and our school offices. We also have a large playground area with an open playing field and equipment where students can play and participate in our daily cardio workout for grades kindergarten through 8th grade. Parents play an important role in the life of our school, and 100% of our parents have attended both parent-teacher conferences yearly. And in the parent surveys, 100% of the parents believe that the staff and the teachers are always willing to communicate with them, and they tell us they have never felt so welcome at a school. The parents take ownership in the school, and 90% of them and their extended families volunteer and help in areas in which they feel competent. At the end of each school day, parents routinely call us or gather in the school offices, sometimes just to visit with us. And this has created a vital relationship with them. They now trust us, they trust our knowledge and our advice, and they feel comfortable discussing the ways in which they can help their children succeed. Our demographics are unique to any school in Arkansas, which makes test score comparisons almost impossible. There are schools in Arkansas who do have a high percentage of disadvantaged students, but IACS has a far higher percentage than any area school and the state average. Now on the slide that, if you can go back to that last one, on the slide you'll see that there are two numbers under the enrollment section. The beginning number notes the beginning enrollment. The last number notes the ending enrollment for the school year. So in 13-14, we started the year with 46. We ended the year with 66. And there were some coming and going that would account for even more total students than that. Because our population is so disadvantaged, they are very highly mobile. And so that demonstrates that. Right now we have 49 as of today, and I just keep getting calls daily, and this is traditional for us. No school in the state, though, has the percentage of special education students that IACS has. This graph shows the comparison data for the past 3 years between the state average, Sloan-Hendricks, and IACS. The blue bars indicate the percentage of disadvantaged students, and the orange bars, special education students. At this time, we are at an all-time high of 40%. Almost all of these students come to us already identified. We refer very few students to special education, and many of these students have been in self-contained classrooms, and we place them with their peers, which is the least restrictive environment, with some pull-out time. One student came to us in 2nd grade from a self-contained classroom with a normal IQ and a medical diagnosis of ADHD. He did not know any letters or any numbers. Now he is a 5th grader. He's reading at 4th grade level. He interacts normally with his peers. However, he's not at a level yet to do very well at standardized tests. Most special education students we receive are categorized as specific learning disabled, which means there's a discrepancy between their IQ and their achievement. And most of these students have a normal IQ, but because of their situations or their environments, they become lost academically, and somewhere were referred for special education. Many times when we think about special education, we may think about students who are intellectually disabled. We currently have only one student who is intellectually disabled. Most of the rest of them are specific learning disabled. In October of this year, we had our monitoring visit by the state special education unit, and our special education program was fully approved and we had no violations. The next graph shows statistics less likely to be considered,
and that is the number of homeless and foster children who attend ICS. The state has an average of 2% homeless, and Sloan Hendricks slightly above 0%, compared with ICS, who has 13% homeless. Foster student average for the state is slightly above 0. Sloan Hendricks has about 1.5%, but ICS has about 10%. With this unique population, we provide a need-satisfying environment, trying to erase some of their concerns about survival needs. Over the years, staff members have bought numerous coats, shoes, and clothing items for students without. A teacher came to me for help one day with 2 little girls who were sisters, who tended to stay in the bathroom much longer than was necessary. I told them to call me the next time she sent them to the restroom. And when I watched at the door, I saw them each at a sink. The water was running all the way open, soap applied to their hands, their arms, their faces, and they were both washing and laughing. And I told them their teacher was waiting for them and they needed to go wash more quickly and get back to the classroom. Later that day, I found out they did not have running water in their home. They were then allowed to wash and play in the water, and learning comes in many forms. We also have a highly mobile population. Many of our students are used to moving from place to place and school to school. Maybe they are not able to pay their rent. Some are escaping law enforcement agencies, moving between the 3 counties in our area. And some have violent or unstable relationships at home. And while we have them, at least we provide acceptance and a stable environment. Many students do not have the social skills or the name brand clothing to be accepted by their peers. And because of their environment, or because of our environment, students at ICS are never made to feel inferior by others. And because of their socioeconomic status, their lack of general world knowledge hinders their ability to connect to others and to new information. One student came to us in 1st grade with a letter from his teacher. The letter said that there was definitely something wrong with him. He was either autistic, mentally challenged, or insane. He hid under his desk and refused to participate. He spoke to no one. He was the only student who didn't know where the word wall was. He was the only student who colored his trees blue. And when his mother drove by the school during recess, he was walking along the fence alone. That day, she picked him up and she brought him to IACS. He graduated in 8th grade. He was highly intelligent, reading and math at high school levels. And he was well liked by his peers and teachers. He's a senior now. He's working part-time at Walmart, and he already has scholarship to attend Harding University in the fall. And this is just one story. In order to address their needs, the learning environment must be flexible and differentiated, yet highly structured while addressing the required standards. And I'm going to turn the presentation over to Mr. Wells, the Assistant Director, to explain how the curriculum and the student management systems combine to create a need-satisfying environment.
Good morning. My name is Matthew Wells. I'm the Assistant Director of the Imboden Area Charter School. In the summer, teachers spend hours disaggregating data on individual students, evaluating curricular programs based on that data, aligning materials with Common Core state standards, and developing checklists for documentation that each student has met those standards. Language arts curriculum is divided into 3 sections: whole group, small group, and individualized instruction.
Language, vocabulary, and writing are addressed through direct teaching in a whole group setting. Informational text and paired reading aligns precisely with Common Core state standards and allows the teaching of strategies for reading in the content areas. Because these selections are content area based, they tie into the science and social studies objectives. During read alouds, teachers model quality reading and teach the elements of literature, along with developing increased vocabulary and comprehension. Our read alouds are selected mainly of classics that present complex text and require high-level thinking skills for comprehension. For example, my 6th, 7th, and 8th grade class is currently reading The Odyssey by Homer. When we look for curricular pieces, we look for published programs that come with formal or informal assessments. We then group students within our classrooms using the results of these assessments. These small groups may be addressing objectives that are below grade level, on grade level, or well above grade level. Students are assessed 6 times per year using a standardized test and may change groups based on those assessment results. In these small groups, we address phonics and word study, spelling, and reading strategies. We use the accelerated reading program for individualized reading practice at the student's current level of reading. During this time, the teacher conducts small group reading instruction or simply monitors individual reading progress. Our math curriculum is also divided into 3 sections: individual skills, whole group instruction that addresses math concepts, and a review section where grade level objectives are practiced. We use several different published programs throughout our math instruction. Students are tested for basic skills, then the needed skills are organized into an individual student folder where students can work to master those skills. Whole group instruction consists of concepts related to current grade levels and is aligned with Common Core state standards such as numbers and operations, geometry, or data analysis. And then, of course, we review and practice grade level objectives daily. Science at IACS is a guided discovery, hands-on program designed to allow students to learn scientific concepts through inquiry-based lessons. Social Studies is aligned to the Arkansas Social Studies frameworks and utilizes a whole group instructional method to present project-based learning. These projects emphasize a deep understanding of content and its application to the real world. Even though our curriculum is aligned and tailored to meet individual needs, it would not be successful without our philosophy of student management. It may be difficult, perhaps impossible, to imagine a public school without discipline issues. But because of the way in which we manage students, discipline involving more than a few conversations simply does not occur. First thing we do is establish a quality relationship with our students. Because we are so small, this is relatively simple. This encourages students to respect us and follow school rules. Our individualized learning program motivates students to learn. This feeling of success breeds an environment where students are motivated to continually succeed, thus creating intrinsic motivation. A classroom of intrinsically motivated students becomes a collaborative learning environment where students become each other's cheerleaders, rooting each other on to continually succeed. Students are excited to learn and to help others learn, leading to an environment where students are at the center of learning and the teacher plays a mentor role as described in the Danielson framework of tests. Our students enter typically 2 to 4 levels behind what they should be given their current grade level. In 1 year's time, IACS students make about 1.5 years of progress. At the end of their first year, most have not reached grade level, and assessment shows this. After 1 year, only about 50% are proficient. However, Within 3 years at IACS, that number has risen to about 70%, and then after 4 or more years, proficiency rises to above 80%. I'd like to draw your attention to the handout we provided this morning. This is a listing of all students and their benchmark proficiencies in literacy and math for the past 3 years, along with notations indicating which students were disadvantaged in special education or homeless or foster children. We've provided scores dating back to 2009 for some students since their ending scores fell within the last 3-year period. I would encourage you to look at these scores from left to right and notice the growth rather than looking at percentage of proficiency for a given year. For example, on the first page, student number 21. This student was disadvantaged, in special education, and a foster child. He or she entered IACS well below grade level, but after 3 years was advanced on the benchmark, and in the 4th year was 1 point shy of matching the state average on the PARCC exam.
Ms. Warren, your time is up. Do you have is there anyone that would speak in opposition? Okay, go ahead.
Okay. I'm going to quickly address the financial accountability. I wanted to address some concerns about the segregation of duties at IACS as it relates to our financial matters. We have formal organizational structures written into policy, and procedural manuals and checklists assist staff in meeting all of those expectations. Even though we are aware of possible risks in a small setting such as ours, we have segregated duties at several key stages. We've set up controls and restrictions and increased the number of people responsible for supervision. My assistant director has several supervisory responsibilities in key areas, and Mr. McLeod has monitored some areas as well. The board of directors is responsible for making major decisions, and they review check registers and fund balances at each meeting. Segregation of duties is the only audit finding we have ever had, and each auditor has told us that most small schools in Arkansas receive the same finding. As a matter of public record, I wanted to address an error in the IACS summary prepared by the state. It is stated that our current fund balance is $47,000, but it is actually $100,000, and we have been financially stable for 10 years. The last concern was the Title I application, and all required paperwork has been submitted. I'm going to turn it over to Mr. McLeod, who has a few words.
Good morning. My name is James Michael McLeod. I'm the counselor and also the certified classroom tutor at the charter school. This is my 7th year as a charter school educator. If I had an opportunity to have a do-over with my career of 46 years, I would adopt the philosophy of the Imboden Area Charter School. Glasser's choice theory, self-understanding of students, competing with oneself, and direct parental contact, and a system of individualized learning that encourages learning at the student's current level. These are all the things that make for a successful school environment. I strongly believe and support the concepts of the IACS because the school serves as a successful model of innovative and good educational practices that if other public schools would implement, they could improve the educational environment and performance on a statewide basis. I was not a fan of the charter school concept when I was in the regular public school setting. The Imboden Area Charter School should be supported by the state as a school where learning is promoted for each student at the highest level possible. After all, is that not the goal of elementary and secondary education in Arkansas?
IACS embodies the intended meaning of the charter school concept in Arkansas. We do not ask for the best and the brightest. We do not recruit students. We take those students who come to our door. In an area where people are intensely loyal to their loyal community school, parents do not consider sending their children elsewhere unless there is a problem, and that problem has continued for several years. We use research-based curriculum, employ philosophically sound principles, and have a highly experienced staff who works diligently to improve each child's academic potential. Because 95% of all students come to us 2 to 4 grade levels below normal, test scores cannot show what differences we have made. Almost all students who come to us are at-risk individuals, impoverished, homeless, foster, in special education. In fact, at the present time, only 3 students do not fit into one of those categories. It is clearly evident why they struggle to learn. We instill confidence, we inspire a higher level of learning than others thought possible, and see success in all individuals. And when these students leave us, they have successful high school careers, and many of them attend college, and many of them are successful in the workforce. We are asking for a 10-year renewal this time. We have developed a highly innovative program and serve a population that no one else is serving. We face no opposition from the area schools. In fact, students are referred to us at times by their local school district who can see that we're doing a good job. And we realize the difficult task that you face during these renewal decisions. We just ask that you take our unique population into consideration and know that we will continue to strive to meet whatever standards are set by the state. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Warren. Senator Johnson, did you have additional words? Yes, please.
I came to speak on behalf of the Bowden Area Charter School as it is one of our older charters, and they went through this process 4 times in the 14 years, and I ask that that they be given this time. It's all in, you know, just like whenever their accounting came in. They do more than one job, and it's all in. And whenever you have to go through this process like they have every 3 years, it's constant, and they need a time to concentrate on those students and help the charter in this area, because I was over there at Sloan Hendricks day before yesterday. It's not antagonistic. It's they're part of the regional learning team, and they can better care for some of this population than the traditional public schools. And I'm a product of the traditional public schools. My mother taught in it for 37 years. And the multiple grade teaching, I was talking to her last night at my birthday party, and she was telling me about whenever she taught at Success, which is near Corning. She taught 1st through 3rd grade, and how if she was teaching to those first graders, those 3rd graders were helping the 2nd graders, and they all heard it more than once in that classroom. And the building of learning that can happen in a small setting like this is what I want to emphasize, and would appreciate your renewing them for a 10-year period and a good vote on that. I thank you for your time, and God bless your service. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. I think you'll be pleased to know that there's a couple of Northeast girls on this team. And in fact, I was recently visited the school and was very impressed.
Well, I got up at 4:30 this morning to make sure I could be here for them. This is my first time to sit through one of these. I got a little concerned with the thing in the middle. I thought that might be for legislative flogging, but I had maybe I shouldn't have said that. It might be a possibility now, but I appreciate the time and giving me the ability to speak. Thank you.
We appreciate your support. All right. Questions? Who'd like to start? Any questions?
I don't know that I have a question. I looked at the responses, and first of all, thank you all for being here. It's a pleasure to see you again, Miss Warren. I don't know if you remember, but
I do.
I was probably one of the first ADE people to set foot on the grounds when the charter first started. So I certainly want to state that I understand the trials. I also am pleased to see that the charter is still in operation because I recognize it does serve a very special population of students. I do get concerned sometimes because it almost looks like, only a certain group of students get to come to the school. It's an open enrollment charter. I do understand that, and it's commendable that the relationship with the neighboring districts is a good one. So I know you're looking at me waiting, what's the question? And actually, I don't have a question. I simply wanted to point out that I do have some concerns just because I don't always know how well the recruitment, the opportunities for others to attend the school comes along, but I'm very familiar with the location of the school. I'm very familiar with the area of the state. And so I'm simply saying that this, I do appreciate the handout. Oftentimes, as stated, we do look simply at whether or not student is achieving or advanced or not. And we don't always stop to take time to look at areas of growth. And where students are. So again, I don't have a question at this time. The questions I had, I believe, have been answered. I was going to ask about the Title I application. I do know that it has been submitted, and so I just want to let you know that I appreciate the struggle, but I also appreciate the small successes and the large ones. I would encourage you to make sure that you don't get comfortable because there are many children who may also be able to benefit from the services at the school.
Thank you. Dr. Gocher.
Good morning, Ms. Warren.
Good morning.
I truly appreciate the fact that you shared a great student success story. That's something that's always impressive to me, and I look forward to hearing great stories, and certainly that was a compelling story, and it really touched me, and I appreciate that. I have a couple of points if I can make, and I appreciate you also. I had on my prep notes to ask about the segregation of duties, and I certainly understand that that is a common reflection from legislative audits and other entities about segregation of duties. So I bring in your advisory board on the statement says that they oversee the school finances. Mm-hmm. So how would they oversee them? What form of communication do you have with the board in overseeing the finances? How do you report to them? How often? And then I have a second point to make.
Board members, as individuals, we have 2 members that actually sign checks. And so they are in the office. All of the board members have children who attend the school. And so they're there every day, either in, their official capacity as a board member or their other role as a parent, of course. And the board as a whole sees financial statements during our monthly board meetings.
Board.
Mm-hmm.
Very good. I just wanted to ask a little more clarifying on that. That's wonderful. And the second piece that really struck my interest the other evening as I was reviewing this is your Parents as Teachers program. I wonder if someone could talk more about that. I found that to be an interesting piece.
Well, we know that we make good progress with student learning. We can see it happening day by day, and sometimes not just reading or math, but in personal gains. And
but those scores, they're low. You know, they're low when they come in, and sometimes they stay that way for a while. And so we talked at great lengths. You know, we have an active parent involvement program. Our parents, they love this school. They love us. Every day I get 2 or 3, thank you so much. I'm so glad you're here. You know, my kid did this today, and they're just so pleased about that. And I was sitting at home one night, and I thought, you know, those people are intelligent. If we just showed them what to do and explained to them, how do you read with your child? Because if you send a book home with a child and you say, here, you know, read this with your child, well, there are multiple ways that can occur. And I've listened to parents throughout the years saying, well, I read a page and they read a page. Oh, what did you do? And they come to a word that they didn't know. I told them what it was. Well, that's probably not the best way to instruct them. And so we sit down with the parents and explain exactly how to do that. We model it for them. We teach them. We provide materials that they can take home and work with their own child on their child's level. So we have these things in place for every child in the school, even our gifted students.
Is that an ongoing time that you meet with them, or is it something that you do at the beginning of the year, maybe before a parent-teacher conference, et cetera? When does that occur?
The new parents, we invite them in usually we have a meeting near the beginning of the school year, and so we invite them in at that time. But when the parents are working with the teachers, usually, I mean, it can be a small group of them, 1 or 2 of them. It could be a larger group, but they're instructing them on what their particular child needs. And they go home and they practice it. As soon as they're done with it, they come back. We finished this, we got these all checked off, and they're very excited about doing that because they want their children to achieve.
Very good. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Dr. Saunders?
Yeah, I had a question for legal, I think. Is this entity, they are eligible for the 10 years applied for, is that correct? Okay, and at any, in any case like that, for 10 years, if throughout the course of those 10 years, if performance or situation was to change, is there a mechanism in place to come back before the committee?
Sure, if you have concerns, you can call them back in front of the committee to address whether it's, you know, academic concerns, fiscal concerns, or whatever your concerns may be.
Okay. I do want to commend you all on, I think you have a challenging population, and I'm really encouraged to hear what I continued to hear was the personalization and the relationship building and how important that is. And I know you have a high concentration of students with difficulty, and I just want to encourage you to keep working with them, and I encourage you on that. So I just would like to make a motion at the proper time.
Mr. Rogers?
I have a couple of questions. First of all, on your funding, you said you had 100,000 right now.
Yes.
But is that all funds?
No, that was the that was the legal balance, I'm sorry.
You're sure?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I'm sure.
Okay.
In fact, I pulled it up. I actually may even have a copy of it. I pulled it up from the ADE website.
Because what I'm looking at right now shows that for the past 3 years, you've had a declining fund balance. In 2013, you were at 108, then in 71 to 68 to show that your budget is going to finish at 35. And then that was when you had an ADM of 60, and now you're saying that you only have 44. So I'm kind of concerned about the declining fund balance. Then the other concern that I have was what Dr. Gocher had talked about on the segregation of duties. In the application there, it said that you had one person that did the writing the checks, receiving the checks, and so, but then when you spoke earlier, you said that there was some separation, so I kind of wanted to touch on that a little bit. You want me to throw all of them at you at once, or just?
Probably not. If I can just answer one at a time.
Sure.
The first one about the fund balance.
first of all, it says, we're expected to have 35,000 at the end of the year. While that's not a bad sum, it's a low sum. And we started with 0, though, at year 1. And, at the end, we continually built up funds. It's something that I always am concerned about, of course. If you don't have the enrollment, you're not going to have the funds coming in. I know that. But in my 14 years at Imboden, it has shown each year we may have a year of low enrollment. The next year will be very high. The next year will be very low. And it just continues like that. And it seems that either one year we get growth funding, and then the next year we get declining enrollment funding. And so that is how it has proceeded. And as far as finishing the year with that amount, that's what I've budgeted, based on what I've budgeted. But we always budget more than we're planning to spend.
Right. But my concern is that the actual legal fund balance, not including your building or categoricals, has been dropping over the past 3 years.
That's correct.
And if you were a public school, I'd probably be talking to you about early intervention, and so that's why I'm concerned about it.
I can assure you it has nothing to do with mismanaging the funds or
I'm not trying to say
spending
it's just that,
them, but it's, it has to do with the enrollment. It's directly related to that. And so, I understand. If we don't have the students, we don't continue. So, I'm fully aware of that. And I do understand your concern. And I am concerned about that as well.
the other concerns that I have are, look, after I started with that, then I did pull a bank reconciliation, and there's one check that y'all have outstanding for over 2 years, and then two more that are almost 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
And so they're not a whole lot, but anytime I see that, have that kind of, I just wonder, are you trying to find out why? Are you, I mean, I understand that the amounts, you probably don't want to stop payment on them, but those are still going to be something that's always going to be hanging out there. And then the other concern that I have was on EBD payments. I get a notification of all school districts and charter schools when we have, when they have turned it in late, and that's another $100 penalty every time you turn it in late. And from what I understand, this past month it was late. And I was just wondering do you know how many times it has been late, and is this just a one-time occurrence?
It has been late twice this year, but in no other year has it ever been late. And the reason for it being late was that it's the reason that I no longer have the administrative assistant that I had. So that probably, hopefully, will have been taken care of.
Any other questions?
I'm sorry, I was going to say, I have a question, but it's probably one for later, and it was based on something Mr. Rogers just said, and I was wondering what role we take with the fact that they are an open enrollment, so they are a public school, and do we need to be looking at providing some kind of assistance with early intervention? That was my question. I didn't know if that was something that we need to be talking about right here, right now, though.
So, Ms. Warren, do you want to address the declining enrollment? Are you taking steps to get the enrollment back up so that you do have the financial means to sustain?
Yes, we have tried many different ways to recruit students in the past. We've tried ads in the newspapers, posters at different locations, things like that. We've tried television, which is very good, but not very cost effective. It's very expensive. We used radio this year, which we have not used, and I've received more calls about that than we have from some of the other things we've used. The other successful thing we've used is a postcard mail out to all the area communities, and I have had those come back folded and the people say we've kept these for 2 years. My child was too young, and now they're old enough, and so those are the things that we have done this year to attempt to improve our enrollment.
Let me ask, because enrollment, you said that enrollment impacts your funding.
It does.
And we've just talked about recruiting students. In your application, I noticed that you gave reasons that parents provided to you for pulling their students out of your school.
Yes.
I have a 10.81% indicating that they were not satisfied. Could you flesh that out for me and tell me what you've done to address their issues there?
Well, unfortunately, there's not a lot I can do about most of those issues. If someone says they don't like the teacher, I try to get specific about, what it is and what can we do better? What can we do to help the next person? But if there's something like I recall last year, we don't allow the students to wear hats inside the classroom. Well, she got mad because we wouldn't let her child wear a hat in the classroom. So she said, I'm taking him out. Another one said, y'all don't have good meals here. We want hot meals for our kids. And they took their kids out. So it's reasons like that that I can't change. Mm-hmm.
Ms. Warren, I'll take the liberty of sharing with everyone that Ms. Boyd and I had an excellent visit at your school. We came unannounced purposefully so that we could just walk in and see what daily life was like, and it was a great story. It's a great story to tell. I think your point that the local school districts are very proud of the work that they do, and the patrons are very proud of their public schools is really a testament to a parent's decision to bring their child to your school. But I think they certainly are being served. I saw really great instruction. I saw kids engaged. I heard proficient readers. And when I walked into Mr. Wells' class, I saw that he was teaching word studies, so I was excited immediately. It's very rare that I see that in middle school, but it's certainly something that I know will improve the learning when it's applied properly. So I really saw excellent work going on there. So I just wanted to commend you for that work. Ms. Pfeffer?
And my question kind of goes back, and I guess it's more of a discussion with Mr. Rogers on the financial issues. Are there some steps that would make you more comfortable with moving forward with the decision on this charter? Are there some recommendations that you would have that maybe we could include in terms of a recommendation that might be?
I don't know if there's anything that when I see the drop in the ADM and the drop in the fund balance as much as I'm saying, I don't know if there's anything really that's going to make me feel comfortable. Because like she said, it is, if the kids aren't there, then I don't know. That's just...
So you don't feel it's an issue in need of technical assistance. You just think it's more of a...
Well, it may be something that I haven't gone into their budget that much to know how much, what everything is and how everything's going. I just, when I look at their ADM spend, they were at, I think they were at right around 60, 59, and now we've had a drop of 44 in such a small school district. Anytime it has that much of a drop is going to be significant to anybody in that small of a school district. And so then also looking back, since, just from 2013, they've lost $70,000 just in fund balance. So that's just a concern of mine. I mean, if it makes the panel more comfortable, we could send a yearly report about our fund balance and about our enrollment. But, the issues are, the recruitment, of course, but also the fact that our population is highly mobile, and so some of that is very hard to control.
But we do have new business going in Pocahontas, and that's supposed to add how many hundred? 800 new people to the area. And so we have already been proactive with that, going to the recruiting offices and handing out brochures about our school for students of parents that come to work at that plant. But it is an economically depressed area. There isn't much of an economic base there, and so lots of people do move. You know, it is difficult even for the other regular public schools to maintain the students that they have.
Any additional questions? Comments?
Is that something that we could do, where she's talked about a yearly report, having it just that way we can see how the ADM and for however long, if there is a motion to renew it, and however long it was, could that be part of it, that they would come?
Are you comfortable with that, Ms. Warren?
Yes, ma'am.
Then I'll accept a motion.
Yes, I'd move to approve of the renewal for 10 years based upon the condition of the annual financial status report, which to include enrollment, as well as their legal balance, end-of-year legal balance, minus the categorical and federal funds. Is that what you were looking for? Okay.
Second.
Motion's been made by Dr. Saunders and seconded by Ms. Pfeffer for a 10-year renewal with an annual report of enrollment and legal balance minus categorical and federal funding. Discussion?
Okay, if we do this 10 years and then they come in, not wish, just, I'm trying to, before I say what I want to say, I'm not just, if it's continuing to, their ADM is continuing to drop, and the fund, because $36,000 is a scary ending fund balance for any school district, especially with one that has losing its ADM. So if we do it for 10 years, but next year it comes in and they're down to 30 kids and that fund balance is down to less than that, in worst case scenario, and once again, I'm not wishing that at all, but if it does, what can we do then if we've renewed it for 10 years?
So we, as Ms. Davis said, we can call them back at any time. We can provide support, technical assistance to them through our charter office, and then call them back. Is that correct, Ms. Davis? At any time. Dr. Kocher?
Yes, and while I'm in full support of moving forward this, I'm not comfortable with 10 years. I feel like there's so many moving parts in such a unique school, and so I'm thinking that maybe fewer years. While I'm in full support of moving forward with a renewal.
Just a comment about that too. I mean, I do have some concerns too. I have concerns with Title I application being late. I have concerns with missed payments. I have concerns with declining funds. I have just concerns with an F on the report card, and I realize that's not a reflection of everything. But and I realize we have a transient population, and I realize we have a low-income population, but we still expect those students to succeed too. And I myself have worked in poverty schools, and those are still kids that we want to see be proficient. I did hear lots of great things that you were doing, and students that you were serving, and so I do want to recognize that. Ms. Kaufman's comments about what she saw when she came to your school on a visit, and the actual strategies of the word studies and stuff shows that there was high quality instruction going on. So that gives me some pause to go, okay, well, maybe I'm not seeing the whole picture here, but I would be more comfortable with less than 10, maybe a 5-year.
Okay. I have a motion on the table and a second, so we'll take a vote on that. Our motion is for 10 years with the annual financial report. Ms. Leewu?
No.
Mr. Lester?
No.
Mr. Rogers?
No.
Dr. Saunders?
Yes.
Ms. Barnes?
Yes.
Ms. Pfeffer?
Yes.
Ms. Smith?
No.
Dr. Gocher?
No.
All right, that motion fails. Is there a second motion?
Since Ms. Warren made part of record the agreement regarding the enrollment and financial report, I won't enter that in my motion, since I believe, Ms. Jennifer, that makes part of them. Okay. Therefore, I'll make a motion to renew the Bowdoin Area Charter School for 5 years.
Second.
A motion has been made by Dr. Gocher and seconded by Ms. Barnes for a 5-year renewal with the same annual
Right.
measure.
Make sure it's just the motion have with the annual reporting.
Okay. And we'll go through another count. Is there any discussion on the second motion? All right. Then,
Can I
yes.
clarify? Did that include the financial?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. The same enrollment, legal balance, minus categorical and federal funding.
That was my intention, yes.
All right. Ms. Leewood?
Yes.
Mr. Lester?
Yes.
Mr. Rogers?
Yes.
Dr. Saunders?
Yes.
Ms. Barnes?
Yes.
Ms. Pfeffer?
Yes.
Ms. Smith?
Yes.
Dr. Gocher?
Yes.
You are approved for 5 years.
Thank you.
Ms. Davis, will we need to create 2 sheets?
No, I don't think so. No.
Okay, so on our form, they will vote as they voted in the second motion and give their reasons, okay? Ms. Warren, if you'll wait just a moment, we'll have an explanation.
We can even make a note saying second motion if we need to in your...
She'll take care of that. Jennifer, is yours downloading? Not showing. Ms. Barnes?
I voted voted in favor of the renewal for 5 years because I believe the charter has longevity. And while achievement is incremental, growth with respect to multiple measures is encouraging. Additionally, the charter is not designated in any persistently low achieving categories. The annual financial reporting review will be helpful in assisting with precautions.
Dr. Gocher?
I voted for the motion to approve. Very impressed with the mission and core values that this school represents. I commend them for their student-centered approach to student learning. I'm further impressed with the parents as teachers support. I think that's a powerful piece, Mr. Warren. Commend you for that. I urge them to seek out technical assistance as needed to ensure fiscal and other accountability measures.
Mr. Lester?
I voted for. I believe the Bowdoin Charter School has shown a history of being able to operate with the current population. I do still believe that the enrollment and fund balance will need to be monitored.
Ms. Lee Wu?
I voted for. I think your school is not only catering to your students academically, given the population that you have to deal with, but also just on an individual level as people. And I really respect that. I admire that. I think you're doing great work. Just continue.
Ms. Pfeffer?
I voted in favor of the motion. This is a charter with a long history of service. This charter serves a high population of disadvantaged students and provided evidence of student achievement over time. The charter is not under any academic or fiscal distress designations, but while there are financial concerns due to the declining enrollment, the motion provides for ongoing updates as to the status of enrollment and fund balances, and the ongoing operations can be addressed in a timely manner if the need arises.
Mr. Rogers?
I voted for it. Ivy said it better than I did, but just because I have concerns over the declining fund balance and declining ADM, but I do know that this charter school provides service to a very needy population, and as long as we have the yearly review, I'm comfortable with them keep going.
Dr. Saunders?
I voted in favor. I believe the school has shown a history of serving a diverse and challenging student population.
Ms. Smith?
I'm comfortable with the 5-year renewal and yearly financial reports with support from ADE regarding balance and students served. The charter aims to serve disadvantaged students and is commended for their commitment to this work.
Congratulations, Ms. Warren. I would like to say publicly that we appreciate that your charter school opens its doors to all students. Thank you so much for doing that. The transportation is a real bonus for the community. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
If it pleases the panel, would you like to take lunch now?
It always pleases the panel to take lunch.
It pleases the panel to have lunch. We will resume at 10 minutes after 12 with action item 3. Thank you.
Anyways, moving Thursdays. Do whatever we're doing.
Yeah, it should be fine. Once you see
I'm going to probably take those Thursdays and use those as.
Is this old news? Not this one. Just leave that out.
You say another word. Well, definitely. I was planning on having some of the meetings here.
Yeah, they're downstairs now. Actually, I'm where they used to.
I thought that would be interesting.
Well, I gotta get me a timeshare. Well, it was 3 days, 2 nights in Branson, 3 nights together. Whatever it works, you know, for $99, you know, just listen to the whole presentation.
Yeah, just a little one.
You'll see Bob Knobbers.
The original.
The original Bob Knobbers.
Show it to you.
With a commemorative DVD.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Coen Brothers. What was that movie? Constant Star Wars. Can't think of the movie. Now, I'm a vlogger. I'm more of a riddle writer.
Is this, okay, so these are for different items, is that right? One thing for okay. Got it. All right. Make a motion second, whatever.
It's going to be the stare down.
And then chuckle when I start to talk.
We'll bring the meeting back to order. Action item 3, Ms. Boyd, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Request for open enrollment public charter school renewal and priority status hearing for Covenant Keepers College Preparatory Charter School. The State Board of Education approved the application for Covenant Keepers College Preparatory Charter School on January 15, 2008. The charter is approved to serve students in grades 6 through 8 with a maximum enrollment of 380. Representatives of Covenant Keepers are appearing before the Charter Authorizing Panel to request a 10-year renewal for the charter. Also, the Charter Authorizing Panel has required representatives of the Covenant Keepers College Preparatory Charter School to appear for a hearing pursuant Arkansas Code annotated 623-105 to discuss academic performance. Representatives of the charter agreed to combine the two hearings and approved combining the hearing procedures to be followed. Possible actions to be taken by the Charter Authorizing Panel include renewal of the charter based on its renewal application, but due to its priority status, possible actions include modification, probation, revocation, and/or non-renewal of the charter. With all of that being said, I'm going to ask Jennifer Davis to come talk to you about the procedures that will follow for this hearing. Thank you.
Okay, the procedures that we're going to be following for the next 2 hearings are going to be, they should be in your packet. It's the combined procedures. For the most part, it's fairly the same as what you're used to, but at the beginning, like I say, everybody except for attorneys will still need to continue to be sworn in. But the department has 20 minutes to present a presentation regarding the school. It's much more of a very factual what's been done, what assistance the department has been giving the school. After that, the charter itself will have 20 minutes to make its presentation, followed by 20 minutes for opposition and another 5 for rebuttal. So it's for the most part the same. It's just the department has 20 minutes as well to make a presentation.
And Ms. Davis, is the ADE staff sworn in as well?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, they do.
Thank you. If all representatives of the Covenant Keepers College Preparatory Charter School and anyone speaking in opposition would please stand to receive the oath, including ADE staff, raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. Ms. Boyd?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Wild and I will be sharing the 20 minutes for ADE staff. I'm going to give you a brief background of Covenant Keepers. Covenant Keepers was first authorized by the State Board of Education to operate in January of 2008 to serve grades 6 through 12. In April 2013, the charter received a three-year renewal. During the renewal process, the location of the charter was changed and grade levels reduced from 6 to 12 to 6 to 8. The school has a history of academic distress, being designated both a 2013 and 2014 academic distress school. More recently, the school has been classified as a priority school. The contract is scheduled to expire on June 30th, 2016. In my visits to the campus and conversations with school leadership, I have noticed that the school has recently come under the leadership of a new principal, Mr. Leonard Blocker. Under the direction of Mr. Blocker, the school seems to be building a stronger sense of community between the staff and students. I'll defer the rest of my time to Dr. Wild.
Dr. Wild, you're recognized.
Richard Wild, School Improvement Unit. For the last 3 years, we have been providing technical assistance and support to Covenant Keepers as we were asked to submit a report in relationship to progress that had been made. As you can see on the second page, that Covenant Keepers has, in terms of their planning, assessed 14 indicators, and that they have filed with us 51 tasks that they're in the process of completing, and so they have embraced the process. Now, part of their challenge has been turnover in staff, changing student population, so there has been a number of issues. However, we would say initially there was some resistance in collaboration. In the last 2 years, we would say that they are very engaged in the process with us. So that concludes any comments I would have.
Thank you, Dr. Wild. Ms. Boyd, would you like to recognize the school district?
From Covenant Keepers, we'll be starting off the presentation with Dr. Valerie Tatum, the school director.
Good morning, good afternoon, Ms. Tatum.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. So glad to be here. As you know, my voice goes in and out, so I'm going to note it's an out day, okay? So pardon all the raspy voice and all of that. How we will proceed, I'll start it out, and then my wonderful team, they will come and talk about the changes that have made a difference. So with that being said, who we are. 8 years operating in Southwest Little Rock, designed to serve a high-needs population, 96% free and reduced lunch, 55% African American, 45% Hispanic, and 31% ELL. As you know, we have turned all of this 72% into opportunities. So, and they come from 4 different areas. New to the U.S., 7%, ALEs, 4%, and 61% of our students come from priority schools and focus schools. So, I'll turn it over to Principal Blocker.
Thank you, Dr. Tatum. Good afternoon. As mentioned, I'm the principal at Covenant Keepers Charter School. And as a principal, I lead initiatives and programs that lead to the overall support of climate and culture in the school. These initiatives include, but aren't limited to, leadership development, effectively establishing and nurturing relationships. Also, I work very closely with the Dean of Students to monitor, analyze, and to respond to the discipline data. A change that has made a difference in our culture and in our discipline data is the implementation of our one-to-one interventions. This is where, if we recognize a disconnect between a student and a teacher, I facilitate a meeting that fosters an environment for open communication for both parties
to discuss expectations. And the implementation of the one-to-one interventions has led to a 98% success rate, meaning after the intervention, follow-up takes place with the teacher, asking the teacher, how's the relationship with the student since the intervention? Do you feel it was beneficial? Do you feel another intervention is necessary? And the teachers respond 98% of the time stating that no further intervention is necessary. Our overwhelming support and training for our faculty has had a positive impact on our culture and school-wide demerit system. When I took on the role as principal, the Dean of Students and I sat down to review behavior documentations. And we noticed that a lot of our students were spending quite a bit of time out of the class. Therefore, we implemented a new demerit system which allows for more student reflection before consequences are dispensed. In the 2015-2016 school year, the current school year, we noticed that the demerit system has impacted our school in such a way that 60% of our returning students have experienced a decrease in referrals. The students that have reoccurring issues that continue to display disruptive behavior are referred to more in-depth wraparound services that Ms. Rosalind Washington will speak to later. The demerit system wouldn't be as effective if it had not been for our intimate interaction with their parents through constant communication and home visits. In fact, as you see, our parents are very satisfied. 90% say that CK, Covenant Keepers, has had a positive effect on their child's behavior, and 97% have committed to return for the 2016-2017 school year. Now, I'll pass it on to Ms. Lorette Whips and Ms. Jenna Jones, and they'll talk about the changes that have made a difference in the academics.
Good afternoon. My name is Lorette Whips, and I am the lead teacher at Covenant Keepers Charter School. I work closely with the administrative team to ensure both our teachers and students are getting what they need in our environment.
And I'm Jenna Jones. I'm the data coordinator at Covenant Keepers, and I analyze assessment data to assist teachers in planning and instruction. When we received our PARCC scores, we knew this test data was not a complete picture of our students' progress. If you can look at page 1 in the handout that you received from us, we received a report from NWEA's research team comparing our fall 2014 to spring 2015 growth data with other schools with similar demographics nationally. When we looked at observed versus expected percentages of students within each achievement band, typically there are 10% of students on each of these levels at the beginning of the year. However, on page 1, this chart shows that 27% of our students are starting off the year at the very bottom decile of students nationwide. If you turn to page 2, when we look at our students in the spring, averaging growth in all subjects together, and that's reading, math, and language, and compared with schools of similar demographics nationally, we see that we're making more than typical growth with nearly all groups of our students, regardless of their observed percentage at the beginning of the year. This proves that the changes we have made are making an impact on student growth. Now Ms. Whips will discuss the changes we have made academically, especially as we are transitioning to from PARCC to the ACT Aspire.
To address the performance report as it relates to achievement, we have set very high expectations for our students' academics. We spent time developing our teachers to both manage our population as well as pinpoint the needs of each individual student. We've aligned our curriculum to a nationally recognized research-based curriculum to meet the rigor of Common Core and to supply our teachers with the tools needed to effectively execute high-quality lessons. We have both developed and implemented innovative teaching techniques such as using a research-based lesson planning schema by Jane Pollock. We call this GNAG, and this uses Marzano's 9 high-yield strategies. We use interactive notebooks for student reflection and student work, pre and post assessments, and show what you knows are something we use daily as well. These help the teachers identify learning gaps
or if and when a student has mastered a particular skill in math or literacy. We are dedicated to student achievement and have scheduled our school days to that end. Both math and literacy have 80-minute periods blocked daily. Since our curriculum lessons are around 45 minutes, this means that teachers are able to intervene in real time through differentiation, extra support, and individualized instruction. Also, we have a plus time period daily that offers intensive, individualized, or personalized interventions. We're taking students where they are, and we're devoting this time to build on what they actually need. Professional learning communities have been assigned that give teachers an opportunity to collaborate about student interventions based on our classroom assessment data. To ensure Covenant Keepers faculty is getting the support that they need, we are aggressively working to resolve any classroom issues they may incur. We have enforced a support cycle that gives our faculty an advisor that will support them weekly in various areas such as classroom management, discipline, e-school, lesson planning, which includes GNAG, data, ELL, and technology. Through the support cycle, we're able to help provide the necessary professional development for our teachers. Ms. Jones will discuss how these academic changes make a difference for our students.
First, I think it's important to address where our students are upon entering Covenant Keepers. According to the first NWEA test our students take upon entering Covenant Keepers, 90% of our students enter below grade level, with 20% of our students entering 3 grade levels behind. 78% of our students enter below grade level in reading, with 18% of our students entering 4 grade levels behind. We've been able to make significant growth with our students, especially comparing the 2013-14 school year with the 2014-15 school year. In the spring of 2014, our students made 41.63% of our students made growth in reading, meeting their growth goals. And in 2015, 67.3% of our students met their growth goal, when typically nationwide, having 50% of the students meet their growth goal is typical. In math in 2014, 38.4% of our students met their growth goal, while last year, 58.9% of our students met their growth goal in math. And in language, 2 years ago, 48.33% of our students met their growth goal, but last year, 74.7% of our students met their growth goal in language. I'd now like to introduce Dr. Sarah McKenzie. She's with the Office of Educational Policy, and she has taken a more in-depth look at our NWEA data.
Thank you. I'm here to talk a little bit about measuring growth with map data. You all know this is different than proficiency, and it is not a replacement for proficiency, but it's a step on the way progress to proficiency on our state assessments. So each student has an individualized growth assessment, and we base this on fall to spring assessments. So you can meet your growth target, but still be well below grade level. If you're coming in 4 grade levels behind, you can meet or even exceed your growth target and still not be to grade level. Catch-up growth is one thing I like to talk about. It's when you've made 150% of your academic growth for the year, so basically making 1.5 years worth of growth in 1 year. And that's the kind of growth we need to see from students if we want to get them caught up to proficiency when they're starting so far behind. So the first question I examined was what percentage of students are meeting annual MAP growth? The students, like I said, were assessed in the fall and the spring, and as Jenna mentioned, at a typical school, 50% of students meet or exceed their growth target. This is for the past 4 years. In 2012-13, we didn't get spring testing taken care of appropriately, so I don't have growth data from that year. But you can see the trend over time. It's gone from 25% meeting and reading to 68% of students meeting their goals in reading. Like all of you,
I'm concerned about growth for all students, but I'm particularly concerned about growth for our students that are so far behind. So for this analysis, I looked at what percentage of low-performing students are meeting their annual MAP growth. To meet the expectation of being a low-performing student, they had to be in the bottom third of students nationally. So well below grade level. That's about 60 to 70% of Covenant Keepers students. Sometimes we think these kids are easier to make growth with because they're so far behind. That's actually not the case. It doesn't matter whether you're a low-performing student or a high-performing student. On NWA MAP, everybody has the same probability of meeting their growth targets because those growth targets are individualized. Again, at a typical school, that'll be 50% of students that meet or exceed their growth target. And you can see at Covenant Keepers in 2014-15, over 73% of those low-performing kids met their growth targets in reading and 64% met in math. And that's a big change from prior years.
Sarah, is that 100% of their growth or 150%?
This is 100%, but thank you very much for that lovely transition to the catch-up growth. I didn't pay her for that. So again, we're looking at these low-performing students. We're looking at what percentage are making catch-up growth, because if you're just making regular growth, you're just staying as far behind as you were before. So this slide, again, students must be assessed in fall and spring. When we talk about meeting typical growth, we say 50% of kids at a typical school. There is no typical for catch-up growth. In my experience, 30% is exceptional. If you're getting 30% of your kids to make year-and-a-half growth, that's a lot. So you can see in 14-15, Covenant Keepers had 66% of those lowest performing kids making at least 1.5 times annual growth in reading and 54% in math. Oh, I went the wrong way. Okay, so when we're talking about 1 year growth for the lowest students, what does this look like? That red box shows the kids. Oh, I got to go back one more. Oh, I missed a slide. Okay, the wrong slide's in there. That's okay. This was showing those students that were in that lowest percentage for reading and for math. All those little blue dots were in that square in the fall. And then by the spring, lots of them had moved out. In particular, you could look at a student like student A that had started very, very low performing. And then that blue line, as it moves up till spring 2015, they're well out of the danger range and catching up to their peers. So in summary, MAP is a great tool for measuring student growth, particularly at schools like this where we have a lot of students coming in well below grade level. We've seen a lot of increases in the percentage of students who are making growth at Covenant Keepers and a high focus on data use. You know, they call me a lot to ask, is this what we should be pulling from this data? Is this what this means? What would you recommend that we do? How do we set goals with students? High percentage of students are making more than 1.5 years growth in 1 year. Are they caught up to proficient yet? No, not all of them are, but they're well on their way. More students are below grade level in math than in reading. We're continuing to struggle in math. And as in all schools, there are some students who are still not making the kind of progress we would like for them to make. But in my discussions, I feel like they have identified who those students are and are working on different approaches to try to get growth for those students too. Okay, if you'll turn into your packet, just as sort of a summary picture on page 3, this is a part of NWA MAP's virtual comparison group, which doesn't compare Covenant Keepers to the rest of the nation, but to similar performing schools. There's a 4-quadrant grid. You can see they're labeled high growth, high achievement, low growth, high achievement, and in the little square where Covenant Keepers, it has a red dot right there, high growth and low achievement. It's the same thing we've been talking about, a lot of growth for kids. The red circle is reading and the gray circle is math. So for math, they're still in that low achievement, fairly low growth category. but for reading, they've moved into the low achievement but high growth category. Thank you.
Right. I will address our English learner population in questioning. Right now, I would like to introduce Ms. Rosalind Washington and Dr. William Tollett, and they're going to talk about a change that makes a difference with our wraparound services.
Hello, my name is Rosalind Washington. I am the Resource Coordinator for Covenant Keepers. As it's been stated, our students come with extreme disparities. We understand that there are complexities that they face outside of the classroom, which makes it difficult for them to learn inside of the classroom. We have worked to develop a plan that will look at individualizing a component for our students that will help not only our students, but our families achieve those academic successfulness that they need to be inside the classroom. In 2015, October, we started to look at our returning student was at 80%, and our free and reduced lunch was at 96%. We realized that our students would have a situation as it deals to hunger, to possibly needing shelter, moving from place to place with their families. As we began to sit down with different components, we began to look at the wraparound process. What you see is the 4 phases that include engaging the families. We believe that when you begin to engage the family, it helps to have success in the classroom. And the academic that we've seen and the planning and the implementation as we begin to transition students out. As we go on and look at the wraparound model, there are not only the 4 phases, but 10 components that make the model up. These 10 principles that we use is to look at the family and individualize the family need based upon the family's voice, and looking at the student of how we can help them as a team specific to build out a plan that will accomplish their goals within inside of the classroom. From that, we began to develop stakeholders within our community, one of which we have here today, Dr. Tollett. He will be coming and speaking to you about his community involvement with Covenant Keeper as we continue on to make success in the wraparound model. He also, at this particular time, due to other engagement, will accept any questions you may have as it relates to his partnership. Dr. Tollett.
Thank you so much. It's good to be with y'all today. I'm Dr. William Tollett. I'm the Director of Community Relations and Development for the Salvation Army here in Central Arkansas. We serve 4 counties, Pulaski, Saline, White, and Lone Oak counties. The Salvation Army, under a letter of intent, Covenant Keepers, and through our management agreement, seeks to provide voluntary social services to students and their families through our food pantry, clothing assistance, tutorial assistance, and housing and utility assistance. We seek to do this through a set of goals that we provide without discrimination to those who come to us. We seek to provide and to promote economic, health, and social well-being for individuals, families, and communities, to promote healthy development and readiness for children, especially those in low-income families, to promote safety and well-being for children, youth, and families, to support the underserved and the underrepresented populations, and to upgrade the capacity of the Salvation Army to make a difference in the lives of families and in our community. And I do apologize. I have a 1:30 appointment that I was just not planning well enough for, so please accept my apology. If you have questions, I would be more than happy to try to answer those questions at this time.
Panel members, are there any questions for Dr. Tollett?
Thank you all so much.
Thank you. Ms. Tatum, we are to the end of our 20 minutes. Let me ask if there is anyone in the audience to speak in opposition. So we have 5 remaining minutes.
We'll have Dr. Guerrero from the president of LULAC.
Madam Chairman, and members of the committee. LULAC is an advocacy organization for Latinos. We have 1,000 councils in 37 states. Currently, I'm serving as president of our Central Arkansas Council and also as deputy state director, and we're here in support of the petition from the Covenant Keepers Charter School to ask you to allow them to continue their outreach in serving Latino students. I've paid visits to the school over the years, and I just recently, 2 weeks ago, spent the better part of an afternoon meeting with them and their staff, and I looked up data on our Arkansas Data Center on the internet as well. Couple things. It's amazing to me that 23% of their enrollment is English language learners, and they're doing as well as they are with their students. I'm thinking specifically of the previously referenced data from the NWEA assessment, where they're making a year and a half academic progress in 1 year. There's been a general growth in the Latino population and the general population in our school population. And one of the things that encourages us to support this application or renewal with you is that the department and the state keeps talking about choice for families. And this is one of the very few places we have found where a choice for Latino students in charter schools, where there has been such a commitment, especially with academically stressed Latinos and English language learners. They're doing a very good job. If I would do a quick, quote, inspection of whether their ESL program would meet the requirements of adequate components, and I took a look at it through that lens, I found in visiting and looking at their program that they have an ESL endorsed coordinator who participates on their leadership team. Their curriculum strategies, including sheltered instruction, is an acknowledged way to address these issues with ELL students. They have language placement committees, a requirement by law. They do supplemental assessment with their ELs, which is important. They have professional development, peer tutoring. Their community outreach is actually, I think, given the requirements on Dr. Tatum to administer the school, quite exceptional. They participate in the Southwest Little Rock Mayor's Group, which reaches our Latino community. They participate in the Business Leaders Luncheon, the Lifeline Church, and the Arkansas United Community Coalition, which targets recent immigrant students. And of course, they do receive technical assistance from the Arkansas Public School Resource Center. And I had a nice conversation with Barbara Hunter Cox on that. I want to just finish up quickly by mentioning that this wraparound program that they're doing, to my knowledge, is not available to Latino families through schools anyplace else in this central Arkansas area. I could be wrong, but that's what I've been able to discover. So I think that is a very important service that they're offering. Also, in my experience here at the department, it takes schools and school districts years to develop the infrastructure to adequately service English language learners and Latino students in general. Years. Schools with much larger resources, larger enrollments, larger budgets. And Covenant Keepers is making a very good effort and has made an effort to improve where they started from to where they're at today, and we certainly hope you will favorably consider them. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Amar Hernandez. I'm an 8th grade student at Covenant Keepers Charter School. I'm here to tell you guys that Covenant Keepers actually helped me throughout these 3 years of my experience of Covenant Keepers. Before coming here, I was a student that had nothing compared to what I am now. I used to get in trouble a lot lately, expelled once, and I had to find a tradition, a way to actually get my life back on track. I was in a point where I was going to end all of it, especially my life, because throughout my life I've been through so much pain, struggle, and I really had to find something to like support me, to help me out in my life. And one day, my mother actually told me, I found a school. It's called Covenant Keepers, and then I thought to myself,
probably the school is just a normal school. I'm just gonna be in trouble again. Maybe the school is just gonna be a normal school that I'm not in trouble. But then when I came, everything changed about me. The community was different. The people in it was different. The teachers were different. Everything was different. And what really surprised me was that a guy who's Linda Blocker actually supported me throughout these 3 years of my life. And I'm really thankful for Corner Keepers because they actually taught me so many things that I never knew before. Life taught me things too, but not as much as Corner Keepers taught me. After these 3 years, I changed my life around. I've been getting better grades now. My behavior is extremely better now, and I'm actually really thankful for Corner Keepers because my life was about to be a point where it's gonna end if I never have it. And to be honest with you, if I never had Corner Keepers, I'd probably be in prison or probably dead. That's how important Corner Keeper is to me, and I'm really thankful for it. And thank you guys for your time to explain to you guys that Corner Keepers has saved my life. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Anthony Phillips. I'm a father of a daughter. My daughter goes to Covenant Keepers. It's her second year, actually. My daughter, I'm going to make it real quick. My daughter was flunking at least 4 of her classes prior to coming to Covenant Keepers. She was enrolled in Texas. And once I got her here, they automatically assigned her to another school, and I wasn't really happy with that choice. So I went outside of the box, and outside of the box has had my daughter on honor roll ever since she enrolled in the school. A and B honor roll. Her change has been right before my eyes. As a young lady, she went in the school as a little girl, and she's just growing every day. The staff is so open-hearted and open-minded, and they scholastically challenged my daughter. And I mean, challenged her on every level, actually. And it's a beautiful school, and the staff. It's a true blessing to the community. And I'm just really happy that I made that choice to take her or to send her to Covenant Keepers. I do not regret it, and I will tell any student or any parent to do so as well. Thank you so much.
Ms. Tatum, our time is up. Do you have any final words?
I wanted to quote what we have, but we're ready to address any questions that you may have.
All right.
Thank you.
Ms. Pfeffer, we'll start with you.
Okay. How are you, Dr. Tatum?
I'm very well. How are you?
I'm doing well. Can you introduce me to your student again?
His name is Avimael Hernandez.
I just wanted to tell you that I'm very impressed with your coming here. I mentioned earlier how nervous I get, and you were so articulate, and thank you for coming and sharing that, because I know it's difficult to speak in front of an audience like this, and especially to share things. If you don't mind, you talked about one aspect that really helped you with going to school at Covenant Keepers was a connection with an individual that really helped. Can you tell us just some other things that were so different at Covenant Keepers that you don't feel like you were getting before? And then I'd be interested in hearing about your plans for your future.
Well, Corner Keepers had a lot of changes I never had before. For example, they actually helped me realize what I've done back then. My math grades are better now. Other schools never had that before. Other schools just let me in the dirt, just sit here and read this. That's all that they ever done to me back then. The big thing that I really noticed on these 3 years of school was support and help, because I never had that after. I never had any of that ever in my life, and I'm really thankful for that. My future, now, that's the thing I'm trying to actually find out for myself, because I really don't know what's my future. My future is really crazy, to be honest, because I never actually thought of it, and I just hope Corner Keeper actually helped me realize what my future is, and I really want to see what kind of future I have, if I ever have one.
Well, I just want to tell you, I think you will have a very, very bright future, and wish you the best of luck.
Other thing, my teachers, well, they actually helped me a lot of ways I can't even explain. One way is that they actually connect with me. They actually understand me. Other teachers never done that. They actually ask me daily if I need help with anything, and I always say yes because they know that I need help with everything I do. They know I need help with basically my life, but they actually support me all the way, and I'm really thankful for those teachers. The students, my role buddies, they actually help me too. They actually give me advices. Every time I feel down, I just say, "Hey, what's up?" and tell them about my day, and they actually do give me advices. Like last week, I was feeling down of something happening in the weekend, and they actually helped me through it, and they actually gave me advice. And at the end of the day, felt like nothing happened. As you may hear, the shooting that happened a couple weeks ago, that was my aunt, and it really hurt me. It really did. After it happened, when I went back to school, they know something happened to me, and they actually asked me, like, "Hey, Abby, what's up with you? What happened to you?" and stuff like that. And well, I responded back. I told them there was a shooting. They killed my aunt. The little girl saw everything, and I really felt really down that day. My teachers were actually concerned about me, and to be honest, this school actually connects with me. They actually understand me, and I never even had a person to just talk to. Never had that person before. I really thankful for it.
Thank you. Thank you. Can I ask a couple more? Okay. So kind of going off of some of those comments, sounds like teachers are, and well, we all know that the teachers are the most influential aspect in school in terms of student growth and achievement. I wonder if you could talk to us a little bit about your teacher retention, because I know that's a challenge across the state, but it seems to be a particular challenge in Covenant Keepers, and with the high percentage of new teachers and even inexperienced teachers. So can you talk to us a little bit about that and the impact that has?
Yes, ma'am, I can. Over the years, we've recognized that we've had a high turnover of teachers, and in moving forward, over the last 3 years, it wasn't all because of our student population. We've had teachers that have decided to go on and take on other careers in business, and may have been family situations as well. So it wasn't always a turnover of our student population. But what we've done is we have a teacher support cycle. And that teacher support cycle really helps us every 2 weeks. There's a rotation of teachers that we meet with to really get a personal insight of what's going on, maybe in the classroom, their frustrations, even down to grades and how to utilize eSchool. And it has been really great for our leadership team to work with every teacher there to ensure that they are making the growth as well, and making effective decisions that will help our children. So Clancy may have a couple of answers as well.
Hi, Lori Clancy, I'm Assistant Director at Covenant Keepers, and I just wanted to throw in that, thank you.
Would you speak into the microphone, please, for our viewing audience?
Yes. The teacher turnover at Covenant Keepers, although we're not surprised by it, it's a tough job. You heard a little bit from Abby about it. You've really got to have a heart for these kids, and that's hard to find. When we find those teachers, we hang on to them and we support them like crazy. I always say that they learn more in their first year with us than they do in their teacher programs, and I wish more schools were like that. But when a teacher doesn't work out, we simply don't have time the need is too urgent. Our kids need their teachers on point, and if we have to let somebody go, we have that waiver in place, which is very beneficial for us.
And I want to just ask a little bit. The data that I'm showing is that that you had, looks like 7 beginning teachers this year. I think
Turnover teachers.
first year teachers, I'm sorry.
Oh, first year teacher.
Yeah, of your total number of teachers.
Not that many.
Okay.
I want to say we have 3.
I thought it was
Okay.
2, but
That may be,
First year with us or first year teaching?
from what I'm showing, it would be, if the data in the Cycle 2 report would have been first year teachers, but I can check on that. It just looked like a very high number of first year teachers, and I was just wondering about, the support provided to them, but.
Yes, ma'am, the report cycle is not accurate. I'm looking at our cycle individual, and it's been 2 teachers.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Oh, 3.
Okay. So, and then my next question probably is for Dr. Mackenzie Davis. And so I think my question there is, in looking at school data, our concerns are the designations of priority school, academic distress. So, knowing that on the state assessment, student performance is low, but also recognizing that we are in a transition period, getting ready to transition again. So you were showing us the NWEA data, and according to that, there is growth. The school is showing growth for a great number of their students, or a pretty large percentage of the students, and even more than a year's worth of growth for a good percentage. So how does that NWEA data correlate with the ACT Aspire, or does it correlate? Is there any way that, as we look at the growth there, can we expect that there's going to be some growth in the future? And I know they're 2 different tests, but just trying to think through and put some of this data together, because it just seems that data is telling different stories.
Yes, I can speak to that question, definitely. NWA just about 2 weeks ago released a linking study between NWA MAP results and ACT Aspire. The 2 assessments are highly correlated. Any test that tests reading is going to be really correlated with a test that tests reading, even if they have different formats and different relationships. The challenge, same thing with math. The challenge comes in where that bar is set. So under the old Arkansas benchmark exam, you had to be at about the 33rd percentile on NWA MAP nationally to score proficient in Arkansas. With ACT Aspire and with PARC, that's bumped up to about the 63rd, 65th percentile nationally. So the expectation for proficiency, we can still do a translation like euros to pesos or pesos to dollars. It's just what that exchange rate is. So using their fall map data and now their winter map data, we're really going to be able to identify which kids are on track to be proficient, whether it's the ACT Aspire this year or the PARC last year. Well, we didn't have the linking for the PARC, but whatever assessment it is, we can find those relationships between them. And in the meantime, not just focus on the kids that are close to being proficient and getting them over the line, those bubble kids, but making sure kids at all levels are making that growth. Did that answer your question?
I think so. And so I guess now, Dr. Tatum, what steps are you all using then in using your map data moving forward, realizing that just in a few months we'll be looking at that new assessment?
What we're doing using our map data is we're looking at the areas in which students are showing deficiencies. So when we looked at our fall data of this year, we noticed that several of our students in math, and historically, that has been an area of concern, were landing, below the grade level. And so we worked with our curriculum coach and developed a plan during our plus time that Ms. Swip spoke about. And our plus time groups are small and individualized, and they are arranged by NWEA MAP scores. And in that case, they were the math MAP scores. We trained our teachers in how to address the needs for those students in math, and a lot of it was several basic math skills, a lot of multiplication facts, a lot of work with fractions, and we worked with those teachers so that they could carry that out in the classroom. I'm also going to let Ms. Swift share what we're doing as well.
Of course, as I stated earlier, we do have 80-minute periods a day, which gives us an opportunity to do interventions real time. So something that we're doing, of course, with our curriculum is using our interactive notebooks, and students are able to reflect on what we've talked about today, interact with what we're talking about today. Our language scores are so high because we've been focusing a lot on language and using a lot of the Freyer models to help them, because that's one of the lowest areas on NWEA. Also, we're doing what we call Show What You Knows. We don't tell the students that these are assessments, but they are assessments that students take every day when they come in the classroom. It is based on a focus standard in literacy, and students are assessed on these when they walk in. They take about 10 minutes to take it. Then we give feedback directly to them on it, and then students give us their feedback. We fill in any gaps that are missing, and then the next day they're assessed again so that we can track their growth with the standard and say, yes, they've mastered it. Now let's move on to our next standard. Also, during the pre and post assessments, data is tracked as well. We have PLC meetings with our teachers where we discuss this data and we make interventions for class, for math and literacy classes, as well as for science and social studies, because they teach RI standards for literacy as well.
Dr. Gosher?
Dr. Tatum,
Yes, sir.
I remember my visit to your school. I had more hugs and I was involved in more photographs than the Gocher family Christmas last December. So
I'm a
thank
selfie
you.
queen.
Thank you for all the tweets and Facebook posts. That was very kind as well. So I want to share just a couple of things that I've observed in the data that we've all had a chance to review. And I'm always intrigued by mission statements, kind of a geek on those things. And I was just curious, when was the last time your mission statement was reviewed? And I have a follow-up, if that's all right.
Yes, sir. We reviewed it actually this past summer, and we have made some additional changes that it fits covenant keepers in our mission and vision of where we want to go.
The phrase that caught my eye, because from my observation, from a personal perspective, and based upon the incredible reports I've heard today, you're much more than a college prep program. And in fact, I think as much as I would love to see all kids participate in college and career opportunities, that's just something that caught my eye, and I think that's something to be reviewed just as an outsider looking in, that you're much more than a college prep program for students. You're meeting the needs of a whole child, not just those that are pursuing college. And so that's just a freebie from me. So, and the other piece, you're also meeting the needs of a Latino population that's pretty unique in this city. And so I'm curious, do you feel that the staffing, whether it's a support staff member, one of the concerns that was listed in the report was how to be able to communicate with Latino families. I know you can't always use students to translate because of the confidentiality pieces. So are there plans to look at a full-time Latino employee that can serve the families as they come in and their needs being met?
Yes, and I will let Ms. Jones speak to that, but if I could talk about the college prep.
Yes, ma'am.
2008, that was our vision, mission, where we wanted to go. Every year, it's twisting, it's moving, and it's changing. So I've already called the department. I've asked about changing the college prep piece because we are much more than a college prep school. So I'm well ahead of the game to really be on track to get that, not necessarily removed, but do other greater things with kids outside of just sending them to college. So with that being said,
Thank you.
All right. Covenant Keepers currently has 2 bilingual staff members on hand. If one is absent, the other one is present, and they are there to communicate with teachers and with parents and with students that may need assistance. As far as teachers go, if there's an academic issue or a behavioral issue, our bilingual staff member will call the parent and let them know, and will also interpret during parent meetings. Our bilingual staff members will also translate any letters or memos that we send home, and so that parents are always in communication.
So as far as communication regarding parent-teacher conferences, that's part of the structure of making sure that a bilingual communication is taken care of for all the families. I'm sure that was in there, but I was just
Yes, sir.
wanted to hear it. Okay. And one last thing, if I may, Madam Chair. As I was leaving the parking lot, that wonderful Latino volunteer ran out to the car and took yet another picture. So.
So you're not coming back because of our pictures. Thank you.
Dr. Saunders.
Yeah, I just wanted to get some clarification. Looking at the, I believe the graph on the low performing meeting map growth, is there a way we can pull that slide back up? And I just want to understand what I'm looking at a little more there.
Is this
That'll work.
this one?
I think that'll work for, yes. So if I look at this, if I'm interpreting this, it would be, for example, in reading, 73% of low-performing students are meeting annual MAP growth, and I saw that for the low-performing. Do you have any numbers for all students?
Yes, the prior slide, oops, let's see if I can make it go the right way. This is all students.
Okay, this is all students.
68%.
And is this all 3 grade levels combined?
Yes, it is.
Okay, how many students are included in this?
I think that we were talking about 311. I can look to find out exactly.
I think there's only 170 enrolled.
Oh, the 300 was the virtual comparison group. So I think about 100.
100. What about the other 71?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay.
As Covenant Keepers does have a mobile population, for a score to be counted, they have to have a fall score and they have to have a spring score for them to have measured growth. If a student enrolls in January, they will have only taken the winter test and the spring test. They will not have had a fall test unless they have taken NWEA at another school. And most of our schools are coming from traditional public schools, and they do not use NWEA testing.
Okay, so approximately about 35 roughly in each grade level. And so you would have 70 out of 170. I'm trying to do the math quick in my head, and I can't do it that fast. But is that your mobility rate within a given year for your student population? Is that typical?
I don't think that that would be necessarily accurate, because we're also talking about students leaving, but also students coming in. Is that all included in the mobility rate?
Okay, so you would only have out of, I'm trying to understand, basically from the first of the year to the end of the year, you would have approximately 100 of the same students and the other students in excess. Help me out, just understand that. I'm trying to.
Yes, that particular year, last year. We found that this year, though, our students, we've been maintaining a higher percentage of our students this year.
Okay, is there a way you'd have access to that? I'm just curious how many students were included, just the total number on those. Okay, thank you. That's all for right now.
Ms. Barnes?
Good afternoon, Dr. Tatum.
Good afternoon.
First of all, let me also say that I appreciate the presentation today. I appreciate all of the dialogue, and I particularly am appreciative of some of the other comments that have been made with respect to meeting the needs of specified populations. I listened to quite a bit of the information, and of course my role at the department in accountability, I see a lot of other numbers as people are talking. I am encouraged with respect to growth and us looking more closely at growth. But I am also concerned that while there may be some improvements being made, and we are in year eight years of addressing academics, now we are beginning to understand and appreciate more of the wraparound services meeting the needs of the whole child. I have yet to hear some things to push me over the edge with respect to what type of other strategies are in place to address the academics, because at the end of the day, we still have to look at that. I understand that students come at very low levels sometimes with respect to their performance. And I believe you even discussed in the presentation that many of them come 3 years behind. So any growth is always to be applauded, but we can't be content. And because there's so little movement, I'm concerned about our expectation. I know that the school is dealing with constant fluctuations of student populations, and when you really boil it down to the non-mobile population, sometimes the numbers aren't great enough to make movements outside of the data that is being shared through the map growth. Because when you look at some of the other documents that we are using with respect to designations, it's declining, the performance. So I'm not saying that there's not growth. Understand that, because I do understand that there is growth, but the performance is already starting so low that a lot of times it takes so much more to get it up to and then over the hump. I'm not negating that. I hope you don't hear that coming from me, but there is great concern. Because not only with respect to the continued labels, and I understand what labels can do. I understand that it's difficult to overcome some things, but there are also continual concerns with what is the actual population. Our office had a lot of conversations during corrections period, trying to make sure that we are accurately reflecting what's happening. So I'm not discouraged, but I am gravely concerned, because I know that I have a responsibility. While I see great things happening for some, and maybe even all of the students, I don't know, I cannot be content with the constant bottom performance, the lowest performance of bottom 5%, priority schools, academic distress. First year we had schools in academic distress under the new legislation. You're there. The next year you're there. And so I need some help, is what I'm trying to say. I looked at 15, 14, 13 with math and literacy combined, and it was declining. I looked at
Would you go back and say you looked at math and it was what now?
literacy and math combined.
Okay.
Because I'm looking at it, and each year it's going down. It's not going up. But now again, that's because we're looking at the non-mobile population over 3 consecutive years, the 3 years combined, and so I'm trying to grasp at what I can hold on to, because I get a warm feeling. Understand? I feel great knowing that the Red Cross is joining hands. I'm not.
Salvation Army.
Yeah, excuse me, Salvation Army. I remember seeing red. Well, it might be my rose-colored glass. I don't know. But yes, I remember Dr. Tollett talking about how they are reaching out. I appreciated Dr. Guerrero explaining how critical it is. But I'm also thinking, so because you do have a high Latino population, are we not also looking at during parent conferences having a way to translate while we're talking, because there's so many digital ways to do that now. A parent could type in a question in Spanish and it shows up in English. I mean, I'm just saying, I didn't hear some of those kinds of ways. I heard we have two people, one or the other. I'm not saying those are the only things. I'm just trying to find where we're reaching deep and pulling up strategies and where we're showing success outside of, we have some growth. And even our targets, our AMOs were so minuscule this time, but we made it. I mean, I'm looking at the reports. That's what I'm saying. So talk to me outside of my emotions and give me something to.
Yes, ma'am. We can do that.
Thank you.
Before Dr. Tatum speaks, I just want to share one thing and make sure you guys remember this, that every year we lose 1/3 of our population, and we have to start those interventions over again with the new ones that come in, so they have to get acclimated to what we're doing. And again, they're coming in really low, and we're growing them up. We're doing something that they weren't getting before they were coming in. So even though the test is showing, hey, they're not proficient, when you break it down and look at how many years of growth that they've made, we are making a difference for them. And again, I'm not trying to play on the emotional side, but academically, if these students had proceeded with where they were, by the time they're leaving 8th grade and going to high school, they would be even more behind. So we're building them up as much as we can, and we know growth takes time. You're not going to be proficient by the end of a year if you're coming in on a 3rd grade level and you're in 8th grade. So we're doing, everything we can, putting everything in place we can, so we can make sure that they are able to succeed and be able to take their educational career on into high school.
Thank you.
And Ms. Barnes, just a couple of things to consider. When we left 8300 Gyre Springs, that was the first launch of Common Core. We were still under benchmark. That was another animal. Then we got into 5615 Gyre Springs Road, 2nd year Common Core, final year of benchmark. Okay, so now 2 years, now going into part 1 year, ACT Aspire, and then we're dealing with the influx of, the testing cycles and things that are changing. Since then, we've had 2 external providers. I made a choice. The 2nd year we were in an external provider, looking for one. We reached out to APSRC because we truly feel they are the best. They were not available, or they couldn't because of the manpower or whatever. They're here to speak on their behalf. Nonetheless, this year still did growth last year, as you heard from June. And now moving forward, let me tell you some things that we have done internally to ensure we're going in the right direction. 2 years ago, we adopted Engage New York and Expeditionary Learning.
I'm sorry, the first one was Engage New York?
Engage New York and Expeditionary Learning. Those are curriculums where teachers don't necessarily have to be burdened with lesson planning, but they're blueprints that we use across the board. And so in aligning that has helped us with the jump in NWEA scores. Because as an instructional leader, I'm like you, Ms. Barnes. I want to know that we're doing something out there. I don't want to just sit on 56 or sit at 5615 and we're twiddling our thumbs. Great things are going on. Then we had to align the curriculum. Then we went into, it's a GNAG lesson plan schema that we're doing across the board. So as we're using that, we've implemented the interactive notebooks. We have daily formative assessments, show what you know, PLC meetings. This is something that has really been a safe haven for us. When Pfeffer asked us about how are we retaining teachers. As an instructional leader and as an educator, I'm educator first, and I know how important it is to have a teacher in the classroom. So I implemented a teacher support cycle. That teacher support cycle allows us time to sit down with every teacher, not only my leadership team, myself, asking them, how do they know they're moving toward proficiency? Our teachers can tell that. Over the last 2 years, we have successfully implemented and started using the data scores to get us on track where we're going. Through that teacher support cycle, Principal Blocker has come alongside. We have implemented a new demerit system. It's rolling out, as he said. At first, there was grave concerns because our students were out of school or in school suspension. So we've had to make a shift in this particular population in order to make sure, as the instructional leader, everybody is going in the same direction. I have to ensure that through myself and Ms. Clancy meeting with teachers every other week to ensure that they are not twiddling their thumbs in the classroom. They are rolling out the lesson plan, and then Ms. Whips, she talked about the whole curriculum and how that's rolled out. I can assure you, yes, the growth is quite low, and if you know, 90% of them are coming in well below a grade level. And this also is another factor that I definitely need to mention. When we asked the board 3 years ago to allow us an opportunity to get a longer stretchway, we want to get on a longer runway. We recognized then, 3 years ago, we needed more time. We're asking now, give us the time to get on the longer runway. 3 years, yes, we've done well. We have done very well. But when you're working with 3 years of time, a population which we know that has challenges, and we're putting layers in place in order for us to really teach our children. If you note our Hispanic population, they don't necessarily have an overabundance of problems. But we began to use the wraparound services to really help with our African American families, because those wraparound services, they're needed when they come in. We just had, there was an announcement that was made with 2 schools in our areas. We've had a flood of calls for those parents, and we have a waiting list. We need a stretch of time. We need a runway to show you all that we're doing something very well, very special in Southwest Little Rock. So, and Ms. Barnes, to that point, I'll let Ms. Whips begin to speak. But all of those things that I mentioned, we have put in place. We have consistent teachers that are there every day. We haven't had the high turnover this year. So progress is being made. It may not be where you want it to be, but progress is being made, and the proof is in the pudding.
Okay, I don't want to take up all of the time.
Yeah, no.
But what I do, and some of my colleagues may also need to ask a couple of questions. So before you move forward, I did have one other question that you might want to be addressing at the same time. I was looking at the information with respect to 13-14 school performance growth for literacy, and it's a comparison of the other middle schools, some of the Little Rock School District middle schools. And you have Covenant Keepers at 49.09. And that was for 13-14. So for 14-15, we are well below that. And I don't have the comparison for the other three, but I'm simply saying that those are the kinds of things that stand out for me. Is that while I recognize you're having to regroup and you're having to double up and catch up, we're still where we are, I guess is what I'm saying. I'm not telling you that I don't see some progress. That's not what I'm saying, because this is a much better presentation. I can see and hear, and I see the growth, the changes, but I'm going to be held accountable for making some decisions that affect the lives of children. And so that's why I sound the way I do. It's not personal to anyone. I know you don't take it that way, but I recognize that there may be some urgency in my voice because we've been here before. And so I need something. Because right now, and I certainly will say, I understand you need time to get it working, but when you start a presentation with 8 years, and then you say we need time, then it doesn't balance out for me.
And Ms. Barnes, now consider just the 3 years. If you go back and you look at the first 5 years, our growth was there. We were making that growth. Not at advanced levels, we were not. The last 3 years, that's when the instability in the growth began to happen. So when we talk about 8 years, I don't want us to think it's been 8 years of challenges. No, it has not been. It's been 3 years where we have not been able to get into a benchmark set where we can actually show where we're going. So the only thing that we're using is the NWEA to really pace us and get us where we need to go. So, Ms. Barnes, I don't want it to be 8 years.
Okay, I won't go with 8. Let's go with in 2013, which was based on the most recent 3 years, which means that's the year before 2013, the year before 2012.
And I can
all
speak to
included, and that's when the academic distress designation was first.
One of the big things,
That's what's
I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you off. One of the big things that we were going through, of course, was the change to Common Core and, it becoming you must teach, the Common Core standards. So our big thing then was professionally developing our teachers, making sure we can do the rigor, making sure, we have the right curriculum. And it wasn't until the end of that year that we actually, myself and one of the math lead teachers discovered the expeditionary learning, which we are using now. So we were actually trying to get things in place ourselves with that change, and not to make it as an excuse or anything, but we were doing pretty good until it was time to change those standards. And now we have to learn these all over again. And with teachers coming out of school, that's fine, but teachers who've gone through school like me and we've only known Arkansas, that was a big challenge for us, and getting our students there as well, because our mind were set in Arkansas standards. So we felt with changing to the new curriculum, changing our lesson planning schema, including some innovative things that other schools were doing, would definitely push us toward the right direction. And it's been within last year where we actually began developing things ourselves based on the knowledge that we now have from Common Core. Again, during our plus times, doing individualized things for students according to what we see on NWEA. This is pull-out time
time for them so they can work on programs such as Khan Academy for math or Reading Plus for reading, and which gets on that student's level, and it doesn't take an individual teacher standing in front of them to do that. Also, again, those 80 minutes built into class time, we've always had that. We've never experienced the way that we've experienced it within the last 2.5 years, and using it toward focusing in the math class on interventions for math and focusing on interventions for literacy. So I know one thing that you're looking for is, what are y'all doing? We want to hear what you're doing, and our interventions are what we're doing. We have decided that every moment that we have to intervene, we're going to intervene. In math and literacy class and science and social studies intervening with us, we feel like we are going to push them over to that next level.
Thank you.
Dr. Gosher.
Dr. Tatum, you said something that I had chosen not to ask any questions because of your enrollment numbers, but you said you have a waiting list now because of some changes in the Geyer Springs area. Is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
Okay. Therefore, let's talk about your lottery process. Will a waiting list cause you to have a lottery, I guess, for enrollment for next fall?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
Okay. And I think the encouragement based upon the remaining concerns from the application be very important that that you work with Ms. Boyd and have a good, transparent, documented lottery process. So that's encouraging because that means you have a waiting list, but it also means just an urgency to make sure that is a well-documented and transparent process. So that's just a bit of encouragement for that.
Thank you. And as we move forward, we're in Southwest Little Rock area, and our growth comparisons show much better that we're the better option in that area, especially after 2 schools have made that announcement. There is really no other middle school out there in the area. I've had conversations with the superintendent of Little Rock, other individuals out in key leaders, key city directors in Southwest Little Rock coalitions, associations. I even had a conversation with the mayor. We've made a choice to stay out there. Our needs are great. We know that. We're not standing here making the excuses. The proof is in the pudding. We know we're making an impact. 1 year, everybody, it hasn't been a stable place for benchmarks. Now in moving forward, we have to remain out in Southwest Little Rock to make an impact, to do greater for our children. And I can guarantee you, Covenant Keepers is on track. Are we there moving toward proficiency? We're going in a growth mindset. We're moving in the right direction. And when I say a longer runway, I'm not talking about time. Eventually, we want to be a feeder school rounding down. We need time to be able to work with our children. When we were here before 3 years ago, we asked, we need time, real time, to come back and to show you what we're doing to make to work towards proficiency even greater. So those are my remarks. Thank you, Dr. Gocher.
Ms. Smith.
Dr. Tatum, I just wanted to kind of highlight a couple of things that I heard in today's presentation. One of the things in your application, it referred to this year as the comeback year. And within some of your presentation, and within the different speakers, some of the things that were alluded to was the formative assessment, daily formative assessment being used within your staff, the professional learning communities working around that formative assessment, the NWEA EA growth, working with the Office of Educational Policy to assist with that and looking at that growth to me was impressive. Question around the NWEA growth. did y'all take the winter test for this year right now from
Yes,
from
ma'am.
the fall? And how is that growth looking right now in comparison to last year's data?
So when we look at the students and how they have scored from fall to winter, 57% of our students made growth on the reading test, and 64% of our students made growth on math.
Okay, so right now you're on track for a higher yield at the end of this year than you were to last year.
Yes, and definitely for math. And we believe that's because of our plus time implementation and having that individualized time with the students.
Okay. Another comment that was made within presentations today, this was by ADE staff, Dr. Wild, specifically mentioned the last 2 years of being a collaborative, much more collaborative in the work with covenant keepers, which I think is important to note. Within that, the principal, sir, if you can ask the principal, you started last year in February and then full-time this year.
Started last year in February, full-time in February as the Dean of Student Affairs.
I personally believe that building administrator is one of the key people in a school, okay? And so if this is truly the comeback year, I think that you probably have a lot to do with that. So one of the things that I would like to kind of ask you about a little bit more, well, first off, congratulations on that.
Thank you.
You had alluded to earlier on about your one-to-one with discipline and your approach in that. And I'd like you to share a little bit more about that, because that was probably one of the things that stood out to me. Was, and you guys did cite it within your application, but when you look at your total of 231 either in or out of school expulsions with 171 students, that's a lot. And so your approach this year and your change, and what changes are you really seeing?
Well, we're just doing more cultural sensitivity training and working with the students and working with the teachers to help them understand the population better. And the one-to-one interventions is just when we notice a disconnect, there's a miscommunication a lot of times between the student and the teacher. And because of the population that we serve, a very risk-averse population, sometimes they don't know how to manage their emotions very well, how to communicate what they really feel. And so when we notice those disconnects, we foster an environment to allow them to communicate very freely, openly, and respectfully. Because as adults, as educators, as teachers, as administrators, sometimes we want to demand the respect, and we have to earn the respect of the students. And the students, they have a voice, and they want to be heard. And we notice that when we allow them the opportunity to be heard, instead of disrupting the class and going back and forth in the classroom, when we foster that environment, we realize that there was just a break in the communication. And working with the teachers to help them understand how to communicate with this particular student, because they're all different. You can't use the same approach with all the students. And working with the teachers, we've had a high success rate with the interventions.
I noticed that you said your team was doing the Ruby Payne. Is that something that you're doing through school-wide, or is that just something you're working with your leadership team on?
Well, it's something we've adopted the concepts of the Ruby Payne. One particular concept that I brought on board is SOAR with Susan Kruger. Mm-hmm. And that's what I'm most familiar with. I've researched the Ruby Payne and studied up on it as far as understanding how the male and female deal with their emotions and how to help them manage their emotions. But the SOAR curriculum has really helped, teaching these students how to set goals and be organized and feeling comfortable asking questions. Sometimes the student will sit in class and they don't know because they won't ask the question because they're embarrassed or fear of their peers may make fun of them. And so we empower them to, ask the questions and teach them, acknowledge, raise your hand and wait to be acknowledged. And if you don't get acknowledged, write it down and ask the teacher later. Working with Avimail, this guy, he's an artist, and helping, the SOAR curriculum helps us to identify the students' gifts and strengths. They call them superpowers. And so, been really working with Avimail. He was featured on Fox 16 Good Day. He's a poet. He's an artist, and so we're really encouraging him to pursue his future in art some kind of way. So that's what we're doing, just working with the teachers and the students to help them understand the different dynamics of what it means to be a struggling student.
Well, and when you're talking about behavior in the realm that you're talking about behavior, there are definitely teachable moments there. And so having that structured curriculum in that area is a plus. Also, just a note on your structured curriculum that you guys have adopted in the last 2 to 3 years with the change, probably with a high teacher turnover rate that's needed. And so I'd encourage you to continue that.
Thank you.
On your professional development plan, lots of work there as far as like doing your walkthroughs and things like that, but getting that more down to a instructional piece,
Gotcha.
I think is a highlight. One last question and I will be done. I noticed that, I know this is a 6-8 school, okay? So how do you help transition your kids either coming to your school or leaving your school? And so what's the plan there? So how are you going to ensure when your kids leave you that they're going to be successful in their next phase? And that may be a question for Dr. Tatum.
Well, I could speak on it a little bit. One of the things we're focusing on is developing the whole child. I mean, we do know it's about academic achievement. However, research has proven that students do better when they're emotionally and physically healthy. So that's one of the things that we're focusing on. So I'll let Dr. Tatum speak on the rest.
What we're doing to transition students out is we look at all of the high schools, open enrollment or their times such as Parkview. We look at that and we begin to have conversations with the parents about specific schools. Every year, on this year with 3rd and 4th, I'll be sitting with every teacher, not every teacher, every parent and their 8th grade student, and they'll tell me pretty much where they want to go, their desire. And so those conversations happen every year because I just don't want them to be disconnected after they leave. Many of our parents call back if it's not the right fit. We work on another alternative place for the child to be. So it could be Pinnacle Point, it could be Parkview, other charter schools, it could be anywhere. But I sit down intimately with every parent and their child to really hear what their desire is, and we move forward on that. And our success rate has been phenomenal.
I also want to add something. Speaking of how we know they'll be successful in the future, I'd like to speak on the students that have been with us for 3 years. Our students that are currently 8th graders now that were with us in 6th grade. And when we look at our NWEA data, we show that in math, we're still working on building them up, and on average, students have grown from a 4th grade level to a 6th grade level, which is not on grade level, and we understand that. But in ELA, those students that have been with us for 3 years, 55% of them are now on the 50th percentile. And as Dr. McKenzie was saying, that's not necessarily where the ACT Aspire has them, but we know that is a lot closer than we've ever had our student data show before in reading.
Dr. Saunders?
Hi, did you get those?
Yes, I
Yeah.
do have those for you.
Okay.
I had 133 students tested in the fall, 146 tested in the spring. I show October 1 enrollment on OEP's website is 157. There was 100 kids that were tested in reading both times, 97 that were tested in math both times. So there are about 30 that were only there in the fall and about 50 that were only there in the spring.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
And I think this would be for Dr. Tatum. I have some concerns, and that's why I want to look at that data carefully. I know last year we met, and I remember last year you were asking, said we just need some more time, and presented data on growth, specifically with a map, and the growth of your students and how they were doing well. And I look at the ESA reports from this last year, and I look at your largest race subgroup, the African American group, and I look at English language arts, and of 58 students tested, only 3 were achieving. When I look at mathematics, there were 59 that were tested, and only 1 ended up achieving. And so I see that as being contradictory to the growth reports as we saw last year when you were before us. So if you could just address that for me.
Well, I still have to go back to the data that we know. When we look at the last, I guess the ESCA report, is that those are park? Are
Yes,
those,
ma'am.
Those are park. Well, I would say that was a one-time test, and then the shift is happening to ACT Aspire. I would also say that it still didn't allow us time to really build the, it didn't give us time to really measure in 1 year where our population would really be. So, but again, we take the NWEA test and we look at that, and that has become our trajectory where we're moving towards proficiency or how we're growing our students. And so I would like for, come on, Ms. Clancy.
One thing to keep in mind is the ESCA reports, the numbers that you're looking at, that's proficiency. What Dr. Tatum, what we've all been talking about, what we talked about last year is growth. So those don't always look the same. And when you look again at the data that we've showed you, where we test students when they first come to us, and 90% of those kids come to us below grade level, in some cases far below grade level. No, they're not going to be proficient the next year, sometimes even 3 years later. And so that's what Ms. Jones was referring to when she talked about the numbers just a moment ago about when the 8th graders leave us after having been with us for 3 years.
Under that mindset, then, do you always anticipate to have students enrolling at the levels that you're currently receiving?
It depends on the priority and the focus schools. As we noted, 61%, that is not an excuse. No, that's not what our expectation is, and that's not what we're enrolling. Mr. Anthony Phillips, Mr. Phillips, he spoke very well. His child was failing 4 subjects from when she entered from Texas, and she came in the Covenant Keepers. After being there, we recognize she's a very intelligent young lady. She had the academics, but she needed a structured environment where she could grow. She didn't come in 4 grade levels below. She's a really bright child. So no, they're not all 4 grades below grade level, but it's some things we have to put in place internally for children to grow. And we did that for his daughter.
And I think what I'm trying to say is if at some point growth has to turn into performance.
True.
If we expect different results in the end. And so if we have high growth, if we're showing high growth saying everything we're doing is good for these kids, and we're going to always get the same level of incoming students, then will we always expect this performance?
And sir, when we talk of no, and that's why we work with our feeder schools out in the area to get the information, work with the children that are coming to us from the elementary school, begin to have meetings, entrance interviews, and just really talk, commitments, conversations, to really find out real early where they are. And so when we look at just the box that we're in, we're making great runs. We're making great growth. So, Dr. Saunders, growth for us will turn into proficiency. That's just not a mindset, but we wanted every child to experience a level of celebrations, yays, different things where they are. So we were so on a rush to proficiency, which is right. We were leaving some of our children behind. So now, over the years, we've paused, and we had to give every child a chance intimately to show growth, and we've done that. We've done that.
Okay, on just a quick side note, what's your current cap?
380.
380. So okay, so you would not need to initiate a lottery unless your number of applicants exceeded 380. Is that correct?
Our seats, it's the number of seats. Our building and the capacity we have will not allow us to have 380. That's 380 on our application, but our seats are full at our school now.
How many is that? How many again? So, no, I mean, how many do you have, since your seats are full? What's your?
We have 172, 71 students.
Okay, okay.
There.
That's what-
So number of students enrolling, if they exceed that number, a lottery process would take place. Am I correct in understanding that?
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
Ms. Pfeffer?
So these questions kind of follow up on what Dr. Saunders had been asking. I was looking at your goals, and when I pull up the packet, it is on page 17 of the packet from the posted information. So I'm looking at the 3 columns where you have the performance goal, the tracking tool, and the time frame. And if I'm understanding right, your growth goal comes into play. It's that last one listed there. 70% of students will meet their goal as determined by their designation on the Covenant Keepers Wraparound Growth Goal Model as measured by the NWEA MAP assessment. That's correct then?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so it's your, and this goes back to the question I asked Dr. Davis about the alignment between NWEA and our future state assessments, that if there is a correlation, then as your students are meeting exceedingly, as they're meeting their growth goals, at some point that ought to translate into higher levels of performance.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
But then when I look at your performance goals in terms of proficiency, and this may be a point of conversation, your goal is that the proficiency level will be 3% higher than Cloverdale Middle School and Mableville Middle School in ELA and math. Both of those are priority schools as well. So I guess when I read that and I'm thinking in terms of proficiency and performance, are those the goals that we need to set? Do those goals align with expected growth in terms of performance? And we also need to be looking at growth in terms of performance associated with this future state, this year's state assessment and future, because that's where you're going to start seeing the match between growth and performance in terms of proficiency. So that gave me pause when I read that. When I first read it, I was thinking 3%, and then when I looked at the comparison group, that I guess I have some questions about that. I don't know, my colleagues may have some comments to that as well.
Yes, I'll go ahead and address the 3%. Eventually, we don't want to have to compare ourselves with other area schools. We want to be able to compare us to ourselves and the progress that we're making. We want to allow for some time for the testing to stabilize. So starting out, we would compare our results with other schools, but we want to go ahead in the future and compare ourselves with ourselves and the progress that we're making along the way. So I don't believe that 3% was ever meant to be the end goal.
And I guess my concern is more with the comparison group being other very low performing schools. That's, I think, more of my pause.
The reason we have chosen the reason we have chosen those schools is those are the neighborhoods that our students come from.
Yes.
If our students weren't attending Covenant Keepers, the majority of them would be at Cloverdale, would be at Mableville, would be at Henderson. Yes.
Okay, and then I'm done. Believe it or not. Okay, I want to say that, and I was listening to Ms. Pfeffer and Ms. Smith and Dr. Saunders' questions. So here's what I'm trying to say to you. I'm trying to say that I understand everything that we have discussed. Growth is probably where your charter should be aiming rather than fitting into a traditional mode. However, even at growth, you could meet your AMOs last year based on performance or growth. You didn't make it on either. But I do believe that in light of, because Ms. Smith hit on what I had intended to talk about, and that was I was listening to Dr. Weil, and I listened to the fact that he said over the last 2 years things are beginning to morph and gel and begin to move in the directions that the relationship of the school improvement unit has with any school district. It's beginning to take shape. I also listened to the fact that the principal has put some things into place with respect to understanding that we all are different, we handle our emotions differently, and of course, unless a student feels safe and secure, it's difficult to sit down and work on academics. I'm trying to make sure I hit all the things that I intended to say before we went around the bend. So I get that we are now again looking at a crossroad with covenant keepers, because you have the very same issues that many others have with respect to transitions of assessments. What you have that is possibly a little more unique is your population. And those populations or subpopulations that you're showing greater gains with than with others. The instability of the assessments have an impact, sure. Instability of personnel. So I assume you're now feeling a little more comfortable and you feel like you're rounding the bend to get on track. Because I always feel that we need at a minimum 2 years with some stability in order to look at anything. Even to show growth, we have to have at least a couple of years. I'm willing to accept the fact that you feel that's where you are now. Okay, we're getting ready to, the state has said that they're going to be a little more stable with the assessments. You want to make a decision based on when we get stable. I'm saying you may want to look at some adjustments also with respect to how you plan to measure success. I think that in and of itself would temper a lot of the concerns, because then we could actually measure apples with apples. If we're talking about growth, if we're talking about moving the needle, if we're talking about making the change, yes, over the long haul, if you start to see growth and it's consistent, it will equate to improved performance and achievement. And so I don't know really how I plan to do it, but I'm willing to make a motion at some point. I'm really done. I wanted you to understand. I recognize I've worked with oppositional student populations over my career, and I worked with middle school students. So I get the challenge, and I did understand why you had the comparison, because you have to compare it with the schools in the area, and unfortunately, that's something that we're challenged with in the state, but particularly right now in this area, that at a very critical grade span and level, we are seeing failing populations, and we need to make that we need to make that look differently. We need to make opportunities for success. So unless other people have some concerns or questions, I'll make a motion.
I've got several. Mr. Rogers.
I'm fixing to change it completely up. All right. I have just two things. One is pull the ABSCAN bank rec report and checks outstanding. There's 2 that are 3 years old and 4 and 3 that are 2 years old. So I just wondered if we could take a look at that and find out what's going on with that. The other thing that I have is on the EBD report, it showed that the Covenant Keepers was late filing, got penalized $100. And so I was wondering if that's one time or is that something that
I'm cringing myself.
look on your face until you were surprised too.
I'll speak on the EBD checks. It was that time because we had to take our mail to a different area. We're in a building with other businesses, so the mail did not get picked up until late. So that's not a consistent.
Okay, so
we're working on actually trying to. We don't get the mail at our address, and we can't get it picked up from our address. So that's something we're trying to work on with the post office, so we won't keep having that issue of mail getting picked up, getting to us late, or getting sent out late. And he'll speak to the bank rec.
Okay.
Darren Hamilton. We are a CPA firm. We do some consulting with Covenant Keepers. As far as the outstanding checks, we have confirmed with the vendors, and those checks will be removed off of there. We just want to do our due diligence to make sure that they were not checks that would come back to bite us in the future. But we're comfortable that those checks are going to be taken off the system, and so it wouldn't be an issue going forward.
Okay, when are they going to be taken off the system? Sorry.
We'll have them taken off probably. Actually, they were scheduled to be taken off last month. It was just we took them. We wanted to make sure before we took them off, because some of those are like real small dollars.
Right.
And they were going to a vendor where it's hard to get someone on the phone to say, is this a good check or not? But we're going to make sure that they're off here in the next. We'll make sure they're off. Actually, this reconciliation.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Dr. Saunders.
Yeah, I just had a question. I know that on this particular item, we have 2 issues, one concerning priority and one concerning renewal. And wondering, will we be handling those separate or as together? I know this is kind of one, but prior to any motions, I know on the renewal, I have lots of questions concerning the waiver request, and I was looking at it currently as just being priority first, but I may be looking at it wrong, so
Ms. Davis, your advice?
You don't have to. You can do it all in one motion, or you could do it in separate. I mean, if there are concerns about whether or not you're going to renew them or not renew them, then you might want to handle that separately, and then you can go into how you want to deal with their priority. But you don't have to. You can do it in one motion.
Okay. Dr. Saunders, if you have questions about the waivers, I'd go ahead and ask those.
All right, Dr. Tatum. Give me just a second to get it up. All right, from my understanding, I'm looking at the new waiver requests, looking at a waiver from teacher planning time, duty-free lunches. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
What are you planning on doing different that you would need those waivers?
Those are not new waiver requests. We've had those since inception, and those are in place just in case we need them, if we're getting more flexible with our teacher prep time.
Madam Chairman, may I address the panel?
Absolutely.
All right. Thank you. Dr. Saunders, to address your questions, I think the 2 things that those waivers have in common is they're not a diminution in the time, that's the statutorily required time that Covenant Keepers has to provide in those areas. It's just asking for flexibility as to how they're provided. For example, with the planning period, it's certainly the intent to provide the full 200 minutes. It's just that the statute, as you know, requires to be provided within the instructional day. Because Covenant Keepers has extended hours and extended day, then they're just asking that that be moved to a later time in the day that's non-instructional.
So
But
it
it's
would be
still-
after
but
the
it's still
school
with-
day?
Yeah, yes, but still within the teacher's employment
Okay.
per their agreements, but not within the actual instructional day.
But this is a new waiver, is that correct?
I think it's an explanation of a utilization of a
Okay.
currently held waiver.
Okay. And the duty-free lunch?
It's the same thing, we've had that in place.
So what I think the intent here was, it as part of the renewal process, when we had to go through a waiver examination process anyway, is to kind of not only bring up new waiver requests, but find a vehicle in which we can better explain the ones that are in place now and how they're currently going to be utilized.
Okay. And then seat time.
The seat time is pretty much it is the same, but we have implemented a plus time in order to give us that flex in our schedule. So we want children and, wait a minute. Okay, I'm trying to find it here, hold on. The seat time is because of the digital coursework, project-based learning, and the RTI. That's why we wanted to ask for that particular waiver.
Can you give me an example of, for example, a grade or subject and what that might look like?
Well, we have a Reading Plus, so it would mean that, or keyboarding, where the children are actually still getting academic time during the seat time. Am I explaining it wrong? I said that.
That's only for keyboarding, is that what you said?
No, sir,
Did I
it's
hear
not only for keyboarding.
Okay.
And it's also, we have a Reading Plus and other digital courses that we provide to our students. We use a computer lab where we have two particular computer labs where children can get a digital coursework, as well as we have Ingenuity, where our students are getting that seat time and taking that online course, which is Algebra 1. So when we talk about seat time, that helps us to roll out a full curriculum alignment with the frameworks, or standards, I guess I should say.
Okay, what courses besides Algebra 1 would this include, and Reading Plus? Are those the only two?
We have, and we have the keyboarding as well.
Keyboarding, and it would be limited to those three?
Yes, keyboarding, Reading Plus, and Ingenuity, which is an online Algebra 1 class.
Okay, the Ingenuity is Algebra 1, right?
It is an Algebra 1
It
class.
is the one.
It's a digital course, yes, sir.
And what would be a typical time for a student to need to complete that for credit?
For the Algebra 1, it would be a full year. For keyboarding, it would be at the semester.
But with a waiver of seat time, it would no longer be a full year and semester, so what would be a typical?
They would change up at the semester time, and they may go into, not the Ingenuity class, but they may go into another digital course, which could be the Reading Plus. So when it finishes at the semester time, it's not that they go home or whatever, they go into another digital course.
So, okay.
That's required by standards.
So it would be a full credit of Algebra 1 for one semester? Am I understanding that?
Yes, and if they finish it,
And they can work on,
Okay.
they can work at their own pace. And so if they finish the course early, all of the requirements of the course, they will finish the course, and we can have them in some other enrichment.
Do you have a plan on what this specific course, what the average amount of time a student spends to complete it?
when you the course for math, it's an hour and a half, and so they do that time there in the classroom during this digital course. But they can also utilize it when they're at home. So there's certain dates that the teacher in this digital course, let's just say Algebra 1, she gives to the facilitator and the teacher. So the seat time could last a whole year when we talk about that. But some children, they do finish early. They're aggressive about finishing, you know, could be 3 weeks earlier, 2 weeks. It just really depends on the child's pace in finishing the online course.
Okay, and that's what I'm asking, and I'm not being difficult, but I want to understand. So if the child is in there for an hour and a half a day, is it possible that that student could complete the entire Algebra 1 course in a month?
No, sir.
Okay, what's the minimum amount of time that child would need to be in there to receive the credit?
I would say the child would need to be probably 7 to 8 months.
Okay.
7 to 8 months.
At an hour and a half a day?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Just for clarification, are these students in the Algebra 1 class, they're proficient at 8th grade math?
We have the students that are proficient in math, that are 8th graders, they are all in that class. However, we do have some students that are not quite at proficiency. I would say maybe 4 students that we're still working to build them up to where they need to be.
But they're taking Algebra 1 for credit?
They are taking Algebra 1 for credit. Yes, ma'am. And we're talking about according to... Okay, I was going to say, we're talking about NWEA. Are you talking about whether they were proficient in 7th grade and ready to move on to Algebra 1?
I would have assumed that they would have been proficient at 7th grade math if you were to place them in an Algebra 1. So do you have them in an 8th grade math class plus an Algebra 1 class? Or in replacement of?
We have a highly qualified teacher that teaches math, and when the children didn't, or they haven't shown the, or had the grade in the past to move into the Algebra 1 class, then we have a full-time, highly qualified teacher. Be mindful that parents they know about the Ingenuity course because they're signed permission slips, but parents are on board with us and really understanding the whole breakout of the Ingenuity class. So as Ms. Jones said, the 3 to 4 students are in there. They're in there by parent request as well. So they're fully aware of this digital course and the progress that it's going to take for the child to finish in a timely manner.
You have other
I
questions?
guess I'm trying to figure out what the confusion is, I guess.
I got confused.
I also want to include that, remember that this is an hour and a half class, and half of the class is used, it's Algebra 1, and then the other half is used to build up that 8th grade math as well. Okay.
Okay, so I'm sorry, but I got tangled up in there a little bit, and I just need a little help. I'm trying to be sure that students who are in the hour and a half class who are taking Algebra 1 were proficient in the 7th grade math, I believe, before they moved into an Algebra 1 class, or are they 8th graders who have not shown proficiency, but they're in the Algebra 1 for acceleration? I'm help me. I got lost.
Well,
I just don't.
whenever-
I don't want to
Right.
to feel that I heard what I thought I heard.
We didn't yet have park scores though. Whenever they were placed in the class.
But you had NWEA.
Yes, we did, and that's what I was speaking to. That overall, the majority of those students were on the correct level, and there were 3 students that were not on that level.
But you felt that they were close enough to be
Yes.
successful?
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
That's what we were trying to...
Okay, yes, ma'am.
Are they getting Are they getting high school credit for completion of the Algebra 1 course?
Yes, they are.
Okay, okay. And you're basing their enrollment in that course on their NWA score, which is an indicator that they'll be successful in Algebra 1.
Yes, ma'am. And there is a linking study
Yes.
that has been done that shows
Yes.
that.
So just to clarify on that, the student would receive credit for 8th grade math and Algebra 1 for that hour-and-a-half course, correct? Okay.
Ms. Kaufman, may I just interject one thing, point of clarification?
You might not want to. I think we're all straight now.
Okay, well, this is on something else. I'm not going to try and mess that up.
Thanks, Trip.
I just wanted to go back to Dr. Saunders' questions on the planning period and duty-free lunch and take another look at. I think those may have been waivers that were formerly held, but they're not held now. So they are indeed new waiver requests.
Okay, so they are new.
Yes, sir. So that is correct.
Does anyone else have questions? Dr. Tatum, I always save mine for the end. I've been to visit your school twice, and I always feel very welcome there. I'm sure that's why the students feel so comfortable there, because it is a very welcoming and nurturing environment. I really see your school as a niche school. I think it really fits a niche because it fits the needs of a certain group of kids that need just what it is you're providing. And I've always felt really good about the school, but I have to say today, as I read through here, I didn't have questions, but as we've gone on, I now have a list. So I'll try to do them quickly. Two things that came up. One is one of your staff said you're doing everything for the kids. And so that's a flag for me.
Me personally?
No, for the school. The school is doing everything they can for the school, for the students. So just very quickly, I want to ask a few questions. What's the number of days you go total per year?
192.
Student contact days?
100. Well, that's admin, so we're going to say 188.
And the length of your day?
From 7:15 until about 5:15, teachers are released.
I'm talking students.
Students, 7:35 until 4 o'clock.
Do you have a positive behavioral support system in place?
Yes, we do.
Do you offer transportation?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you have a word study program in place for derivational constancy? Roots, affixes?
Yes, ma'am. It's built into Engage New York. Whenever we're going over a new unit, each lesson deals with vocabulary. It deals with how to introduce the vocabulary. We study word roots. We do it across the board. Even our science and social studies teachers do it.
Okay. And my final question is, there was a request for additional time that was made over and over, and I think Ms. Barnes kind of alluded to that. How much time is the time needed? Are we talking 1 year, 2 year, 3 years?
For our charter?
Mm-hmm.
We need a chance to, once the test stabilize, we need to do 5 years.
So in 5 years, we could expect that growth has begun to show itself in proficiency. Is that what you would say? Even though we realize you're coming in with a new group of kids, you know, they're coming in every 3 years and more rapid. When would we see that consistency from the school?
As ACT Aspire, if that's it, and you give us a chance to show that growth, that stability, we need solidly 5 years. Because as Ms. Jones and Ms. Dr. McKenzie, they've shown our 8th grade, our 7th graders, our 8th graders, when they're there with us and they get that seat time, there's no question they're growing. We now just need longer.
we want an extended runway with our students. We want to be able to build on and have them come in at earlier grades, so we're able to have more of an impact on the population of students that we're serving in Southwest Little Rock. By being able to build lower grades, we're being able to spend more time with them and have a greater impact on those students.
But that's not a request today.
Right, that's not a request today.
So that's where we were saying at least 5 years with the test stabilizing and being able to use those wraparound services, because Ms. Barnes alluded to our African American population. So there's just time that we need to have in order to really stabilize us. We also have a principal that's there, and he's using SOAR. So there's so many great things in place that's making a difference.
I have one final question. Do you do any kind of data tracking on your students once they go into high school?
We don't do the data tracking. We were just successfully able to really have conversations with people within some of the high schools. So we look forward to moving forward to really be able to have those conversations and be able to really get some data back. And really have a great relationship with one of the Little Rock School District ELL directors, and really moving some of our kids to Hall so they could be a part of that ELL program this fall.
All right, thank you. Any other questions? You ready for a motion? I'm ready. Oh, wait a minute. Let me check with Ms. Davis. Ms. Davis, are there any remaining issues? Okay. Now I'm ready for a motion.
Okay. The principal, are you planning to stay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Given that the current requirements, this school is a priority school, and we cannot exit any priority schools prior to the results of our 16-17 assessment data. So I would like to make a move to approve a renewal for 2 years with academic review of growth and performance on the 15-16, 16-17 administration of the ACT Aspire.
Yeah, repeat that. Just that end part. What were the dates?
15-16, which is this current year, and 16-17, which is next year. Administration of ACT Aspire. That's 2 consecutive years of the same assessment to demonstrate whether or not the strategies put in place are showing growth that would lend itself to improved achievement. It also would identify whether or not the school is in position to be moved from a priority status. And so with our continued work with the school improvement unit, that's why.
I'll second that.
I have a second from Dr. Saunders.
So can I get some clarification?
Sure.
When you say the review of data, reviewing it in light of the goals in the charter that they've set as their goals, and also state performance goals?
I think reviewing it with respect to not only their goals, but state performance goals, growth goals, because growth is a great part of this charter and the abilities that they have shown with respect to, as Ms. Kaufman talked about, a niche for a specific subpopulation similar to a previous charter that we just reviewed. So that's why I was saying 2 consecutive years of data.
Dr. Gocher?
So 2 consecutive years, but with the latter part of your language, was that a just specific, it wasn't necessarily a probationary type request, it was...
Well, the thing is, they're asking for more time, but we need to see evidence of what they're doing, because that way we can see whether it's working. And so I'm saying, because the state assessment is the ACT Aspire, and this is the first year for it, And then next year would be the second year. That's 2 consecutive years to demonstrate whether growth is occurring over a period of time. And that's also when we would be looking at our accountability system kicking in with the 17-18 school year.
Just as a point of clarifications, if we give 2 years, is that going to give us enough time to have the data back to actually review?
As I understand it, we should be getting our data back fairly early, so we should be able to. I don't know all of the timelines, so someone Ms. Boyd or Ms. Davis may have to assist us. I'm saying we need to look at it, review it, and it may be an internal review. And at that time, it would be up to us to make a recommendation as to whether we want to call them in to move forward or whatever. I'm not calling it probation. I'm just simply saying renew it for 2 years so that they have an opportunity to have consecutive years of the same assessment to demonstrate whether or not growth is actually occurring.
Is this our discussion time, like we can discuss?
It is.
We've had a motion and a second, correct?
Right.
Okay.
We're in
So
discussion.
this is discussion time, okay.
What I'm hoping is.
So we're talking about renewal, and then we're also talking about their academic distress status, right? So if we said they could renew their application for 5 years, that keeps them from having to come back and do the whole application process. But if within the priority status, since they're working with our improvement specialists, they're going to be continually called in anyway, right? I mean, don't they have to show growth?
For academic distress, they would also be looked at by the subcommittee for priority. They would be a part of the quarterly reports. So, I mean, there is going to be reviews going on, but I personally didn't want to extend my renewal beyond 2 years for this initial renewal based on this.
Ms. Davis?
I just want to say, I'm not exactly sure when the 2016-17 data will come out, but if you extend it for 2 years, if you renew them, that would extend their charter until June 30th, 2018. So by then, you should have the 2016-17 data back, so
we
the
would
2 years
definitely
would
have
still
it.
be sufficient.
You definitely have it back by then.
And Ms. Kaufman, could Mr. Scott, he wants to say some words. Can he speak?
Sure. We're open to everyone.
Madam Chair, members of the panel, Scott Smith with the APSRC on behalf of the applicant. Just something for your consideration. Obviously, you can bring a charter in at any point in time and see whether they've made sufficient progress on their goals and what they're doing. From their perspective, I think a couple of things that you may wish to consider. The length of term of their charter does matter as far as their viewed strength to the clientele they're trying to serve. This is a 3-year grade span school. So if you're saying they're only going to get 2 years, then the next year 6th grade class isn't certain whether this school, the message it may send to whether or not that school may be there by the 8th grade. Obviously, if they're not making their goals, that's an issue you're going to look at it anyways. So I think from their perspective, they would like to request that you consider their request for a 5-year term and set maybe a 2-year review window internally if you would like to do it that way. And that helps them from a strength perspective as far as the message of whether this school is stable and who it's trying to serve. And it seems to work well with the goals that they've submitted. There's somewhat of a little bit of a cross conversation about review in 2 years and the goals that they've set it in their charter. So I just bring that to your attention as well.
That's fine. We need to vote on this one. We let it die, and then somebody else can make a motion.
Okay, so if the motion stands as is? Ms. Barnes? Yes?
Right now, and I think, don't we have to go ahead and
You can always amend your motion.
motion?
Can I ask
what do
Mr.
we-
Smith a question
Sure.
on that? Mr. Smith, could I ask you a question on that? I understand what you're saying about the 2 year, 5 years as far as student enrollment or perception or however you want to address that, but don't they already face that currently? Anytime that a charter school is coming up for renewal, there is a sunset date on every school prior to renewal?
Yeah, but if you're looking to enroll, and this is currently right now a 3-year school program, if you're a 6th grader going in, you think you come out of this program in the 8th grade, and then they say, but I see you only have 2 years. Your term is only 2 years. Then that certainly communicates a message to families of whether or not they would be willing to consider this school or not. And that, I think, that's not the intent. I think the intent of what you're talking about is let's look and see if they're making the progress that we want to see them making, and we're merely suggesting that there's a way you can do both in a healthy fashion.
Ms. Barnes, what is your will?
I know you didn't just say, Ms. Barnes, what is my will? I wish that worked everywhere. I have a spotlight on me. Let me look at me. I'm thinking through it because I know, again, and I have certainly stated that I recognize children, their future students and personnel. There's a lot at stake here. I am willing to make an amendment through a 3-year window. I still don't want to go full-fledged, even though even at the end of 1 year, I recognize that the charter can be called in. But I also don't want to give any indication that it's okay. Because right now it's I have some angst, but I also am encouraged to give you the opportunity to demonstrate what you're talking about. I don't want to necessarily go the whole 5 years. It may be that when you come back, you can. I don't know. I do know that I'm willing today to based on what I have heard, what has been demonstrated, the discussions that have occurred, I am willing to make an amendment that we do a flat 3-year with a review of your academic performance on growth and performance within that 3-year period. So how do I do that?
You just did. Dr. Saunders, do you second that amendment?
I want to ask. I need clarification. So if I'm understanding you correctly, a 3-year renew, but with review in 2 years or review in 3 years?
Well, the renewal is for 3 years. We will be looking at the data continuously, but certainly at the end of 2 years, there would be there would be evidence of growth.
So
So I'm just asking for the renewal for 3 years. Within that 3 years, we have our 2-year window that I was initially asking for. I'm not asking for them to come back in 2 years unless they are called back at our request or state board's request or another request. I'm just saying 3 years.
I'll second that.
All right. We've had amended motion for a renewal of 3 years by Ms. Barnes and a second by Dr. Saunders. Any additional discussion? Let's go. We'll go in order. Ms. Leewood?
Yes to the amended motion.
Mr. Lester?
Yes.
Mr. Rogers?
No.
Dr. Saunders?
Yes.
Ms. Barnes?
Yes.
Ms. Pfeffer?
Yes.
Ms. Smith?
Yes.
Dr. Gocher?
No.
All right. We have 6-2. The motion has passed. If you'll give us a few moments, we'll write our responses and give those to you.
Could I ask a question afterwards?
Sure.
Okay.
started yesterday. I don't know if we started. No, I don't know how that works. Doubt it.
Ms. Barnes?
I made the motion to renew for 3 years based on the fact that while this charter has come before us multiple times, some successes with population that other area schools have not shown is evident. A local high school has supports available for exiting students, and transition time must be taken into consideration for stabilization.
Dr. Gocher?
I feel growth has been demonstrated through formative assessment data and leadership stability. Covenant Keepers are meeting the needs of the Latino community and feel they may need more support in that area as changes continue to occur geographically. However, I felt supportive of extending their renewal more than 3 years, therefore I voted against the motion.
Mr. Laster?
Voted for. We'll give the charter 3 years to implement plans for their growth, and data will be available for consideration by the panel.
Ms. Leewu?
Okay, I voted for, obviously. This was a little, I was on the fence with this one. I'm not quite sure that you guys are going to make it. I'm not. But come with plans in place to hopefully make progress in the future. And really, I guess for me, what the deciding factor was Mr. Hernandez. What he had to say about what you guys have done for him. And if there's even a little bit of a possibility that you can do what you've done for Mr. Hernandez right now in your current situation to students down the line and show that increase in performance, I think it's worth giving you a 3-year renewal just to see if that can happen. And that's why I voted for. Sorry, long-winded.
Ms. Pfeffer?
I too think that the wraparound services is definitely something positive that you provide for your students. I believe that the 3-year renewal is going to provide you with an opportunity to demonstrate that your new administration and your current efforts can align to help ensure higher achievement and growth. I battled this as well. I have concerns regarding your current status and the designations, but I do believe that in the future we'll have a more stable environment and stable data to use to align with your NWEA data, and that's a lens that I would continue to look at that in terms of is your data, your local ongoing interim data, is it aligning with the outcomes that you see at the end of the year? And you'll be able to start getting some of that information as soon as this year. So I did vote in favor of the motion.
Thank you.
Mr. Rogers?
I voted against the motion because I thought it should have been longer. Although they do need to be monitored for academic progress. I think that with the testimony of Mr. Hernandez, they are doing good things in their community and they are serving people that do need to be met. And I feel like with longer time, with stability in the community, that would give them that chance to keep growing.
Thank you.
Dr. Saunders?
Yes, I voted in favor. I had a concern over the current performance. I believe that the consistent standards and assessment will provide us with an opportunity to demonstrate that performance or growth. And I just want to encourage to look more so towards towards the statewide assessments at the end of the year as determiners of success, as opposed to internal formative assessments. They can be used as a tool and a guide to get to the statewide tests. So just encourage you with that.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Smith?
I voted for. Noted that the application presentation shows significant improvement in school culture, academic growth, and professional learning over the past 2 years. Continued focus pertaining to academic status needs to be closely monitored. I was impressed by the community relationships with many in the area in an effort to meet the needs of the student. And I want to recognize that you guys are 91% free and reduced lunch. You are testing all of your students 6th through 8th grade. And boy, as a principal, if I knew every one of my students was testing at that middle grade level, that's a challenge. And so continue your efforts to lead and be strong. Leadership is by example, and continue to do that.
Dr. Gocher, correct me if I'm wrong, but your no vote was no you voted no because you wanted to give them more time. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So, Dr. Tatum, I think I would take this as a super success. 6 voted for the 3 years and 2 voted to give you more time.
Yes.
So it's not really 6 to 2 as in 2 no's. It's 2 for no to the 3 year and wanting longer. So
Thank you.
we expect great things from you. And we look forward to future reports to show that that trust was put in the right place.
Thank you.
This committee will take a 10-minute break, and then we will hear action item 4. Thank you.
Great. Thank you.
We're going to now go to Mr. Lester's office. Come on. All right. Pot of coffee. Long walk. Grab the juice.
Our bitch was good. That one was good. You got me on that one. That one. Yeah. That's so long. I know when you pulled that one out, I was like, whoa, that was good. You gotta get him. I will. I'll get it. That's all I can think. I will. Yeah, well,
Greg's over here fighting it.
I don't know. Yeah, we were thought we were gay. They probably just did a roll call.
Alexander told me, no, Kendrick told me during my training that it's usually not all in agreement.
I know, but it makes it a lot easier when you do yay or nay, and then you do individual.
Yeah.
I don't think we voted on that.
Because then you can see.
No, I'm with you. I say let's vote it and then let's go around. Yeah.
We should change our procedure where we used to all do yay or nay, and then we do individual.
Yeah.
Have we changed it?
Yeah. Let's go. I just think I think it's probably more true. So you don't have the cascading effect.
Oh, you guys are horrible.
I don't like you guys. Let's get your pressure. Let's quit picking on me.
What are you talking about? You and me.
Ms. Boyd, we're ready for action item 4. You're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Request for open enrollment public charter school renewal and priority status hearing for Pine Bluff Lighthouse Charter School. The State Board of Education approved the application for Pine Bluff Lighthouse Charter School on November 8, 2010. The charter is approved to serve students in grades K through 12 with a maximum enrollment of 650. Representatives of the Pine Bluff Lighthouse Charter School are appearing before the Charter Authorizing Panel to request a 5-year renewal for the charter. Also, the Charter Authorizing Panel has required representatives of Pine Bluff Lighthouse to appear for a hearing pursuant to Arkansas Code annotated 623-105 to discuss academic performance. Representatives of the charter agreed to combine the two hearings and approved combining the hearing procedures to be followed. Possible actions to be taken by the Charter Authorizing Panel include renewal of the charter based on its renewal application, but due to its priority status, possible actions include modification, probation, revocation, and/or non-renewal of the charter. Do you all need to be reminded of the hearing procedures? They're the same as the ones for the item immediately before this.
Okay.
Would you
we're
like?
good.
You're good. Okay. So I'm gonna go straight into 20 minutes for the state. Pine Bluff Lighthouse Academy, part of the Greater Lighthouse Academy Network, was first authorized by the State Board of Education to operate in November of 2010 to serve grades K through 12. Recently, the school has been classified a priority school. The contract is scheduled to expire in June of 2016. In my visits to the campus and conversations with the school leadership, it has come to my attention that the school has had 4 school leaders since it's opened its doors in August 2011. However, the school seems to have gained a dependable and capable leader in Mr. Brent Mitchell, who began working at the campus in late fall 2014. Under the direction of Mr. Mitchell, the school has increased teacher retention, and the impact of having a more consistent staff from last year to this year is apparent within the school culture. I'll defer the rest of my time to Dr. Wild.
Dr. Wild? Yes, ma'am. Oh, thank you. Before you start, if all the representatives, I hadn't turned my page yet, all the representatives from Pine Bluff Lighthouse Charter School and anyone speaking in opposition, please stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. Thank you. Dr. Wild, you're now recognized.
Thank you. Richard Wild, School Improvement Unit. Pine Bluff Lighthouse this year was classified in priority status. As such, we are just beginning or just initiating through the fall interaction from the School Improvement Unit with the site. The other component of school improvement is also the general accept submission. So there's two roles here. One is looking at their general school improvement process, and then their application for categorical and federal funds. The part where we would be somewhat critical would be in their submission of their general accept. And that is said lightly in the sense that we are in transition from one model to a new. We had a number of districts and a number of schools this year that were having difficulty with submission of accept. So I want to at least always give that caveat that they're not unique in that sense of struggling with that part. We'd like to highlight that on the second page of the report that we submitted, that it has also been typical, it's been our experience when a charter school has been identified in a priority status, that there is naivete about the process. So when school improvement shows up and says, we're here to help, there is some resistance. And that resistance is in the form of, well, we're doing everything appropriately and everything we could possibly do right now. Again, given their history of change in leadership, and with Mr. Mitchell coming in at the beginning of this year, he did not have and did not possess that long-term history of the school itself. So he couldn't give us a lot of background knowledge on why they had not done certain things. That said, however, would like to also indicate that Mr. Mitchell is an experienced principal, so that was a plus we gave them, and he was familiar with the school improvement process. One of the pieces that is not yet in place, he has assured us that they are working on it, is the hiring of a school improvement specialist. And the position has been offered, it just hasn't been accepted yet. So from our standpoint, looking at it, they are about where we would be with first year priority school in terms of the school improvement process, and we're working through still those initial stages. Any questions for me on that?
Would you clarify on the school improvement specialist that has not been accepted, the person that's been offered the job has not accepted the job? Is that what you're saying? Okay. Yes.
Later.
Yeah, we'll have questions later. Thank you, Dr. Weil. Ms. Boyd, if you'll introduce the school.
First, to address the panel from the school, we have parents, and we're going to remind them and ask them to speak directly into the mic and state their names before they address you all.
Madam Chair, to the rest of the panel, good afternoon. My name is Michael Winston, senior, and I am a parent of one of Lighthouse Scholars, and I can truly say that, like a concerned parent, my son he's only in first grade. Last year, I was concerned about his behavior and his grades in school. Well, like any caring parent, I took a look at it, and I started showing up at school. And when I get him on the weekends, because I don't have him every day, when I get him on the weekends, I started paying attention to his behavior. Coming to find out, my son is lazy. Not only at home, but at school. Because I was about to blame it on the teachers. Well, when I saw how the teachers was teaching and how concerned they was about not only just one, all, it hit me, okay, I have a lazy child. You know, instead of paying attention, he want to play, and want to do this. So instead of going fishing when I get off work, I would go to school and I would sit with him and I would see his behavior and see his performance. Well, there's no way you can learn if you're not paying attention. So by me showing up, helping out in class and helping out more at home, he's improved tremendously. From only getting D's and C's, he's making A's and B's. And this is only a second year. And with that being said, I really appreciate that, because when I'm able to go to the and not look at a teacher just sitting at her desk, you know, she's literally walking around, spending time with each and every individual. You know, when you have a classroom as a whole can raise their hand to numbers of questions, that lets me know they're paying attention and they're catching on. So by this year, I really appreciate what has been done in my son's classroom. And come to find out, I didn't know that Lighthouse teaches Chinese. I was shocked to information, and that's in the 6th grade, if I'm correct, 5th grade. You know, he's only in first grade. You know, me personally, I would rather see a little bit more foreign languages. No offense, but you know, I would, and you know, I'm looking forward to it. And with that, I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Winston.
Hello, my name is Sandra C. Prasad. I have a child at Lighthouse that's in the 5th grade. He's been there ever since he's been in the 1st grade. He's been having, when he first got there, Lighthouse has great programs. They have speech therapists, special education. He was slow on his reading. He has learned a lot from Lighthouse. The teachers inform me if he's having a bad day. They have no problem picking up the phone with me. Sometimes I can just talk to him on the phone and he's okay. And it's like Lighthouse make you feel like we're family. They include me in everything. And like you said, Chinese, my son is in the 5th grade, so he came and wrote something. And I'm like, what is that? But you know, he's helping me learn things that I didn't know. And for us, the special education program, it was like, you know, I'm a little older and I have 5th grade. And when I didn't understand his school homework, all I had to do was just pick up the phone and call the teachers. And they give you their personal talk. They have no problem. I can call them. It's 5 o'clock in the evening. And they explain it to me, because I'm, you know, trying to help him with his homework. And I just want to say that I appreciate Lighthouse being there. And I don't really know what I would do without them, because I didn't want my child to go to a public school. So I'm just, you know, and letting them know that I appreciate them being there for me.
Miss Sandra, what was your last name?
C. Prasad.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I am Lanisha Broadway, the Regional Vice President for Pine Bluff Lighthouse Charter School. I'm not going to take a lot of time because I know that we already have had some parents speak. But just to talk about who we are, and I'm sure the presentation is coming up shortly. We are a national nonprofit charter network that is dedicated to ensuring a college for a population of students who would otherwise face a future with limited opportunity. Lighthouse Academy sets out to distinguish itself by forming a family of schools that use an arts-infused K-12 college prep program to generate excellent results while using only the state and federal funds. Pine Bluff Lighthouse Charter School opened in 2011 with 165 scholars in grades K-4. Each year, the school added a grade level. In 2015-16 school year, Pine Bluff Lighthouse Charter School has 343 scholars in grades K-8. Throughout the years, the school has enjoyed the support of parents and the community, as you can see. Today, we are fortunate to have a few of our board of directors present. Ms. Rashonda Walker, who is the board president, she's in the back. Ms. Joy Blankenship, I'm not sure if she made it. Reverend Dr. Walter Van Zandt Windsor is here, and we use his. Yeah, he's right there. Mr. Tommy Palmer, who's not here. Miss Wanda Bateman is here. Dr. Joseph E. Brown, he's not here, and myself, Lanisha Broadway. Also, we have our CEO and president of Lighthouse Academies, Mr. Corey Whitaker, who's with us today, and a host of our local leaders in Arkansas and parents. So we thank them for coming today. To get a better idea of who we serve, I would like to share a few facts about Pine Bluff and the industrial and big businesses in the city. And they're posted to your right on the slide. Pine Bluff's population is 45,332. The median household income is $28,050. 18% of residents have bachelor's degree or higher. Pine Bluff was ranked most dangerous metro areas across the U.S. in 2015, and all the schools in the Pine Bluff School District currently have an academic needs improvement or priority status. Who we serve? Again, we have 343 scholars. Within the 343, we serve 88 families, which consists of 2 to 7 children in a family. We are a Title I school-wide K-6, and this year we are targeted assistants in grades 7-12 because our LEA changed. Our meal status, one unique thing is that we offer universal feeding to our scholars because of our high free and reduced lunch rate of 98%, and our demographics is listed below with 96.5% African American, 1.45 Hispanic, 1.16% Caucasian, and 0.87% two or more races. Now, our educational model, arts infusion. Incorporating the arts in daily instruction is what we do. We have art specialists who co-teach with content area teachers daily. Arts infusion, PD, is offered during the summer institute as well as throughout the year. Our school also provides public theater performances each year at local community venues. And the school partners closely with UAPB Art Department and Southeast Arts and Science Center, Arkansas. We also daily expose our scholars to master artists. Another part of our model is our standards-driven planning and instructional resources. Recently, this year in 2015-16, we incorporated new curriculum at our campus. We now use Eureka Math, K-8, expeditionary learning for our literacy, grades 3-8, and core knowledge literacy for grades K-2. We believe in educating the whole child, so social development is a big aspect of what we do. Our habits of a scholar, which really emphasizes ACEs, which stands for Active Community Memory, critical thinking, effective communication, and self-discipline and self-management. In our lower grades, our teachers really focus on our SHINE curriculum, where SHINE stands for self-discipline, humility, intelligence, nobility, and excellence. Next, just to look at our data, in 2012 and 13, Pine Bluff Lighthouse Charter School scored higher in both the combined population and targeted achievement gap group as it pertains to the Pine Bluff School District. 2013 and 14, as you can see, we took a decline. There were many challenges that affected the school's performance that year. One, we hired 10 new teachers. We had to staff the school with those positions, as well as we lost 4 teachers during the year. As you know, Pine Bluff is a critical area for finding top talent. Our partnership with TFA has been strong, but unfortunately, maintaining those teachers after their 2-year commitment has been a struggle. Our special education population grew in 2013 and 14. 10% of the testing population that year was identified as special education. Only 15% of the scholars had been with Pine Bluff Lighthouse Charter School for 3 or more years within the testing population. And most of our scholars in their first year were coming from surrounding D and F schools. Mathematics, between 2012 and 2014. In 2012, Pine Bluff Lighthouse scored approximately the same as the Pine Bluff School District in mathematics in the Targeted Achievement Gap Group. In 2013, the Pine Bluff Lighthouse Charter School scores were approximately 12% higher in the combined population as well as the Achievement Gap Group. But as you can see, in 2013-14 school year, we took a decline. And again, those same challenges that appeared for literacy are the same as in our math. The data for our recent PARC scores, our Upper Academy African American scholars met the AMO in literacy, and Pine Bluff Lighthouse Charter School scholars that attended Pine Bluff for 3 or more years were the ones that met the standards in literacy. For math, our Lower Academy African American scholars met the AMO in Pine Bluff Lighthouse Charter School scholars that attended Pine Bluff Lighthouse Charter School for 3 or more years, again, are the ones that are meeting the standards. So, some of the variables responsible for our challenges, as we talked about before, teacher and leader retention. Our 4-year retention rate is 51.8%. This year, 82% of the teachers remained. So great teachers and leaders are needed, and great teachers and leaders are being developed. Our scholar retention. As you can see, and probably all know, Pine Bluff is a highly mobile city. Scholars are in and out. People are moving in and out at all times. We know that Pine Bluff closed 2 of their schools due to a decline. So, some of the reasons that we lose teachers or leaders: personal illnesses, the TFA commitments expire, the lack of rapport from some of our previous leaders with staff and scholars, promotions that have been received by some staff members that moved on, and the demands of a charter school principal. Some of those principals just could not meet the demands of a charter school principal. And then a principal that's willing to commute, because most do not want to live in the city of Pine Bluff. Other variables for our challenges was our curriculum. I believe there are some on the panel that have seen Lighthouse before and know that we once used Saxon and we once used Imagine It. This year, because we saw a need that we needed to make a change and make it quick. So we did change our curriculum to Eureka Math and Expeditionary Learning and Core Knowledge. We saw that our curriculum was not vertically or there was no consistency from class to class. Engagement, which we know is huge with students and their academic performance, and just a lack of rigor. Other variables responsible for our challenges: 1, discipline and classroom management. Out of school suspensions in 14-15 were 36. Several teachers were on staff and were challenged to manage behavior in academics due to teacher retention. A lot of our hires are late hires due to the pool of candidates. So some may miss that initial classroom management training, because we do a week-long of responsive classroom for our new teachers, but due to times that prevents them from receiving that initial training. And then several of our teachers are just non-traditional teachers that are on staff. So of course we do have challenges there. But now I want to talk about some of the things that are really working in our school. We are one of the only charters I know in the city of Pine Bluff, we offer transportation to and from school. We've even reached out to areas as far as Wabaseka for scholars. So there's no limitation of us making sure scholars get to school. We also this year incorporated, due to our lack of commitment from scholars and parents, program for remediation. We provide transportation for those scholars to attend our after-school program. So we are proud of that. We've recently instituted a Saturday Arts Academy where scholars are also receiving remediation. We do it each year, and our parents look forward to that because we want our teachers to know where our scholars are coming from. Our SWAG program, and I'm sure you read it within the renewal in 2012-13, that was one of the programs that we had in place that worked, where we saw a lot of achievement, where we met AMOs, instituted that this school year because we have a committed staff and leadership team that's willing to push that program. Our universal feeding program that we offer for all of our students because of our free and reduced population. And then our social and emotional development program, which really focuses on college readiness, it focuses on character, and it builds those student relationship and teacher relationships that are needed. Our 160 hours of professional development, we also are a part of a charter management organization where we have a network of schools across the United States, and just the strong community partnerships within. So now that I've talked about the challenges and what's working, I want to talk about our restart plan. Upon a successful renewal, the leadership will launch a restart plan to dramatically increase student achievement. 1, significant teacher leadership investment. Staffing, we want to make sure that we have the right people in front of our scholars, providing the best instruction possible. So as we look at school turnaround models, we look at how schools are restaffed sometimes, how schools have to reapply for their jobs. I had to do that when I worked in North Little Rock School District when we opened a charter school. I was an assistant principal and had to reapply. The right people, if they're doing what they're supposed to be doing and they are committed to being at the school, which means they're going to do what it takes, they'll be there. We did a revamped compensation policy based on school performance, teacher leadership performance, and retention bonuses to try to maintain our high-performing staff. Another part of our revamped restart plan, Lighthouse Academies Corporate is launching a teacher hiring and selection training, which kicks off February the 25th. We also have an April 2nd LHA teacher fair that's going to be hosted here in Arkansas, where Lighthouse Academy is vetting candidates for our school. Attendance at local and college teacher fairs are happening now. Hiring bonuses we have in place for the critical shortage areas, and sign-in bonuses for high-performing teachers on state assessment. Another part of our revamped restart plan is increased student retention initiative. Of course, because we lose most of our scholars when they get to the 7th and 8th grade because of the extracurricular programs that the district schools offer, that's become an issue. So kids transfer out to go play football, to go play basketball. We did have a girls' basketball team, not have enough guys in those grades in order to have a male basketball team. So we may lose scholars to that, and we know that. So this year we did have a boys and girls basketball team. Of course, you know Pine Bluff is big on band. So we have a drum line, a mentor program with the university sororities, choir, dance team, track, drama, and an ambassador program. Again, additional tutoring programs with UAPB and our after-school programs and Saturday Arts Academy. We did begin GT this year, even though we had a waiver for it. We wanted to make sure scholars that met those qualifications. So we do have that in place. Annual college trips for motivation. The kids are taking a trip next week, a local one, to the UAPB, and mentoring programs for all of our at-risk scholars. Revamp Restart Plan, I've already spoken about what we're doing with our new curriculum, but just a bit more about it. K2 core knowledge, it really focuses on additional phonics work as a core component. For 3-8 expeditionary learning, it's heavily aligned with Common Core state standards. Emphasis on reading, non-fictional texts, which we knew our scholars did not do a lot of. closed reading, incorporating through different units of study, and we are implementing the repeated reading strategy. 3.8, and actually it's K8 Eureka Math, real world issues, vertically and horizontally aligned. And then with the priority status, we are instituting the pre and post test in our literacy and so biweekly assessments are happening, and they're used to determine intervention levels in our classroom instructional support. And just another thing about Eureka Math, it incorporates daily exit slips, so we're assessing our kids daily, and also it has mid-module assessments to make sure that we're checking how our scholars are doing and performing. Another part of our revamped restart plan is our new interim assessment system. We did move from TLI to Link It, and it's Common Core aligned. It gives us a variety of test bank items where we did not see the rigor in a lot of the TLI questions. So we did move to Link It, and it helps us analyze third-party data as well as like NWEA and all of those items. The new curriculum provides us with lots of support, pacing guides, curriculum maps, lesson plan templates, and we also make sure that our teachers have grade level meetings that's focused on student achievement data, coaching using the Danielson framework. We have ramped up our RTI process advancements where we're focusing on Tier 1 instruction first, and then identifying Tier 2 and Tier 3 scholars by name and tag them to skill deficits. The last part of our revamp plan is managing student behaviors with restorative practice. So we started the transition this year. In 16-17, we will be moving to full implementation. Year 1 results, we reduced our out-of-school suspensions to allow students to receive instruction at school. Currently, right now, we have 5 out-of-school suspensions this entire school year versus the 36 in 14-15. Our goal going forward is the reduction of out-of-school suspensions from implementation of restorative practice by 95%. Reflection forms are used to help students understand their actions and options. Daily classroom happening to build a community. Student-led conferences 3 times per year to place students at the center of their own learning. And ongoing professional development to add in mediation, peace circles, and restorative conferences. The Pine Bluff Lighthouse Charter School Board of Directors and leadership of LHA will seek to amend the charter agreement upon successful renewal of the charter. We're requesting to restructure the school to a K-8 campus only to commit to excellence before adding a high school. Our CEO, Mr. Whitaker, would like to take a few minutes if possible.
Okay. Yeah, your time is up. Is there anyone to speak in opposition? Then you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, panel, for the time. And so if you think about some of the communities in this country with the most educational needs, chances are you'll find a Lighthouse Academy school in that community. We do what we do because we deeply care about the communities that we serve. We care about our scholars. So I believe that charter schools, charter management organizations are entities that work in partnership with state and local education organizations in serving scholars. And we are in this work together. So I took on this role about 1.5 years ago, and for the first several months, I was observing, listening, looking into the data, and finding out exactly what's happening in the network as a whole and in Pine Bluff Lighthouse in particular. I sought to first understand the data before we began to take action. And so Ms. Broadway outlined a whole slew of initiatives that we've implemented to directly attack and improve our academic excellence. So I want to highlight a few of the changes that we are making. So in adapting to the realities of more rigorous assessments and accountability, and the realities we'll face now and in the future, we've implemented a more rigorous Common Core aligned curriculum, and Ms. Broadway has talked about that. Core knowledge, Eureka Math, and expeditionary learning. Before, our teachers were working very hard putting together resources, and now we provide them with resources that they can learn and spend less time making up things themselves. It also provides them the opportunity to add some creativity and arts infusion into the curriculum that's already laid out for them. Because we are committed to a data-driven approach, we've implemented a stronger Common Core aligned interim assessment with the link and a data management system to accompany that. And we're providing training for our educators and our teacher leaders on that platform. Now, an initiative that is near and dear to my heart is our restorative practice. When I was an educator 16 years ago in the classroom, one of the things I was bound and determined to do was to make sure that I kept all my kids in my class and not suspend them and not expel them. And that took some serious work, took some serious creativity. But I knew that the best place for my students was with me. And we want that same energy throughout our network and that same commitment to keeping scholars in classrooms in Lighthouse schools. The Lighthouse Network also employs a targeted tiered support structure because our schools are different and have different needs. And so we have other educators and leaders in the network visiting schools and providing another eye to support our local leaders. So all of these network-wide initiatives create opportunities for network-wide collaboration. So our school leaders and our educators have the ability to collaborate with and work with Lighthouse teachers, not only here in Arkansas, but throughout our network nationwide. The other challenge that we are addressing is the human capital realities of working in Pine Bluff and thinking about how we source, recruit, hire, onboard, train, and develop our educators. Now, this is a major challenge for us now, and it's going to be an ongoing challenge for us going forward, but we're determined to make progress and to make improvements. So we now have a human capital expert that we've hired on my senior staff at the National Network who is leading our efforts. We're using our budget more intelligently to target retention initiatives for our high-performing teachers. And we've also seen there is a strong correlation when you hire an educator and the impact on growth that they have in the subsequent year. And the difference from the teachers you hire in April and May versus those you hire in July and August is substantial. And so we are making sure that we are determined to hire most of our teachers early in the hiring season to prevent that from happening in the future. So Lighthouse Academies, everyone should know, we are not satisfied with our academic performance by any means, and we are committed to doing that better. But recent data indicates that some of the changes implemented this year under Mr. Mitchell's leadership is starting to show improvements. A question was asked earlier at an earlier session about the fall to winter NWA data. And so what we've seen from our fall to winter is that 53% of our scholars are meeting or exceeding their growth targets so far in English language arts, and 51% of our scholars are meeting or exceeding their growth targets in math. So that's a positive indicator that we're going to continue to push. So our model is a K through 12 approach in Lighthouse in general. And we prepare our scholars for college and career through a rigorous arts-infused program. Now, in our CPAs, or college preparatory academies, over the last 3 years, we've seen outstanding graduation and college access outcomes. So over the last 3 years, we have 88+% graduation rates from our CPAs in places like Gary, Indiana, Indianapolis, and the South Bronx. And we have 90+% college acceptance rates in places as well. And so we look forward to serving the full K through 12 continuum in Pine Bluff. But as Ms. Broadway just said, what we want to do, and one of the changes that we're making with regard to Pine Bluff, is making sure that in kindergarten through 8th grade, we have an excellent program before we launch into high schools there. So we're committed to making that change. Lighthouse Academies is 100% committed to the Pine Bluff community. And we are 100% committed to supporting this school to achieve the level of excellence that is expected of us from our parents and that our scholars deserve. So we thank you so much for your thoughtful consideration.
Thank you. Sure. Sorry, your time's up.
No, I'm here to.
Okay. Was that Mr. Whitaker?
Yes.
Corey Whitaker. All right, panel. Time for questions. Ms. Smith is ready.
I have a question. And this may involve Mr. Whitaker also. I'm just curious to discussing the curriculum, okay? Within the presentation, you talked about 2 new curriculum programs that you guys have used, Eureka Math and Expeditionary Learning, and that you guys have just kind of implemented those within the last, this year?
This current school year.
Okay, so what did you do previously?
Well, that was
Saxon?
Math was there. Imagine it.
Okay, and so I'm just, from your network, the National Lighthouse work, do you guys advise as far as curriculums that districts use or schools use, or do you leave that up to the individual schools?
Yeah, so one in the past at like a sort of flexible model where most of the states and the boards were doing their own thing. But recently, in looking into the new environment with charters and the more rigorous assessments and standards, I've decided that we need to be more prescriptive in terms of the curriculum in each of the states.
And so how do you guys come in and support the school then?
So, Ms. Broadway can speak to that.
So one thing that LHA Corporate does is we do have institutes throughout the year. We have a summer, fall, winter, spring institutes that focuses on the curriculum. We took the initiative locally to bring in Eureka Math to do PD with our teachers this summer, as well as we did the same with Expeditionary Learning and Core Knowledge.
Okay. Thank you.
Dr. Gocher.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
In reviewing your reading scores, I just have a couple of questions. First of all, talk a little bit about your reading curriculum, guided reading. What kind of, really specifically for your first grade through fifth grade students, and then my concern is that the school is pretty flat, and so I'm just curious if someone could address number one, what reading curriculum is being supported, and maybe address the scores.
Okay. I'm sorry I introduced myself. I'm Brent Mitchell. I'm the current principal.
Hi, Mr.
in
Mitchell.
Pine Bluff Lighthouse. This is my second year. I think there may have been some confusion in the submission. Second year. I came aboard late October last year. Okay, to answer your question, there's 2 curriculums that are used for our elementary school. So we have a K2 curriculum, and then we have a 3A curriculum. But the K2 curriculum is scaffolding into the 3A curriculum, and so it kind of goes hand in hand, and so it allows us to get the results we desire. As far as the flat scores, when we're looking at using that curriculum as of this particular school year, NWA indicates growth in every grade level, so we know that it's working. And so we're satisfied, but we know there's more work to do. Like we said, there's a 50% success rate for math and 51% for literacy, so the models currently work we have in place. We also think that doing the pre and post test helps with that as well, and so we're excited about the growth we're showing.
Very good. So what I'm seeing here in Table 6 is not reflective of the NWEA scores. What Table 6 is on your page 15, I believe, Mr. Mitchell.
And that's previous data. The NWA scores I just spoke about were just released. We just took our winter NWA here
So
last
for the
week.
15-16
Yes, sir.
school year, I was, okay. I kind of get connected to 3-year trend data. That's why I was kind of wanting to get an explanation of that. So that table represents what curriculum?
The previous curriculum. So that represents the Imagine It, the Saxon, etc.
Okay. So Saxon has a reading as well?
No, I'm saying that's on page 15. The literacy data.
Yes, sir.
It's just particularly to Imagine It and whatnot.
Okay, very good.
That's old curriculum we no longer use.
And you're saying that beginning 15-16 that was handed to me, Alex, earlier? Well, I don't want to waste your time. So
Right.
there it is.
That's our current growth that we've shown this current school year using the new curriculum.
I'll look at that and not waste any
Okay.
of my colleagues'
Yes, sir.
time. Thank you, Mr. Mitchell.
No problem.
Does you or Ms. Broadway, someone mind kind of talking us through the document that you handed us?
Hi, my name is Amanda Crowder. I'm the curriculum coordinator in state
testing coordinator for Lighthouse Academies in Arkansas. What we did is you'll look at each grade level as you can see their average RIT score for fall in the first column. The second column is their average RIT, and our overall observed RIT score for RTI, for the RIT score. In the last column, that is the number of students, percentage of all of our students that either met their growth or exceeded their growth. So at the top, you have under percent of students by growth classification, you have a red that says no, an orange that says no plus, yes minus, and a yes. Our Linkit system, we stated they were a third-party data analysis. They help us and analyze our data and send us back this information. We are able to go through and pull from their systems our RTI groups. We talked about our Tier 2 and Tier 3 instruction. So our teachers have this information readily and in front of them with our Linkit system. So you're showing that 22% of our students in met their growth goal for the year from fall to winter. 31% exceeded their growth goal. So that's an overall of 53% that either met or exceeded their growth goal on the winter NWA. And the same is for math.
So they've met their growth goal for the
entire year.
By the end of the first semester.
Yes.
So then you would accelerate those kids and go on while you're working with the 47% that have not met.
Yes, ma'am.
And is there any commonality in the 47% of the literacy student, the 47% literacy and the 48% math? Are those the same kids by any chance?
Yes and no. It's a little mix of everything. Some kids tend to do better in math. Some kids tend to do better in literacy. Of course, you do have some kids that represents both populations, but for the most part, it's kind of different.
Have you ever applied for a 21st century?
We did. We applied last summer, and we felt that our application was very strong. However, we did not receive the grant.
Okay. But you'll apply again?
We're going to apply every time they offer a chance for us to apply.
Sir. Mr. Lester?
I see here that, and I know you have to go target assisted your first year of looking into moving towards school-wide. Have you already started looking at a plan for your school-wide because you're 86% free and reduced?
Yeah, we work hand in hand with Complete Consulting, who kind of does all of our financials, and that's already been determined that would be a good route for us to go.
Okay.
I'll just say, and while they're getting their questions together, I did visit the Pine Bluff Lighthouse Church.
Yes, ma'am.
I did a drop-in visit, Miss Boyd and I. We had a great visit. I appreciate the hospitality. Mr. Mitchell showed us around to all the classrooms, and I did see good instruction going on in every room. Mr. Mitchell and I had a great conversation about the next steps
We did.
to move the rigor up, but a good solid foundation in classrooms. Saw a great phonemic awareness lesson, a great phonics lesson. We saw good student writing on the walls.
Yes, ma'am.
So all those things that a literacy teacher looks for when they go into a school, I saw evidence of. So I applaud that.
Thank you.
I can tell you're doing good work, and as a result of that, everyone else is as well.
Oh, thank you.
Dr. Saunders.
Yeah, I had some questions concerning the numbers.
Okay.
Duty-free lunch and planning time. Can you talk to me about that?
So, yes, the duty-free lunch, we just want to have the flexibility there to utilize that waiver as needed, if needed. One thing that really looking at the planning time and for the teachers, we really want to have more impactful instruction going on all day and be able to work with teachers before or after school. We just feel like keeping them in the classroom, making sure the time is being utilized to impact instruction during the day is something that is detrimental to our scholars moving forward.
Okay,
Now-
so the planning time would occur outside of the school day.
Yeah,
And the duty-free lunch waiver of that would mean teachers assign duty during lunch. on some days.
on some days.
And the waivers to be rescinded, you wanted to rescind the publication of school district goals?
Yes,
correct?
our first year, we didn't have any data, so that can
Okay.
be removed now.
And there's a need clarification on the gifted and talented.
Right, we do want to rescind that because we do have that program in place now. So that's the clarification. This year, we did get approval to begin the GT program, and so it is already up and running. So we want to rescind that one.
And I just need clarification from legal on, did ask about the sections 1801 and 1802 on the standards accreditation with that tied together. What do we need to do? Did we clarify that?
Yeah, she said that they're going to. Thing I would add is they also have the waiver of the ADE Gifted and Talented Program approval standards rules that they probably need to confirm. They need those rescinded as well.
In agreement? Okay. Okay, and down to the performance. I know that looking at your performance on literacy, ELA, was 8.1% this last year in English language arts and 10.8% in mathematics, correct?
Correct.
Do you want to just expand on that for me?
Well,
Talk to me.
I can expand on what we've done to kind of combat that after receiving that data.
How did it get to that point, though?
How did it get to that point? I think
Yeah.
the curriculum was not rigorous enough, which we obviously understood after seeing the data. Always been an issue for us until last year. And so we had cycles of people coming in to teach our kids. One class of kids maybe had 4 math teachers in the course of 1 year. Yeah, and so retention has always been an issue. We're doing much better with that now. And I think some of the things we're doing to combat this year's score, such as our interventions, our pullouts, our push-ins, our Saturday school program, our ELO, et cetera.
Can you tell me more? What are you doing specifically on that teacher retention? Some of your efforts towards that.
Well, research says it has a lot to do with leadership. So this is my 2nd year, and so we only had to replace this last school year. We even had a TFA teacher committed for another year to our campus. We also are doing a better job, as Mr. Whitaker stated, in going out and recruiting high-quality people early versus trying to hire people in April rather than trying to hire people in June and August. I think our retention has a lot to do with the fact that we have a working environment. We have great families, as you can see. Our parents are here to support us today. A great school board, great partnerships. We're very unique. Coming from the district, I did 14 years in public schools before joining charter schools, and there's so much difference and so much levels of commitment that public schools on offer. And I think that environment is healthy for anyone who wants to be an educator.
Okay. Thank you.
Ms. Pepper?
Mr. Mitchell, I
Yes,
just
ma'am.
wanted to make a couple of observations, and when I look through here and with the presentation, I am very interested in your plan for the attention and if the results continue to be what you want, and as you move forward, if there are new things that you try, because it is a serious issue, but I found it very refreshing to see a very specific,
Yes, ma'am.
concerted, defined plan for that. And I also feel like you all are very focused in on, realizing that when you get students and when you can keep them, you can make an impact.
Absolutely.
And that certainly helps with data and really being able to know your success. So I do appreciate that, and I also appreciate how clear you are, all of you are, in the application in terms of goals. You went through, did you meet goal? Yes. Did you meet goal? No. And you had a very thorough rationale and the plan going forward. So I just wanted to make those positive comments about the overall application. So it's very helpful for us.
Any additional questions or comments? Dr. Gotcher?
A couple of pieces. I think I'll stick with just the one as it relates to behavior plans, and then parental support. If you can tie those two together, Mr. Mitchell, I'll try to keep this in one question. Concerned about the effectiveness of the behavior plans and how involved are the parents in the process, and talk about a little bit, segue into your, since you don't have an active PTA according to your report, how are,
It's not called a PTA. It's called the Lightkeepers Association.
that's why you don't have the PTA,
Right,
because
yes,
it's
sir.
called it, yeah.
And they're
To
yes,
my
sir.
point.
Yes, sir. They're very active.
More about that, please.
Okay,
Thanks,
well-
as I turn a little red right now.
It's okay. One thing that's unique about Lighthouse is that we have what's called an SBMT meeting monthly, which is a school-based management team, which involves a parent. And so that parent's allowed to give input as far as field trips, as far as extracurricular activities, as far as things that we should do as for monthly. And so that all in turn allows the parental support to be great. When you look at that same committee reviewing the handbook, that when I came on last year, the handbook was already in place. And so the suspensions were, but they were due to, you have to follow your due process as far as your handbook.
Agreed.
And so when we went to restorative practices, we did more of committing to keeping kids in class versus sending kids home. And then when you have the type of parents we have, a lot of our parents are a phone call away versus in some schools, you may not even have a working number. I can text every parent that's sitting out here before you right now, and they'll be at the school within 15 minutes to support their child. And then my goal is to get the child back in class immediately. I'm not alternative schools. I've seen what happens to the kids in those systems. That's not why I committed to Pine Bluff. My commitment was to get these kids to where they need to be by 12th grade.
All right, thank you very
Yes, sir.
much.
Dr. Saunders?
Yeah, what's the feeding program that you mentioned, Universal?
We have a universal feeding program which provides free lunch and breakfast on campus. We also provide snacks for every K-2 scholar as well. And through a partnership with Mr. Cedric Jackson, we're able to feed every child in our after-school program and provide them with snacks on the way out the door.
Is Universal Feeding Program, is that the name of it? Or
I
does
think that's how it's worded when you apply for the paperwork.
or is it P? Okay, thank you.
All right.
You want to translate for Sharon? Community eligibility provision?
Yes, community eligibility provision.
This is simply just a comment, but I wish you could see the head nodding going on in this section over here. Every time, I mean, I almost feel like there's going to be an amen in a second. But the head nodding is just going on.
Well, it's unique. I attended UAPB with some of my parents. Some of my parents were my teachers at UAPB. My family's from Pine Bluff, so the commitment for me was easy. Once I got on board, we up our sleeves. From I think my first day there, we had a parent meeting at the church, and I got like 10 initiatives that very first night from my parents on what they wanted. And then, as you can see, our enrollment grew from 275 to 343 that very next year. So I think it's just about commitment. I think it's about doing what's best for kids and allowing our ADA families to have a choice in their child's education. That's why we're here.
Well, it's obvious you have leadership skills and your heart's in the right place.
No concern. I was checking on red in the money file just to make sure that wasn't a concern.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the presentation, and to each of you, your support is evident for the school. I only have, I guess a question.
Okay.
With respect to the priority at your lower
3-4.
building. And then the middle school, middle grades, you seem to be doing, you're close.
Yes, ma'am.
But I guess I think I just want to kind of hear what really feel created this scenario that put the lower grades in the priority status, and what you're doing or how you see that rolling up to the middle.
I think the biggest issue we have was teacher retention.
Okay.
That group of kids has never just had a consistent teacher to follow them for various reasons. I know we've had teachers who have left to go to graduate school at it's Harvard. We've had teachers leave to come to State Department. It's a hard commitment. I think the difference is now that some of the best practices we use as far as pre and post test and as far as intervention will help those scores to increase. Also, I just think we have a good cluster of 3-4 teachers now.
Okay.
There's a good mix. There's 2 returning and 2 new. We have a teacher who's certified Arizona, who's probably the strongest teacher in our building in her first year. And so she's able to work when we do peer-to-peer, when we do grade level meetings. She's able to offer some of the strategies she uses in her classes school-wide so that everyone has the opportunity to have the same success she has. And I just think that we're a group of people who are committed. And so when we work sun up to sundown, it's a commitment. Usually in the public school, when the bell rings, the parking lot's empty. For us, that's when we get started. We look at data. Some teachers volunteer their time to have kids after school for various groups. We have probably 10 pockets of kids throughout the building until 5:30 every day.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Addressing those students that did have those multiple teachers that find themselves behind, is there a plan to get them caught up?
Yes, ma'am. We do strong intervention throughout the day. So any teacher that has flexibility in their schedule pushes into a classroom, especially in math and in literacy. The instruction's been given, that person either flip-flop with the teacher so the teacher can pull out a kids for small group, or that teacher will take kids out for small group and kind of reinforce the instruction that's already been made. That model is also followed by my assistant principal, my school culture coordinator, and myself. And so we all have 15 to 20 kids a day with, and then we go back and reassess those kids to make sure they got the concept that was taught that day. And so if the exit ticket, prime example, I have a little girl in my group who we worked for an hour and a half on the day, had the skill mastered, and she did not pass the exit ticket. So that very next day, Mitchell, your baby didn't pass the exit ticket. And so I was able to again during lunchtime, work on it again, because we just want to make sure our kids have it. We want to be able to take this ACT Aspire test with confidence for our kids to be able to manipulate through the screens and have confidence in what they'll be able to compute.
I have a couple more questions. Talk to us a little bit about ACCEP and School Improvement Specialist.
Well, our school improvements, let me kind of backtrack. We posted the job immediately after meeting with Dr. Weil in his office, maybe in October. Variety of applicants, but no one had a public school background whatsoever. We had applicants from the Tyson plant. We had applicants from the local newspaper. No one with educational credentials whatsoever. That we did find with those credentials, we brought her in. She has been retired maybe 3 to 4 years, and so she would have been a great interventionist, but not necessarily a school improvement specialist. The person we've offered that job to, it would be adding on to her current role. And so once we figure out compensation and whatnot, we're confident she'll accept that position.
Talk to
The ACCEP is submitted. We're still working on some revisions, but it has been submitted, I know, for the indicators. Yes.
So, school improvement can be a real, it can be an asset to you. It was a game changer for me as a teacher when I really understood how that process can help improve a school. So I really encourage you to let it be your best asset.
Absolutely.
Talk to us a little bit about technology. That's something you and I addressed
Yes,
at the
ma'am.
end of our
And
conversation.
I'm excited to tell you I got a meeting Friday on how to spend my money. And so I'm excited. I've already got a quote for 45 laptops, 2 carts. Excited about that. We did get it. Did we talk about the mini grant? Yes. Got the mini grant, so we do have a few little tablets on campus already. And then I think the good thing is we do work with what we have. And so our 26 computers in our lab, we do today. We involve them on after-school program and on Saturdays. Even when a kid is sent to us for restorative practices, we have that kid log in to a remediation program while they're sitting in my office, sometimes on my personal laptop, just because I don't want to waste instructional time.
That's exciting. I'll just tell you, my pet peeve is to come by for a quick drop-in visit. Carts locked up.
Oh, no, ma'am.
They need to have fingerprints on them.
We're going to use them. I promise you that. We cannot wait till Friday for this meeting. Depending on what you tell me today, we might meet tomorrow.
Any other questions or comments? They are requesting a 5-year renewal. Oh, you have a comment? All right.
Well, it's all that, if you want to.
Go right ahead.
Yes, I'll tell you, I'm encouraged from what I hear today. I still have concern. I have concern simply because I think, and I was looking at your application, in particular one section that referenced give me just a moment here, the interim assessment data from 11-12 through 14-15, the 2 tables side by side, one being math on the left and reading on the right. Actually, one table, but that was what it was. And it was, I think the purpose, or what it was pointing out in that, was the decline in performance over time. And it almost seems to me, if I could verbalize it, that it hit really low, and now you are taking steps, and there's been change. Change was needed for it to go in the upward direction, and I'm very encouraged by what I hear, but at the same time, I'm very cautious that I hope it does well. From what I hear, I think it will do well, but I can't just turn around and just assume it's going to, for the kids' sake. I think it still needs to be monitored with that. And so with all that being said, I think that my motion...
Hold on. Ms. Davis,
Never mind.
are there any remaining issues?
No, there's no issues with the waivers, but I just want to clarify one thing. I know several people had spoke about their K-12 program, but they requested to be amended to K-8, so I just want to make sure that that was understood and clear.
That makes good. Now go.
One more try.
One more try. So my motion would be reflective. I think, while every case is different, I think this is real similar to feelings I had on the case before for a 3-year renewal and with internal review of the academic.
I would second that as well.
I've had a motion by Dr. Saunders and a second by Dr. Gocher for a 3-year renewal with internal review. Any discussion?
Just going off of what Dr. Wild said earlier, that this was the beginning of the process and you were kind of in that place, but to fully please open yourself up to that process, because they're truly there to help and lead and give support. So to really open yourself up to that.
No discussion? All right. All those in favor? Any noes? Now, he asked me to do them all together so he could see what everybody votes at the same time. All those in favor? I didn't hear everyone.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. If you will write your responses, we'll go around with those.
It reminds me of the preacher that makes us say amen even louder again. You know, if he doesn't like it the first time. I got one. Ivy. Got one. It depends what league. In some leagues, that's a good average. In other leagues, it's tells us about it.
Good.
Ms. Barnes?
I voted in favor of the motion. I believe that a 3 allows for stabilization of the systems currently in place. It provides time to determine whether the charter is able to utilize the collaborative relationship to move forward with school improvement planning and improve student achievement.
Dr. Gocher?
I voted for the motion to. I was impressed with the presentation, impressed with the shift in a stronger leadership model. I also feel that I hope to see a culture of sustainable leadership. I think it's very important for this academy. Academic performance is improving. I encourage you to continue to work closely with the school improvement unit of the Department of Education.
I voted for. With new leadership and stability, I feel that the charter will continue to improve. I'm impressed with the community involvement and the push for teacher retention.
Ms. Lewo?
I voted for. I think the 3 years will give the charter enough time to demonstrate increased academic performance. So very impressed with the revamp restart plan.
Ms. Pfeffer?
The new leadership and community support seems to be moving the school in the right direction, and the application is strong. I'm cautious about moving forward based on the 2015 priority designation, but feel this motion necessary support for the charter to move forward and be successful. As teacher and student stability occurs, the data should align and tell the story of success.
Mr. Rogers?
I voted for. The stability and leadership seems to be having a positive effect. Probably would have allowed for a longer renewal, but I'm comfortable with the 3-year while Lighthouse works with AD on their priority status.
Dr. Saunders?
Yes, I'm encouraged by the change in plan of action. I do feel that close monitoring is still needed.
Ms. Smith?
I voted in favor, noted that curriculum changes were made in reflection to the poor student data, that support is given and teachers by the Lighthouse Academy National. NWE growth data shows positive progress. This is the first year to work with the AD School Improvement and want to encourage continued collaboration.
Congratulations, Mr. Mitchell. I hope that Friday meeting turns out and we get some new technology, and good luck to all of you. Are there any additional items before the panel today? We'll have the same kind of fun tomorrow at 8:30, and I'll accept a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Dr. Gocher?
Can we discuss
Seconded
it?
by Dr. Saunders. Thank you, everyone.
I was wanting to discuss it, but